Chapter 447. The dense white flames turned into a firestorm. With Xiao Yang's body as the center, the firestorm began to rapidly spread in all directions in the sky. The frightening power of the firestorm struck the black-gowned old man's body. The spear in the old man's hand was shattered. At the instant the firestorm arrived, the old man's chest was forcibly flattened and caved in. Faintly, one could hear muffled sounds from his body. At the same time, the old man's malevolent face instantly turned deathly pale. There was no trace of blood on his face at all. The expression on his face appeared to be one of extreme pain. Unable to contain himself, he vomited dark red blood from his mouth. The blood contained a large amount of fragments. Those were the fragments of his internal organs that had been crushed. Bang! Following a bang, the old man's body was immediately sent flying like a soccer ball. He was sent flying backwards. In the end, he ruthlessly smashed into the mountain forest below, creating an enormous crater in the ground below. As for the old man's aura, it rapidly weakened. In the blink of an eye, the 9-star half-martial emperor who had been very aggressive a moment ago had become a seriously injured person. At this moment, the old man's heart was filled with shock. With merely a strand of aura, he had been seriously injured. It was difficult to imagine exactly how frightening Xiao Yang's current strength was. No matter how much he thought about it, he was unable to understand how Xiao Yang, who was clearly only a 5-star half-martial emperor, was able to explode with the power to crush a 9-star half-martial emperor. Exactly why was that? At this moment, Xiao Yang's entire body was surrounded by a dense white flame in the sky. His originally dark black eyes had turned pure white at this moment. His black hair had also turned into a dense white color in the blink of an eye. The aura on his body was so frightening that it caused one to have difficulty imagining it. In short, the current Xiao Yang was like a completely different person compared to the Xiao Yang from earlier. Xiao Yang had an indifferent expression on his face. With a thought, Xiao Yang appeared in the sky above the old man. The old man at the bottom of the enormous crater stared at Xiao Yang in the sky with his heavy injuries. He felt incomparable fear in his heart. Swish, in the next instant, a rushing wind sound was emitted and Xiao Yang's body had already appeared in front of the old man. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the old man. Xiao Yang's dense white eyes could not help but reveal a surprised expression. Immediately, it turned into a joyous glow that flashed across his eyes. Upon seeing Xiao Yang's sudden appearance, the old man's originally pale face became even more lifeless. The fear in his heart was simply indescribable. You are, the old man roared madly in his heart, but his body was no longer under his control. Even though he wanted to, he could not voice the last question in his heart. Seeing this, Xiao Yang smiled faintly. At this moment, the expression on his face was no different from before. I've said it before. None of you can leave today. The old man felt as though he was in a cold cellar when he heard the calm words from Xiao Yang's mouth. The horror in his heart could not be any greater. Xiao Yang sensed the vast and endless strength within his body as he stood in front of the old man. A longing involuntarily surged in his heart. This was a true expert. Given his current strength, he was still too weak. That's right. At this moment, the strength that Xiao Yang controlled originated from Jiuyu's body. A cold smile involuntarily rose in Xiao Yang's heart when he saw the horrified expression on the old man's face. This old man was just like his master. They used their strength to bully the weak. Such a person would ultimately not have a good ending. Today, Xiao Yang had killed him. It could be said that he had done the people a favor. Xiao Yang lifted his hand and was about to attack. However, the expression on Xiao Yang's face involuntarily changed a moment later. He saw that the old man's body was rapidly swelling. The aura within his body had suddenly become unusually wild and violent. Is this fellow planning to self-destruct? Xiao Yang's eyes hardened. He did not expect this fellow to be so decisive. He was willing to risk his life to make Xiao Yang a scapegoat. Unfortunately, Xiao Yang would not allow him to continue in this manner. Xiao Yang coldly laughed. He suddenly pressed his finger forward and pressed it against the old man's brow. At the same time, a dense white flame followed Xiao Yang's finger and swiftly entered the old man's body. Under the wild and violent strength of the heavenly flame, the wild and violent Do Qi was naturally unable to block it. Within a couple of breaths, the Do Qi within the old man's body was completely incinerated by the bone-chilling flame. Soon after, it was the old man's body, following a painful roar that contained unwillingness, the old man's body was completely incinerated into nothingness by the heavenly flame. At this moment, a 9-star Ban Emperor had died in Xiao Yang's hands. Xiao Yang indifferently withdrew his gaze. With a thought, he once again soared into the sky. His gaze looked in the direction that Sun Che had fled in as the corners of his mouth revealed a slight smile. When my luck comes, it's truly unstoppable. Sky extinction steps. Let me try and see what exactly it feels like to reach the advanced wind quaking stage. Just a moment ago, Xiao Yang had inadvertently allowed the sky extinction steps that he had painstakingly trained for several months to reach the advanced wind quaking stage. At the same time, Xiao Yang's speed had also abruptly risen to a whole new level. Smiling in his heart, Xiao Yang's white palm slowly drew across the empty space in front of him. As he felt the flowing wind from his fingertips, Xiao Yang's eyes narrowed. Soon after, with a thought, Xiao Yang's body had already appeared several hundred feet away. When he turned his head to look, Xiao Yang was still able to see a nearly solid afterimage where he had stood earlier. Xiao Yang's heart was filled with joy when he saw this scene. Although he had borrowed Jiuyu's strength, Xiao Yang was certain that with his current speed and strength, he would not suffer from Tianying's speed if he were to face him again. Xiao Yang was able to cross such a great distance with just a random flash. After turning his head, Xiao Yang prepared to move and chase after Sun Che. Once Sun Che fled, Xiao Yang would have to prepare to face the 4 great sects instead. This was not something that he wished to see. However, just as he was about to move, Xiao Yang involuntarily frowned. He seemed to have forgotten that there was still that fellow who had brought him trouble. A thought passed through his mind and his spiritual strength swiftly spread out. At the same time, in the ruins below, which were filled with scars from a big battle, a delicate body that appeared extremely weak due to her injuries was lifted from a rock by Xiao Yang's invisible spiritual strength. She slowly drifted in front of Xiao Yang. Looking at the delicate body in front of him, Xiao Yang involuntarily recalled the soft feeling when he had pushed the young lady with both hands earlier. This was because the young lady had fallen in front of Xiao Yang. Hence, it went without saying where his hands had landed. Immediately, Xiao Yang's old face swiftly turned completely red as though he had a fever. He hurriedly coughed twice. Only then did he recall that he had yet to finish off Sun Che. If he were to escape, there would be great trouble. Xiao Yang's expression finally recovered when he thought of this. With a flick of his finger, a black lightning bolt instantly shot out and swiftly chased in the direction that Sun Che had fled. Chapter 448. In the sky, Xiao Yang looked at the Northern King, who had returned from the distance. The corner of Xiao Yang's mouth revealed a densely cold smile. His eyes descended and looked at the 7 people in the mountain forest below. When Xiao Yang did things, he never liked to leave behind any possible trouble for himself. Even though these 7 people were seriously injured and logically speaking, it was impossible for them to survive in this Shalin mountain range, there was always an exception to everything. If one of them really managed to leave the Shalin mountain range alive, the final result would similarly bring Xiao Yang an endless amount of trouble. In order to avoid any future trouble, Xiao Yang would naturally not let any of them off. Swoosh, a thought passed through Xiao Yang's mind as he borrowed Jiuyu's strength. The instant the sky extinction step was unleashed, Xiao Yang had already appeared in front of one of the grey-robed old men among the 7 people. The expression on the grey-robed old man's face suddenly became horrified in the face of Xiao Yang, who had suddenly appeared. However, before he could open his mouth, Xiao Yang immediately flicked his finger. A dense white ray of light instantly entered the old man's brow. The old man's widened mouth, which was about to speak, suddenly froze at this moment. Soon after, a thick layer of hard ice swiftly formed on the surface of the old man's body. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was sealed in ice. Xiao Yang's body once again flashed after leaving behind a soft snort. He had already appeared in front of another person. The layer of hard ice that wrapped around the grey-robed old man shattered with a bang after Xiao Yang's afterimage disappeared. It turned into a pile of ice fragments that were filled with a cold aura. The grey-robed old man within it was nowhere to be seen. Under the effect of the bone-chilling flame, the interior of the old man's body had been completely incinerated by the heavenly flame, even though he appeared to be sealed in ice on the surface. An 8-star half-martial emperor, an expert who could be said to be a peak existence in the entire western region, was actually unable to even make a sound before a heavenly flame. This was something that caused one to be unable to help but feel extremely terrified upon thinking about it. A heavenly flame was really terrifying to the extreme. As the most overbearing energy in the world, the terror of a heavenly flame was undoubtedly revealed in this short period of time. The grey-robed, old man's heart was suddenly startled when he saw Xiao Yang. With that old man in front of him, this grey-robed, old man did not dare to hesitate even a little in his heart. His heart knew that he would definitely die. Therefore, he acted decisively. The moment Xiao Yang appeared, the old man's hands quickly formed a series of complicated seals. Then, he clenched his hand into a fist and smashed it hard on his chest. A large mouthful of blood immediately spurted out and quickly condensed into a blood talisman in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it entered the old man's body. The very next moment, the old man's aura also increased abruptly at the moment when the crimson symbol entered his body. His strength of a mid-stage 8-star half-martial emperor had actually been forcibly increased to that of a late-stage 8-star half-martial emperor in a short period of several breaths. Without hesitation, the old man quickly retreated to the back. Xiao Yang's expression did not change even a little when he saw the old man's aura suddenly soar in the blink of an eye. His eyes narrowed as he softly muttered. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Secret technique?" However, that's all there is to it. Xiao Yang's voice had just sounded when he involuntarily let out a soft "her." He did not expect that this old man's hand would once again form a seal while he was withdrawing explosively. At the same time, the dou qi within his body suddenly became wild and violent. Judging from his appearance, this old man was planning to self-detonate. Self-detonate? Humph, even that guy couldn't do it. Thus, you think you can? Xiao Yang sneered. In the next instant, Xiao Yang appeared before the old man again. Before the old man could finish forming the hand seal, he saw Xiao Yang again. Suddenly, he felt fear in his heart. With such a close distance, if Xiao Yang were to attack him, he would not even have the opportunity to self-detonate. "Heh, you want to self-detonate? Allow me to help you." With a cold laugh, Xiao Yang suddenly extended his hand. His white hand abruptly clenched toward the old man. In the next instant, the old man felt a frighteningly large power suddenly being transmitted from the space around him. That frightening power was so strong that he did not even have the possibility of resisting it. Soon after, an extremely frightened expression was emitted from the old man's eyes. At the same time, that power instantly crushed his body and the dou qi within his body. Bang! A world-destroying energy storm violently swept through the mountain forest. Before this energy storm, the other 3 seriously injured 7-star half-martial emperors were also unable to escape the fate of being crushed to pieces. In an open space within the forest illuminated by the sunlight, Xiao Yang was sitting cross-legged on a piece of bluestone. The flame formula qi within his body was slowly circulating, recovering the dou qi that Xiao Yang had consumed earlier. At this very moment, on the grass not far away from him, a beautiful young lady with white skin and wearing a long skirt was lying flat on the grass. Her soft long hair scattered in all directions, causing this young lady to appear even more gentle and beautiful. The young lady's eyes were tightly shut. Her pale face gradually recovered its rosy color under the effect of the medicinal pill. Soon after, her weak aura also recovered quite a bit. It was likely that the young lady would wake up soon. A cool breeze brushed past and the young lady's long hair fluttered in the wind. After the wind passed, the young lady's beautiful face was covered. The unconscious young lady's mind was fuzzy and she felt a sluggishness. A strand of hair covered the young lady's nose, causing the young lady's breathing to involuntarily become heavier. A moment later, the young lady, who felt that it was difficult to breathe, suddenly woke up from her unconscious state with a slightly flushed face. The weak and lovely body that was lying flat on the grass suddenly sat up. The young lady, who had woken up, immediately looked around her. When she discovered that Sun Che's group was not around, her heart finally sighed in relief. The worried expression on her pretty face also immediately disappeared. However, in the next moment, Xiao Yang's skinny figure appeared in the young lady's line of sight. When she saw Xiao Yang for the first time, the expression on the young lady's face could not help but be slightly startled. Immediately, she recalled that before she fainted, she seemed to have seen a human figure coincidentally walk out of the cave. At the same time that the young lady thought of this in her heart, she also vaguely recalled that at the last moment before she fainted, someone used both hands to push her away from the front. It was at that time that the hands of that person seemed to have coincidentally pushed her chest. Thinking of this, the young lady's still pale and moist pretty face immediately appeared to have been roasted by fire. It swiftly turned completely red. The shame and anger in the young lady's heart could not be any greater. Standing up with some difficulty, the young lady did not stop. Her delicate body moved and her light footsteps swiftly walked towards Xiao Yang. Following the swift movement of a pair of light and nimble feet, the young lady's graceful body had already arrived in front of Xiao Yang in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the young lady's jade-like hand was raised into the air. With a face full of shame and anger, she viciously slapped Xiao Yang's delicate face. Immediately after, Pa. Chapter 449. Pa. With a crisp sound, the smooth jade-like hand was blocked in mid-air by an even more powerful white hand. Seeing this scene, the expression on the young lady's face involuntarily changed slightly. She swiftly raised her eyes and looked over, only to discover that Xiao Yang, who originally had his eyes tightly shut, had unknowingly opened his eyes wide and was staring at her. This young lady, no matter what, I have saved you. Don't tell me that this is how you treat your savior. Looking at the young lady's crystal-like beautiful eyes, Xiao Yang frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Bastard. You touched this young lady and now you actually dare to say that you are this young lady's savior. From what I see, you are in cahoots with that group of people." Seeing Xiao Yang's confident manner, the young lady's heart was filled with shame and anger. She angrily scolded Xiao Yang. The half of her lotus root-like white arm that was exposed from her sleeves exerted force as she struggled to pull her delicate jade-like hand away from Xiao Yang's. Seeing this, Xiao Yang finally released his right hand that was holding the latter's wrist. However, immediately after, Xiao Yang heard the words that came from the young lady's mouth. The expression on his old face immediately turned red. He hurriedly lowered his head and coughed a few times, wanting to pretend that he did not know. However, because Xiao Yang was sitting cross-legged on a tall rock, even though he had already lowered his head, his red face still fell into the young lady's eyes. Seeing this scene, the young lady's heart was instantly enraged. She once again raised her jade-like hand and was about to wave it at Xiao Yang again. "Hey, little girl, don't go overboard. You said that I touched you. Fine, tell me, where did I touch you? You." The sudden voice caused the young lady's hand to slightly pause. However, immediately after, when she clearly heard the words from Xiao Yang's mouth, the expression on her pretty face quickly turned crimson red. She was so angry that she could not speak. The young lady had never imagined that the black-robed man in front of her, who looked rather decent, would actually be such a scoundrel. A moment ago, his face clearly revealed an embarrassed expression. In just a short moment, why did he immediately change his words and deny it? Moreover, the words that Xiao Yang said also caused the young lady to be speechless in her heart. She was after all a girl. From the looks of this matter, her heart still possessed the restraint of a girl. Otherwise, if it was someone else, it was likely that they would have fought with Xiao Yang for a result just because their condition was not good. And it was precisely because of this that Xiao Yang's words suppressed the young lady. Otherwise, in order to make Xiao Yang admit his actions, could it be that the young lady really had to say to Xiao Yang that he touched her breasts? If that was the case, not to mention Xiao Yang, she would probably be embarrassed to death. And Xiao Yang had also grasped this point. Just now, he pretended that he did not do anything wrong and said to the young lady. In reality, Xiao Yang's heart had already been filled with doubts. But even so, when the young lady looked at Xiao Yang, her gaze was still filled with disbelief. She rolled her eyes at the latter, twisted her delicate body, and slowly walked towards the forest in the distance. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Soon after, he pretended to be the one who had suffered a loss. With an expression of displeasure, he lightly snorted at the young lady. With an indifferent tone, he said, "Humph, no matter what, I have saved you. Yet, you slandered me the moment you opened your mouth. Not to mention this point, you actually did not even thank me. Alas, in this world, it is truly impossible to be a good person." With a sorrowful expression, Xiao Yang bitterly sighed. Then, he stood up in desolation and planned to walk in the opposite direction of the young lady. However, right at this moment, the young lady who had turned around to leave turned around again. Her long, shapely eyebrows narrowed. With her hands on her hips, she said to Xiao Yang with a stern voice, "Humph, don't think that this young lady can't tell that your strength is merely that of a 5-star half-martial emperor. However, there is a 9-star half-martial emperor in the group that chased after this young lady. With merely you, how could you possibly escape from the clutches of that old man? The way I see it, you're simply in cahoots with that group of people. The reason why you didn't capture this young lady is likely because you have another purpose, right?" The body that had just turned around once again turned around. Xiao Yang looked at the young lady with a light smile on his face. Then, he rolled his eyes, and a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He said, "Very well, since you insist that I'm in cahoots with that group of people, then I'll just return you to them. After all, you don't have the slightest bit of gratitude toward me, the person who saved your life. Thus, I might as well return you to them. I believe that they will definitely thank me." Xiao Yang smiled and actually walked toward the young lady. Seeing that Xiao Yang's expression did not appear to be joking, the young lady was slightly startled. It must be said that she was truly afraid that she would fall into the hands of that group of people again. Although she did not believe in the Xiao Yang in front of her, she still had some confidence when facing him. However, if she were to fall into the hands of that group of people, she would definitely not even have the opportunity to heal her injuries. As this thought flashed through her mind, the young lady hurriedly and secretly mobilized the little remaining do qi in her body. Immediately, the injuries that had yet to heal in her body were once again triggered. This caused the corners of the young lady's mouth to involuntarily twitch. However, in order to not fall into the hands of that group of people again, the young lady fiercely clenched her silver teeth and forcefully mobilized the do qi in her body. Her delicate body abruptly turned around, and with a movement of her body, she rapidly flew toward the mountain forest behind her. Seeing that the young lady had actually turned around and fled after hearing a single sentence from him, Xiao Yang immediately had a mocking smile on his face. However, he immediately appeared to have recalled something and frowned. His body moved, and he used the Sky Absolute Step to swiftly chase after her. Currently, the Sky Absolute Step had already broken through to the advanced wind movement realm under Xiao Yang's training. Just like that, Xiao Yang's speed had once again increased by a large margin. The current him was no longer afraid of the 9-star half-emperor Tian Ying, let alone chasing after a 4-star half-emperor young lady. In merely an instant, Xiao Yang had already appeared directly behind the young lady. The tip of his nose twitched slightly as he sniffed the fragrance that the young lady left behind in the air when she flew past. Xiao Yang quite enjoyed himself and smiled. After which, he opened his mouth to speak to the young lady in front of him. "Haha, hey," I said, "I'm lying to you. I've already killed that group of people. Even if you want to, you won't be able to return to their hands. There's no need for you to run so desperately." However, the young lady did not believe Xiao Yang's words in the slightest. In her eyes, Xiao Yang did not even have the ability to fight against a 7-star half-emperor. However, at this moment, Xiao Yang actually told her that he had killed a group of high-level half-emperors. Furthermore, there was even a 9-star half-emperor among them. In the young lady's ears, this was simply nonsense. Sensing that the distance between herself and Xiao Yang was growing closer and closer, the young lady's heart immediately hardened. All of the do qi within her body poured out at this moment. The speed of her delicate body flying forward also abruptly increased. The young lady's delicate body turned into a nimble bolt of lightning as she rapidly flew through the mountain forest. At the same time, the young lady's pretty face that had just recovered a bit of rosy color rapidly turned deathly pale. Until a certain moment, the young lady's body that was explosively rushing forward abruptly stopped. The injuries in her body once again erupted. Before the young lady could react, her vision turned black and she fainted in midair. At the same time, Xiao Yang hurriedly revealed himself from the void to the side and caught her in his bosom. Chapter 450. In the blink of an eye, it was already night time. At this moment, Xiao Yang was seated on a green rock in a cave that was filled with fluorescent light. In front of him, the crimson thousand-beast cauldron stood tall. Inside the cauldron, the heavenly flame rose. The temperature was terrifyingly high. Even though it was separated by the medicinal cauldron, one could still feel the scorching heat. Suddenly, a soft moan sounded from within the cave. The voice was soft and smooth, as if a beauty had just woken up from a dream. At this moment, on a green stone bed a couple of dozen feet away from Xiao Yang, a beautiful young lady had coincidentally just woken up from her unconscious state. This young lady was the young lady who had once again sunk into an unconscious state in order to avoid Xiao Yang during the day. When the young lady woke up, her beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she slowly opened them. The first thing she saw was the ice-cold stone wall above her head. Immediately, the young lady recalled the events that had happened during the day. Immediately, the young lady's heart tightened slightly. She wanted to get up, but she realized that due to the worsening injuries in her body, she could not even move her body. Her originally weak and delicate body gave her a heavy feeling of weakness at this moment. When she realized this, the expression on the young lady's pale face changed slightly. If she was really sent back to Sun Che's group by that brat during the day, she would really be in deep trouble. When she thought of this, the young lady immediately clenched her silver teeth and endured the pain from her body. The young lady slowly turned her head and looked in the direction of the flickering light on the wall. In the next moment, the young lady's expression could not help but freeze slightly. The first thing that appeared in her line of sight was a huge crimson medicinal cauldron. The medicinal cauldron was engraved with various magical beasts. Even with the young lady's knowledge, she did not know the names of some of them. Immediately, Xiao Yang, who was wearing a black robe and sitting cross-legged, appeared in front of the young lady's beautiful eyes while fiddling with a beautiful heavenly flame. After being surprised for a moment, the young lady hurriedly looked elsewhere in the cave. However, she realized that there was only her and Xiao Yang in the cave. Immediately, the young lady understood in her heart. From the looks of it, Xiao Yang did not really hand her over to that group. It seemed that the words that Xiao Yang had said during the day were probably just a joke. When the young lady turned her head to look at Xiao Yang, the latter seemed to have sensed something. His slightly shut eyes slowly opened, and the movements of his hands also stopped as he looked at the young lady. Xiao Yang's gaze carelessly swept across the young lady's alluring lovely body. Finally, his gaze met the young lady's beautiful eyes. When the four eyes met, the expression on the young lady's pretty face hardened slightly. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, curled his lips slightly and said. Hearing Xiao Yang's question that he knew the answer to, the young lady actually blinked her quick-witted eyes in an uncharacteristic manner. Immediately after, she wanted to force herself to sit up. Perhaps she felt that this would make her feel much more comfortable. I feel that it's best if you don't move around. The injuries in your body have worsened. If you dare to move around, you might lose your life. Turning his head, Xiao Yang continued to focus on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. At the same time, he spoke to the young lady in an indifferent tone. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, a look of fear involuntarily emerged on the young lady's beautiful face. Her eyebrows slightly knitted together, the young lady gently curled her cute little mouth. After that, she helplessly lay back down obediently. In her boredom, the young lady could only look at Xiao Yang. Noticing his proficient fire control technique, the young lady could not help but feel astonished in her heart. She then looked at Xiao Yang's young face and exclaimed, "You're actually an alchemist." She did not expect that this black-robed young man, who looked to be about the same age as her, was not only stronger than her, but was also an alchemist. Furthermore, looking at his proficient fire control technique, his rank as an alchemist was probably not low. However, Xiao Yang remained indifferent in the face of this. It was not that he wanted to purposely show off his alchemist skills in front of this young lady. It was just that Xiao Yang had already helped her consume his final DI-tier medicinal pill in order to heal her earlier. Currently, the injuries within this young lady's body had once again flared up and were even more serious than before. If she did not have the help of the DI-tier medicinal pill, it was likely that this young lady's life would really be in danger. Although Xiao Yang was not a person who liked to do good deeds, this young lady's second serious injury was related to him. He could not just sit by and do nothing. Therefore, Xiao Yang had no choice but to refine a healing pill for her. Being ignored by Xiao Yang, the young lady immediately rolled her eyes at Xiao Yang. Then, she turned her gaze and looked at the crimson medicine cauldron in front of Xiao Yang. She was a little curious and surprised about the medicine cauldron in front of Xiao Yang. She did not expect that with her knowledge of demonic beasts, she could not recognize all the demonic beasts carved on the cauldron. Where did this medicine cauldron come from? Looking at the crimson medicine cauldron, the young lady frowned. She seemed to have some impression of this thing in her mind, but in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. After a long while, when Xiao Yang had almost finished refining the medicinal ingredients in the medicine cauldron, the young lady's face seemed to suddenly remember something. The expression on her flawless face froze slightly. Immediately, her small face was filled with surprise as she looked at the medicine cauldron in front of Xiao Yang. Then, her gaze turned to Xiao Yang. Her small mouth opened slightly and her tone was filled with incomparable surprise. Your medicine cauldron is actually the 1000-beast cauldron that is ranked 6th on the heavenly cauldron list. Who exactly are you? Xiao Yang only frowned slightly when the 1000-beast cauldron was recognized. His hands did not stop moving, but he turned to look at the young lady. Seeing that Xiao Yang was finally moved, the young lady's pretty face could not help but raise a smile. However, when she saw Xiao Yang's slightly stern gaze, the smile on the young lady's pretty face gradually disappeared. Like a child who had made a mistake, she pouted and timidly withdrew her gaze. Seeing that the young lady actually revealed such a delicate appearance, Xiao Yang's heart actually softened. He sighed softly and then said to the young lady indifferently, "You've asked so many questions. You've asked so many questions. Don't you think that before asking someone else a question, you should tell them your name first? Moreover, I am your savior." Hearing this, the young lady cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yang and pouted. "You're a big man. How can you be so petty and bully a weak girl like me? You're a dignified 4-star half-emperor. If you're also a weak girl, there won't be any experts on this continent." When Xiao Yang's words came out, the young lady's pretty face immediately froze. A crimson blush appeared on her fair little face. Soon after, she smiled embarrassedly and said, "All right. Who asked you to be my savior?" Hello, I'm Murong Chanshan. Murong is my surname, Chanshan is my name." Chapter 451. After the two of them reported their names, Murong Chanshan curiously asked Xiao Yang a lot of questions. Xiao Yang patiently answered most of them. As for some of the questions that were related to Xiao Yang himself, they were either dodged by Xiao Yang or directly skipped over. After that, Xiao Yang once again concentrated on refining the medicinal pills in the medicinal cauldron in front of him. As for Murong Chanshan, she was bored to death as she laid on the stone bed. Although she wanted to get up, she could only helplessly and obediently lie back down when she thought of the injuries in her body. As time passed, the medicinal ingredients in the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yang, which were originally close to 100 kinds of medicinal ingredients, had all turned into various kinds of powders or viscous liquids in the end. Refining medicinal ingredients was extremely easy for Xiao Yang. The only difference was that it required quite a bit of time. After a week of continuous refining, Xiao Yang, who was sitting cross-legged on the green stone platform, suddenly opened his originally tightly shut eyes. At the same time, Xiao Yang raised his arm and suddenly waved his big sleeve. With a bang, the medicinal cauldron's lid opened. Following that, rays of light rapidly shot out from the medicinal cauldron. Immediately, under the control of Xiao Yang's spiritual strength, they fell into the jade bottle that Xiao Yang had prepared in advance. After doing all this, Xiao Yang finally let out a long sigh of relief. He slightly moved his body, which had been sitting for a long time, and was about to enter the next step of the refining process. However, just at this time, Murong Chantian suddenly spoke to Xiao Yang. Her timid voice contained a bashful feeling. That. Xiao Yang, Murong Chen stuttered for a while and said I 3 times in a row. But in the end, she still couldn't say anything clearly. Instead, her beautiful face that was as white as jade appeared to be crimson red at this moment. Seeing the young lady act in this manner, Xiao Yang could not help but frown slightly. He turned his head to look at the latter. Xiao Yang frowned slightly and a suspicious expression appeared on his face. His tone was somewhat impatient as he asked, "What's wrong? What's the problem?" During these few days when Xiao Yang was calmly refining the medicinal herbs, the young girl in front of him was not willing to be calm at all. She repeatedly asked Xiao Yang many questions, but Xiao Yang ignored her and continued to refine the medicinal herbs in the medicinal cauldron. However, at this moment, when Xiao Yang saw the young girl like this, he could not help but feel a little curious. I want to. Murong Chantian raised her pair of watery big eyes and looked at Xiao Yang with a crimson face. The words that were already at the tip of her tongue could not help but stop. If there's nothing else, I'll continue refining medicine. Don't disturb me after this, unless you don't want to recover from the injuries in your body. Seeing this, Xiao Yang's heart unconsciously surged with irritation. He frowned and casually said a few words to Murong Chantian. Soon after, he once again sat down and prepared to continue refining medicine. I want to take a bath. However, just as Xiao Yang turned around, the words that came out of the young girl's mouth caused Xiao Yang's turning movement to abruptly stop. His entire person was stunned for a moment. After a moment, Xiao Yang turned around with a displeased face and looked at Murong Chantian. Xiao Yang's face was slightly gloomy and his voice also became somewhat heavy. Little girl, listen carefully. I don't have the time to mess around with you here. Wait until I finish refining the medicinal pills. At that time, you can go wherever you want and do whatever you want. If you want to take a bath, I won't stop you. However, right now, don't be unreasonable with me and don't think about throwing that big missy temper of yours. Right now, in this place, I have the final say. But, either you quietly wait for your injuries to recover, or you can leave on your own. The young lady had yet to spit out the words from her mouth when Xiao Yang forcefully interrupted her with a single sentence. After which, he was too lazy to bother about her. He turned around with an expressionless face, bent his legs and sat cross-legged in front of the medicinal cauldron, preparing for the next step of the medicinal pill refinement. After Xiao Yang sat down cross-legged, Murong Chantian, who had already recovered some of her strength on the stone bed, saw that her pair of watery pretty eyes contained some mist. Her exquisite and cute small face also revealed an aggrieved expression. Ever since she entered the Shalin mountain range, she had been chased all the way here. During this period, she did not even have the chance to catch her breath. Now that half a month had passed, she only wanted to take a bath. She did not expect that she would actually receive such a harsh treatment from Xiao Yang. A moment later, Murong Chantian saw Xiao Yang's indifferent expression as he focused on the medicinal cauldron in front of her. The young girl's throat involuntarily choked a little. Finally, Murong Chantian clenched her teeth angrily. Immediately, she forcefully propped up her weak lovely body. Her face was pale as she walked out of the cave. Xiao Yang quietly sat in front of the medicinal cauldron from the beginning until the end. Both of his eyes were tightly shut, and there was no change in his expression. Xiao Yang's tightly shut eyes only slowly opened after the young girl left the cave and walked into the pitch-black night sky of the outside world. At the same time, the empty space beside Xiao Yang distorted slightly. Ji Yu's body slowly appeared. He looked at Xiao Yang and gently lifted his eyebrows. Brat, you won't really allow her to leave like this, will you? With this girl's current condition, she will not be able to go far. Xiao Yang shook his head when he heard this. He turned his head to look at Ji Yu by the side and spoke with a teasing expression. Don't tell me that you are still unclear as to whether I have allowed her to leave or not. Ji Yu chuckled upon seeing this. He did not say anything else. His body twisted, and he sat on the stone bed, ignoring Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang withdrew his gaze and slowly shut his eyes. At this moment, Xiao Yang's spiritual strength probed. Murong Chanxian's delicate body also appeared in Xiao Yang's mind. Xiao Yang's heart could be considered reassured that Murong Chanxian had left the mountain cave. Due to his habit, any mountain cave that Xiao Yang found would definitely have mountains and water. Hence, there was a pool of water outside of this mountain cave at this moment. As for the current Murong Chanxian, she was slowly walking towards the pond step by step. Xiao Yang divided his attention. He left a trace of spiritual strength on Murong Chanxian's body. After which, Xiao Yang sat down and poured all of his attention into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. With a thought from Xiao Yang, the essence of various medicinal ingredients that had been refined was thrown into the medicinal cauldron. The pill refinement continued. Murong Chanxian dragged her seriously injured body and continued to stay outside of the mountain cave until Xiao Yang finished refining the medicinal pill in the medicinal cauldron. Another month's time had passed since this medicinal pill was refined. Chapter 452. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yang had unknowingly begun to take shape. Under the continuous refinement of the heavenly flame, a medicinal pill that was not very smooth began to form within the medicinal cauldron. As the heavenly flame rose, the medicinal pill began to roll within the heavenly flame. Under the refinement of the heavenly flame, the uneven surface of the medicinal pill began to gradually change at an extremely slow pace. As long as the surface of the medicinal pill became completely round, this DI-tier medicinal pill would be considered to have been successfully refined. Xiao Yang knew that the final pill refinement process was extremely important and he could not afford to be even the slightest bit impatient. Slow work produced fine work, and this was the same for medicinal pills. If one wanted to obtain good quality pills, one must use the most rigorous attitude to refine them. No matter what one did, one must not be impatient. This was something that Yarrow Larrow had repeatedly emphasized to Xiao Yang when Xiao Yang had just come into contact with the art of alchemy. From the looks of it now, it was just as Yarrow Larrow had said. No matter what one did, one must not be impatient for quick success. It was also because of this that Xiao Yang did not dare to be careless when it came to alchemy. Of course, this was not the only thing. Cultivating his own way of life was just like the former. The process of nurturing the pill was long and boring. Fortunately, Xiao Yang was already used to this kind of dull and boring environment. At the same time that Xiao Yang threw his entire body into this final process of nurturing the pill, a strange pill fragrance was emitted from the medicinal cauldron. The rich pill fragrance transformed into clusters of misty smoke. With the medicinal cauldron as the center, it followed the few fire vents of the thousand-beast cauldron and first spread into the mountain cave. Soon after, it gradually spread towards the outside world. Outside the mountain cave, there was a small pool. The water in the pool was clear and there were even a few low-tier medicinal ingredients growing within it. A thin layer of fog floated on the surface of the pool. Adding the lotus leaves and lotus flowers, it caused the pool to appear a little ethereal, fairy-like state. There were no small streams or rivers around the pool, and the water in the pool did not lean against a cliff. This pool was just like a natural hot spring. The temperature of the spring water in the pool was moderate, as though it had been created by nature. Adding the few Qin lotuses within it, although these medicinal ingredients were not rare, a portion of the medicinal strength contained within them had also merged into the spring water due to them growing in the spring water all year round, causing the spring water to possess a strange healing effect. At this moment, a white and beautiful young lady with white skin was sitting cross-legged in the water. Her pretty eyes were tightly shut as she quietly sat in the water. The young lady's head was exposed as well as a small part of her body. As the young lady inhaled and exhaled, circular ripples around her body, which was as calm as a mirror. Ripples spread too. And after the ripples spread, the young lady's hands formed a training seal. With a thought, the qi method in her body slowly circulated. The pure medicinal strength contained within the spring water was absorbed into the young lady's body a little at a time. With the guidance of the young lady's do qi, it slowly healed the injuries in the young lady's body. This lady was Murong Chanxian, who had left the cave a month ago with a heart full of grievances. Ever since Murong Chantian sensed the special effect of this spring water, a joy immediately surged into her heart. She hoped that she could borrow the effect of this spring water to swiftly heal the injuries in her body. However, there was ultimately quite a big gap between imagination and reality. Even though Murong Chantian had trained in this pool for a full month, there was not much change to the injuries within her body. This caused Murong Chantian to feel helpless and depressed in her heart. At the same time, she was also disappointed that Xiao Yang's medicinal pill had yet to be refined. Murong Chantian helplessly sighed as she slowly withdrew from her training state. Immediately, her lovely body in the water twisted slightly. Immediately, her seductive body, which was as smooth as a water snake, leaped out of the pool. Sunlight scattered down and shone on the young lady's snow-white body, reflecting a sheep-fat jade-like tender whiteness. The warm but not intense temperature gave the young lady a warm feeling. At the same time, it also highlighted the young lady's proud snow-white skin. Feeling the favor of the sunlight, the corner of the young lady's mouth involuntarily revealed an enchanting smile. Immediately, Murong Chantian waved her hand gently. The blue dress that was neatly folded and placed on the bluestone beside the pool immediately flew toward the young lady as if it had received an order. Soon after, Murong Chantian's seductive body twisted in the air. Immediately, her snow-white lovely body easily slid into the long dress. Landing on the ground, the young lady faintly smiled and was about to take a walk in the forest. However, at this moment, a rich pill fragrance floated out from the mountain cave and pounced on the young lady's face. The tip of the young lady's nimble nose twitched slightly. She immediately smelled the pill fragrance in the air that refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind. This is the pill fragrance. Don't tell me that the medicinal pill that fellow refined for this young lady has been completed. As she muttered in her mouth, a pleasantly surprised expression immediately surfaced on the young lady's face. However, she also understood that although the pill fragrance permeated the air, it did not mean that Xiao Yang's medicinal pill had been refined completely. However, even so, the young lady's heart was still pleasantly surprised. She believed that since they had already reached this step, it would not be long before the medicinal pill was truly refined completely. While carrying the joy in her heart, Murong Chantian returned to the entrance of the mountain cave. The pill fragrance spread in all directions. At that time, it would definitely attract all sorts of magical beasts. If no one helped Xiao Yang block them, it was likely that this medicinal pill would not be able to be refined successfully. At that time, all her efforts would be for naught. At that time, Murong Chantian's injuries would not be able to recover. As expected, as the pill fragrance spread in all directions, quite a number of magical beasts in the mountain forest 10,000 feet away from this cave also sensed this aura that caused their expressions to change a couple of hours later. As high-ranked magical beasts, their intelligence was not low to begin with. Now that they sensed this aura, their hearts immediately knew that someone was refining a medicinal pill. Perhaps, there was no one beside that person to protect him. With such a good opportunity, how could these wild fellows let it go? In an instant, countless magical beasts in the mountain forest moved because of that aura. The forest swayed as wave after wave of tyrannical auras carried lightning speed as they wildly rushed toward the mountain cave that Xiao Yang was currently in. Chapter 453. Within the mountain cave, Xiao Yang sat cross-legged in front of the medicinal cauldron. Both of his eyes were tightly shut as a vast amount of spiritual strength poured out from between his eyebrows and poured into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. He was doing his best to control the heavenly flame within the medicinal cauldron. Currently, the process of refining the waybill was nearing its end. He needed to put in all his effort to reduce the inflammation in order to ensure that there would not be the slightest accident in the following process. At this moment, Xiao Yang could be considered to have truly put in all his effort. After a month of refining medicinal pills, the enormous consumption of his spiritual strength caused Xiao Yang's complexion to appear somewhat pale. Threads of perspiration slowly flowed out from between his tightly knitted eyebrows. They followed Xiao Yang's cheeks and gathered at Xiao Yang's chin. The more critical the moment, the more Xiao Yang did not dare to relax. His nerves were extremely tense, causing the consumption of Xiao Yang's spiritual strength to be even more terrifying. Waves of perspiration continuously gushed out from the pores all over Xiao Yang's body. In just a short moment, Xiao Yang's black robe was already drenched in perspiration. Of course, the enormous consumption of spiritual strength was naturally proportional to the condensation of the medicinal pill. Although the consumption of spiritual strength caused Xiao Yang to feel a deep sense of fatigue, at the same time, the perfectly round medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron was also rapidly condensing. He believed that it would not be long before the pill would be completely condensed and attract the pill lightning. At the same time, outside the mountain cave, Murong Qianqian's pretty face was currently incomparably solemn as she looked at the group of magical beasts that were swiftly flying over from afar. With Murong Qianqian's current condition, she did not think that she could stop these fellows. Damn it, why is this fellow's medicinal pill still not refined? If you don't come out, how am I going to deal with these fellows alone? At the same time that Murong Qianqian was cursing Xiao Yang, the group of magical beasts in the distance had already rapidly approached this place. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared outside the mountain cave. From afar, the young girl was able to see the few magical beasts that were leading the group. Upon seeing them, the expression on Murong Qianqian's little face involuntarily changed slightly. Within this group of magical beasts, the strongest one was the huge ape that stood at the front of all the magical beasts. Its strength had already reached the level of half-martial emperor. In the circumference of 1,000 miles, it could be considered to be the strongest. Murong Qianqian even. Of Murong Qian. She had no doubt that if this huge ape were to attack, never would I have expected to provoke such a fellow. Exactly what sort of medicinal pellet did Xiao Yang refine? Could it really be an emperor-grade medicinal pellet? Murong Qianqian was startled. To be able to attract 6 half-martial emperor-level magical beasts, the medicinal pellet that Xiao Yang had refined was something that one could imagine. If what he had refined was truly an emperor-grade medicinal pellet, then this Xiao Yang was truly frightening. Ha 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 ha, there's actually someone protecting you. Furthermore, it's a little girl. However, this is exactly what this king is interested in. Ha 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 ha. Just as Murong Qianqian's heart was feeling shocked by the medicinal pill that Xiao Yang had refined, a strong human figure slowly stepped out of the mountain forest a short distance away while laughing out loud. With each step he took, Murong Qianqian could clearly sense that the ground beneath her feet was slightly trembling. It was hard to imagine exactly what sort of frightening power was contained within this fellow's body. Ha ha, oh. Little girl, you're injured. It seems that you haven't recovered yet. In that case, that guy's medicinal pellet was refined for you. Ha 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 ha. At the same time when the robust man walked out from the forest, the warm sunlight mercilessly scattered down from the horizon and shone on the robust man's body. The robust man's body was as robust as an ox. He had a shiny head and his upper body was bare. At a glance, one could see that frightening scars covered the robust man's entire body. It could even be said to be frightening. If this robust man were to be placed together with the current Murong Qianqian, then they would truly be a beauty and a beast. At this moment, this bald robust man was staring at Murong Qianqian with an evil smile on his face. His pair of beast-red eyes revealed a perverted expression. Facing the robust man's perverted smile, Murong Qianqian coldly snorted with a heart filled with disgust. The expression on her charming face was ice-cold. Haha, little girl, your little face is not bad. Why is your temperament so cold? However, it's exactly what this king wants. Ha 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 ha. With a laugh filled with perverted intentions, the bald robust man suddenly waved his large hand. The several figures behind him immediately rushed towards Murong Qianqian, intending to capture her. You dare to touch this young lady with just the likes of you? Seeing the several figures that had already arrived in front of her in an instant, Murong Qianqian coldly snorted. The expression on her charming face became even more grave and stern. Just as those people arrived in front of her and grabbed towards Murong Qianqian with a perverted smile on their faces, the young lady's graceful toes lightly tapped on the ground. At the same time her figure retreated, a strange blue fluorescent light quickly lingered within the young lady's quick-witted eyes. Instantly, A burst of strange pressure rapidly spread out from Murong Chanshan's body. In a blink of an eye, the expressions on the faces of the people who had obscene smiles on their faces as they grabbed Murong Chanshan abruptly changed. The figures that were originally rushing forward abruptly froze in midair the instant the pressure spread out. Their pupils also abruptly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. Even their unceasingly beating hearts had stopped at that instant. At the same time, a deep sense of fear quickly gushed out from the bottom of their hearts. It enveloped their minds and made them feel incomparable fear. Even though their strength far surpassed the young lady in front of them, they did not dare to make the slightest movement. What's going on? There's something strange about this little girl. Let this king personally take a look. Seeing this scene, the bald strong man couldn't help but be slightly astonished in his heart. However, immediately after, his strong body suddenly moved. In an instant, the strong man had already appeared in front of those people. Only at that moment did he understand why his subordinates were blocked by a heavily injured and weak girl. Feeling that formless pressure, the strong man's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. That pressure came from the bloodline. In other words, the young lady in front of him was not a human. She was the same as them, a magical beast race. Little girl, I truly didn't expect that you would be able to perfectly conceal your identity under this king's probing. However, even if that's the case, this king will definitely take you in today. Even though the strong man felt very uncomfortable in his heart due to the pressure, his strength far surpassed Murong Chanshan. In addition, the latter's current condition was not good. Thus, the strong man did not fear her in his heart. After his cry sounded, the strong man suddenly twisted his body. His huge feet ferociously stepped on the empty air and once again grabbed at Murong Chanshan. Seeing that the strong man was actually not afraid of her pressure, Murong Chanshan's heart involuntarily shivered. However, facing the strong man who attacked once again, the young lady did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Her delicate body moved and she hurriedly dodged to one side. Although she had successfully dodged the strong man coldly smiled. With a flip of his hand, he forcefully tore off the sleeve on the young lady's left arm. Instantly, a lotus root-like snow-white wrist was exposed in the air. Ha 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 ha. I'll see if you can still dodge. If you dare to dodge again, this king will strip you naked right here. Ha 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 ha. The strong man's face was filled with an insolent lewd smile. His strong body ferociously moved and once again charged explosively towards Murong Chanshan. Rumble, however, in the next instant, a wave of earth-shaking thunder suddenly resounded in this world. Pill lightning, appear. Chapter 454. Rumble, following a wave of deafening thunder sounds, the wind and clouds in the 100,000 feet sky above everyone's heads changed. The originally clear sky swiftly darkened. The wind and clouds in the sky stirred as large thunderclouds swiftly agglomerated and covered the sky. The sky changed color and the atmosphere swiftly became oppressive at this moment. Murong Chanshan's heart instantly felt a chill. The pill lightning had gathered and Xiao Yang was alone. If no one protected him, this pill lightning could only be resisted by him alone. Given Xiao Yang's strength, how could he possibly be a match for the pill lightning? Bastard! Why did this pill lightning not appear earlier or later? Why did it have to appear now? As she cursed in her heart, the expression on the young lady's pretty face swiftly turned grave. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted together as she looked at the pitch-black mountain cave. Her pretty eyes revealed a worried expression that could not be removed. Ha 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 ha. Pill lightning. The pill lightning has appeared. Humph humph, little girl. This king wants to see just how your little lover will withstand the pill lightning. Ha 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 ha. The strong man's mouth immediately emitted a ridicule when he saw the worried expression in Murong Chanshan's pretty eyes. Immediately, his gaze once again landed on the alluring lovely body of the young lady that was wrapped in a long dress. His gaze paused on the snow-white wrist that was exposed in the air. Immediately, the strong man's face revealed a lewd smile as he stared at the delicate pretty face of the young lady. His eyes revealed a greedy ridicule as he spoke. Humph humph, why don't we do this? Little girl, as long as you agree to obediently return with this king will help your little lover withstand the pill lightning. What do you say? Although he spoke in this manner, the actions of the large man were merely for the sake of obtaining the DI-tier medicinal pill. After all, if no one could withstand the pill lightning, this DI-tier medicinal pill would ultimately have difficulty escaping the fate of being destroyed. A fury immediately rose in Murong Chanxian's heart when she heard the words from the large man's mouth. However, due to the other party's strength, she could only furiously rebuke him. Her tone was icy cold as she cried out, "If you dare to touch a single hair of mine, I swear that I'll definitely make you die in this Shaline mountain rain." Haha, there are a lot of people who want to take this king's life. However, little girl, you are not one of them. With merely your strength of a 4-star half-martial emperor, even if you've recovered from your injuries, what could you possibly do to this king? In response to the young girl's angry shout, the burly man only sneered. A bloodthirsty taste appeared in his beast-red eyes. I originally wanted to leave that kid's corpse intact, but since that's the case, I don't think it's necessary. Ha 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 ha. Rumble, as the loud laughter was emitted from the strong man's mouth, the thundercloud that had just agglomerated in the sky suddenly began to churn intensely. Soon after, an earth-shaking, frightening lightning suddenly fell from the thundercloud and violently smashed toward the spot where Xiao Yang was at this moment. Boom! As the thunder descended, the mountain cave that Xiao Yang was in was like a piece of tofu before the thunder. It was instantly shattered into a pile of fine powder by the thunder. The entire mountain was split open from the middle, revealing Xiao Yang, who was inside the mountain. "Oh, you're truly a delicate boy. No wonder you're able to have such a beauty accompanying you. However, now, this beauty, shall belong to this king." Ha 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 ha. With a loud laugh, the burly man's body suddenly flashed and he violently charged towards Xiao Yang. Seeing this scene, the expression on Murong Chanxian's pale face changed once again. Ignoring the injuries in her body, the young girl's delicate body moved. In an instant, her delicate body had already appeared in front of the burly man. At the same time, her delicate jade-like hand was rapidly raised. Her finger drew across her fingertip and a few drops of dark red blood immediately flowed out. As the young girl's fingertip moved, the blood condensed into a peculiar symbol in the air before her. The instant the symbol was condensed, it rapidly turned into a ray of light and entered the young girl's body. Boom! In the next instant, the young girl's delicate body suddenly trembled. A powerful aura rapidly surged out from the young girl's body and turned into an energy storm. This caused the burly man who was rushing toward her to involuntarily stop. When the burly man focused his gaze, he saw that there was a surging do qi crazily surging out from Murong Chanxian's body. At the same time, the young girl's aura also rapidly increased. The originally weak do qi within her body also rapidly became abundant. Even her injuries were forcibly suppressed at this moment. After a couple breaths, the frightening aura that was surging violently within the young girl's body gradually stopped. At this moment, Murong Chanxian's strength had actually reached the level of a 5-star half-martial emperor. However, even though this was the case, there was still quite a large gap between her and this burly man. "Oh, humph humph, and here I was wondering how strong you would become. It turns out that you're merely a 5-star half-martial emperor. However, this secret technique is quite good. If you are able to hand it over to this king guarantees that I will definitely dote on you greatly in the future." Ha 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 ha. Sensing the aura being emitted from the young girl's body, this burly man involuntarily felt astonished in his heart. However, in the blink of an eye, his face once again revealed a lewd smile filled with greed. He laughed wildly and fiercely licked his lips with his scarlet-red tongue. "Haha, little girl, since you are so impatient to be stripped naked by this king, then, this king is about to come. Ha 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 ha." Kai, after his laughter sounded, an intense sound of rushing wind suddenly sounded beside the young girl's ears. An enormous palm ruthlessly slapped toward the young girl's right shoulder. Seeing this, the expression on the young girl's face involuntarily changed slightly. Her pale face did not recover from the powerful aura within her body. Instead, at the same time that she sensed the danger before her, her pale face became even paler like paper. The young girl's lovely body turned around. Her state of mind was tense. At the same time that the do qi within her body surged, She flipped her lily-white hand and sent a palm ruthlessly smashing toward the empty space to the right of her lovely body. Rip! Murong Chanshan's palm shot forth and struck the empty space. At the same time, the sleeve on Murong Chanshan's right arm was forcibly torn apart by someone. Ah! The young girl was startled. As her lovely body moved back explosively, she extended both of her hands. Numerous dochi pillars immediately shot out and ruthlessly smashed into the surrounding empty space. However, in the end, the young girl was unable to land a single attack on that burly man with frightening agility. Instead, that burly man, after a couple of flashes, once again arrived in front of the young girl. With a wave of his hand, he forcibly tore off the belt on the young girl's waist. Without the belt, the long dress that the young girl was wearing immediately became loose. At the same time that the young girl's body moved back, a flowing wind blew past and the long dress immediately scattered with the wind, revealing a large portion of Murong Chanshan's long dress. However, before the expression on Murong Chanshan's face could change, the burly human figure once again appeared in front of the young girl. He grabbed at the remaining water blue-colored long dress on the young girl's body. The instant she regained her senses, the expression on Murong Chanshan's charming face abruptly changed into one of fear. Her charming face carried a horrified expression as her lovable body rapidly retreated backwards, hoping to avoid the bald beast in front of her. Unfortunately, although Murong Chanshan managed to dodge the burly man, a corner of the long dress that reached her feet was still grabbed by the burly man. Rip. Chapter 455. Rumble. While Murong Chanshan and the burly man were bitterly enduring, Xiao Yang finally exhaled a long breath. In the face of the lightning that fell from the sky, Xiao Yang did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. After connecting with the 3 frightening lightning bolts, Xiao Yang could clearly feel that the frightening lightning energy still remained in his body. However, under the refinement of Xiao Yang's heavenly flame, it was ultimately absorbed by him and became a part of Xiao Yang's strength. Xiao Yang slowly stood up. Not only did he feel a wave of dizziness, but in order to better raise the quality of this medicinal pill, Xiao Yang had gone all out this time. The consumption of his spiritual strength was naturally even more frightening. However, at the same time, the result that Xiao Yang obtained also caused him to be quite satisfied. This was the second Emperor Tier Complete pill that Xiao Yang had refined after the Emperor Tribulation pill that he had refined during the Alchemist Grand Meeting in the ancient Savage City. Xiao Yang believed that with these 2 experiences, it would be a solid start for him to refine Emperor Tier Complete pills in the future. Crackle. Thunder clouds churned high up in the sky. Xiao Yang had just stood up when another frightening furious lightning shot out from the thick thunder clouds. It was just like a horned dragon descending into the world as it ruthlessly bombarded Xiao Yang below. Xiao Yang violently shook his giddy head. Only then did he raise his head. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the frightening lightning that was rapidly descending. Immediately, he slowly withdrew his gaze. With a flick of his finger, a black flowing light swiftly shot out and met the rapidly descending lightning. Xiao Yang turned his gaze and looked towards the direction where Murong Chanshan was at. He coincidentally saw that the thin long skirt on Murong Chanshan's body had been torn to shreds by the burly man. Immediately, the long skirt on the young lady's body was torn up to her thighs. A pair of light and beautiful legs were exposed in the air, causing quite a number of people present to cry out loudly. Their eyes were filled with greed when they looked at the young lady. In the next moment, while the young lady's heart was filled with fear, the burly man once again approached her. With a lewd smile, he grabbed the remaining short skirt on the young lady's body. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the loud laughter, the burly man became increasingly closer to Murong Chanshan's delicate and lovely body. Due to the fear in the latter's heart, she actually forgot to dodge and froze in mid-air like a dead ash. Her heart was filled with fear as she looked at the burly man who was approaching her. Crystal clear tears finally uncontrollably gushed out from the young lady's eyes at this moment. However, in the next moment, when the large hand of the burly man was less than an inch away from the long skirt that Murong Chanshan was wearing, a cold wind that caused one's heart to palpitate suddenly blew across the sky. Immediately, in the next instant, bang! A terrifying explosion was mixed with an earth-shaking miserable cry. Faintly, there were even some slight sounds of bones breaking being buried within it. Immediately after, the group of magical beasts present saw a human figure abruptly fly out. At the same time that he flew out, fresh red blood sprayed out and dyed a large area of the ground red. This sudden scene caused everyone present to instantly become completely silent. Everyone widened their eyes and their gazes were filled with shock as they looked at the human figure that was sent flying out. When that human figure ferociously smashed into the ground, a huge deep pit was created in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone present focused their attention and looked over. When they clearly saw the face of that person, the expressions on everyone's faces suddenly froze. Immediately after, the sound of saliva being swallowed continuously sounded in the field. Shock was written all over everyone's faces. This was because the human figure that was sent flying was the burly man who had rushed towards the young lady and grabbed her a moment ago. After which, when everyone turned their gazes back and looked at the spot where the young lady was at, everyone's expressions involuntarily changed drastically. The person that appeared in front of them was not the elder that they had imagined in their hearts. Instead, it was a young man wearing a black robe and carrying a huge ruler on his back. Hua! Immediately, an uproar sounded in the field. However, Xiao Yang did not have the time to bother about it. His dark and stern eyes swept over those magical beasts that had transformed into human forms. The ice-cold killing intent in his eyes caused those fellows, who licked blood from their blades all day long, to involuntarily feel an icy cold feeling rising from the bottom of their hearts. This black-robed young man in front of them actually caused them to feel a dense aura of death. This kind of aura was agglomerated from killing aura. Only those who had experienced hundreds of battles could agglomerate it. It was difficult to imagine that this seemingly ordinary black-robed young man in front of them was actually so terrifying. If anyone offended him, it was likely that their ending would not be good. Woo woo woo. Xiao Yang, you have finally come out. If you had still not come out, I'm afraid that I would have really been, woo 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 woo. Seeing Xiao Yang in front of her, Murong Qianqian appeared as though she had seen her savior. The fear in her heart finally and swiftly disappeared. Her lovely body trembled as she took a few steps forward and threw herself into Xiao Yang's embrace while crying. However, she did not realize that the long dress on her body had already been torn to shreds. In the process of throwing herself into Xiao Yang's embrace, the long dress on her body was finally unable to support itself and slid down from Murong Qianqian's lovely body. Therefore, at this moment, the one who had thrown herself into Xiao Yang's embrace was not only a delicate beauty, but also a natural beauty that would cause one's blood to spurt out. Feeling the soft body in his embrace, Xiao Yang's originally somewhat giddy head suddenly became clear. However, his entire face revealed an extremely awkward expression. Cough cough, that, your dress Uro? Xiao Yang awkwardly coughed twice. Only then did the beauty in his embrace lower her light head somewhat doubtfully. Immediately following this, her entire pretty face, from her ears to her ears, instantly turned bright red. Her entire heart was filled with an indescribable awkwardness. She hurriedly and easily struggled free from Xiao Yang's embrace. However, at this moment, the time for the secret technique to be used had coincidentally arrived. This caused the young girl's body to rapidly emit an extremely weak feeling. Her delicate body could not help but fall backwards. Seeing this, the expression on Xiao Yang's face could not help but slightly change. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward and hugged Murong Qianqian from behind. At the same time, Murong Qianqian's front view also fell into Xiao Yang's eyes. At the same time, the lovely person in his embrace fainted once again. Chapter 456. Xiao Yang lowered his head to look at the beauty who had once again fainted in his embrace. His sickly old face immediately turned completely red. This was especially so when the alluring body of the young lady was reflected in Xiao Yang's eyes. Xiao Yang's heart began to beat faster at this moment. However, Xiao Yang was someone who had experienced it before. He more or less possessed his own resistance to this kind of thing. In merely an instant, the restlessness that had just risen in Xiao Yang's heart was swiftly suppressed by Xiao Yang. Soon after, Xiao Yang suddenly waved his large sleeve. Do Qi poured out and formed a black robe on Murong Qianqian's lovely body. It completely covered the snow-white body of the young lady that was exposed to the outside. After which, She was gently placed on the ground by Xiao Yang's side. Soon after, the moment Xiao Yang stood up and turned around, the strong man who had been sent flying by Xiao Yang's attack from the large pit in the distance also staggered as he climbed out of the large pit. The instant the strong man raised his head, Xiao Yang also coincidentally raised his gaze. After which, the two human figures looked at each other from a distance of 1,000 feet. Their respective bodies appeared to have solidified in an instant and did not move at all. Xiao Yang's expression did not change in the slightest when faced with the strong man in front of him. However, the gentleness that was originally contained within his pair of dark black eyes had already disappeared. Replacing it was an indifferent gaze that caused one to feel a chill from the bottom of one's heart. As for the strong man, his heart was also filled with anger toward this young brat who had single-handedly ruined his plans. He even wished that he could pull out the tendons and pull out the bones of this brat. However, at the same time, when the strong man saw Xiao Yang for the first time, he had already discovered in his heart that the strength of this young brat in front of him had actually reached the level of a 5-star half-emperor. Compared to him, there was only a gap of 1 star. Hence, when the strong man looked at Xiao Yang, his heart similarly did not dare to be careless. "Humph, kid, I didn't expect you to be able to refine an emperor-grade pill at such a young age. I have to say, you are truly a rare genius." As he said this, the burly man slowly placed one hand behind his back. With a thought, the dou qi in his body surged and quickly gathered in his palm. "You want to snatch the pills I refined?" Xiao had naturally sensed the actions of the burly man in front of him. However, he could not be bothered. His words cut straight to the chase. "Heh, this medicinal pill of yours is an ownerless item. As the saying goes, only those who are fated will obtain it. This king is merely helping you obtain it and not burying it. But why would you say such words?" The burly man gave a sinister smile, and the expression on his face gradually turned vicious. "Haha, this pill was personally refined by me. How could it be ownerless? Unless, haha, you guessed right. As long as you die, this pill will become an ownerless item. So, kid, go to hell. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for being too stupid. You actually did not take any precautions against this king. Ha 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 ha." Xiao Yang's words had yet to fade when the burly man suddenly laughed out loud. With a cry, the burly man had already appeared in front of Xiao Yang. He waved his large hand and his 5 fingers were tightly clenched into a fist. A frightening strength was contained within his palm as he viciously smashed his fist towards Xiao Yang's head. If this punch were to land, even with Xiao Yang's strength, only death would await him. However, even at this moment, Xiao Yang still emitted a soft laugh. He slowly lifted his gaze. His eyes were filled with indifference as he stared at the burly man in front of him. He slowly said, "It is not that I am not on guard against you. It is just that it is unnecessary to be on guard against someone like you. You are seeking death." Hearing that Xiao Yang actually dared to be so arrogant in the face of death, the burly man's heart was immediately enraged. He let out a stern cry and the dou qi in his body swiftly churned. The strength contained within his large fist also became even more frightening. In the next instant, the burly man's large fist, which was wrapped in dou qi and was larger than Xiao Yang's head, was already less than an inch away from Xiao Yang's face. In the next moment, Xiao Yang would become one of the dead souls under this burly man's hands. However, in the blink of an eye, the burly man's expression abruptly changed when his fist was thrown out and landed on Xiao Yang's face. This was because when his fist landed, Xiao Yang, who was smashed by his large fist, actually disappeared into thin air. Under the wind of his fist, nothing was left. An after image. Seeing this scene, the expression on the burly man's face became one of shock. It was difficult to imagine that at such a close distance, this black-robed young man was actually able to perfectly dodge his attack. How is this possible? Other than being shocked, the burly man's heart was filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that a 5-star half-martial emperor would actually be able to perfectly dodge the attack of a 6-star half-martial emperor like him. Moreover, he had done it in such a thrilling manner. From the way it appeared earlier, Xiao Yang had done it on purpose. This also meant that Xiao Yang possessed a frightening speed that allowed him to easily dodge all of his attack. Thinking of this, the burly man's heart was suddenly startled. He could not help but doubt the true strength of this black-robed young man. After all, being able to easily dodge the attack of a 6-star half-martial emperor was something that an ordinary agility do skill would not be able to do. Unless his opponent's strength far surpassed his own. If that was truly the case, it was likely that he had kicked an iron plate today. Since you've already made your move, it's my turn now. Just as the burly man's heart was filled with fear, an extremely cold and indifferent voice was suddenly transmitted into his ears. Hearing those words, the expression on the burly man's face involuntarily changed slightly. His body shook and he was about to explosively retreat in a flash. However, right at this moment, Xiao Yang's figure suddenly appeared in front of the burly man. His pale face carried a bone-chilling smile as he faced the burly man's 4 eyes. Ah! Such an abrupt instant also caused the burly man's heart to suddenly freeze. His pair of beast-red eyes abruptly shrunk. Just as the burly man recovered, Xiao Yang coldly laughed. Immediately after, he flipped his palm and ferociously sent a palm strike ruthlessly smashing into the burly man's chest. Soul-suppressing seal. Bang! Following the explosion of the palm, a muffled bang sound was emitted. The burly man's body flew back uncontrollably. After flipping a couple of times in the air, he violently smashed into the ground and slid nearly 1,000 feet across the ground. Only then did he collapse onto the ground like a pile of mud. His aura had already completely disappeared and he was undoubtedly a dead man. Chapter 457. A single palm strike. A single palm strike had killed a 6-star half-martial emperor. At this moment, the numerous demonic beasts that had been attracted by the emperor-grade medicinal pellet had turned completely silent. The scene before their eyes was truly too shocking. It was hard to imagine that a 6-star half-martial emperor, the strongest person present, would actually be killed by a single palm strike from a 5-star half-martial emperor. This sort of thing could be said to be inconceivable. Of course, in the hearts of these fellows at this moment, Xiao Yang's palm had brought them more fear. After all, even that 6-star half-martial emperor had died at Xiao Yang's hands. How could they, who possessed even lower strength, possibly be a match for this black-robed youth before them? Immediately, many of the demonic beasts that had transformed into human form began to retreat. Standing in the air, Xiao Yang's gaze was indifferent as he looked at the group of demonic beasts that were still revealing greedy gazes. His gaze involuntarily revealed some astonishment. These guys were truly worthy of licking blood from blades. Even at this moment, they were still unwilling to give up on fighting over the emperor-grade medicinal pill. Xiao Yang took a deep breath with some difficulty. First, he had refined the medicinal pill. Then, he had used the soul-suppressing seal. At this moment, there was not much soul energy left in the soul bead in his mind. As for Xiao Yang, he was already unable to forcefully suppress the feeling of weakness coming from within his body. If he wanted to recover as soon as possible, he would have to send this group of demonic beasts away. Humph! A cold snort was emitted. Everyone present was as quiet as cicadas in winter. After having witnessed the frightening aura of Xiao Yang earlier, no one present dared to treat this black-robed, young man in front of them as an ordinary 5-star half-DI. When Xiao Yang's cold snort was heard, everyone's gaze uniformly landed on Xiao Yang. At this moment, everyone's nerves suddenly tightened. Waves of cold sweat had already drenched their backs. Even though they were half-martial emperors, they were still unable to summon the slightest bit of the imposing manner that a half-martial emperor should have before this black-robed youth. Leave this place within 10 breaths, or die. Xiao Yang's tone was unyielding. After this ice-cold voice was emitted, a frightening do-chi energy suddenly swept out from within Xiao Yang's body. The powerful pressure caused everyone present to reveal grave expressions. Even those 5-star half-martial emperors like Xiao Yang had faces filled with shock at this moment. The shock in their hearts could not be described with words. Judging from his appearance, how could this black-gowned man possibly be a 5-star half-martial emperor? Judging from his oppressive might, his actual strength was likely at least that of an 8-star half-martial emperor. After that oppressive might was emitted, the remaining few 5-star half-martial emperors looked to each other in secret. They then took another glance at Xiao Yang. A couple of them seemed to be confirming something. In the next moment, they suddenly turned around and, with their fastest speed, shot explosively toward the direction they had come from without even turning their heads back. Seeing that Xiao Yang actually did not continue to attack, the remaining people present also turned around and hurriedly raised the Do Qi within their bodies. One by one, they began to move, and rapidly ran in the direction they had come from. They wished that they could instantly distance themselves from Xiao Yang's line of sight. After all of the people present had left, Xiao Yang's body grew soft and he nearly fell from the sky. Only then did he descend shakily and arrive before Murong Qianqian. He looked at the beautiful person who had already fainted. Because this girl had used a secret technique earlier, her bitter training in the past month had once again turned into nothingness. At this very moment, the injuries on Murong Qianqian's body were even more serious compared to a month ago. If he could not quickly heal her injuries, then this time around, Murong Qianqian's life would truly be in danger. Damn it, what a stupid girl. Could it be that she truly doesn't want to live anymore? Xiao Yang tightly frowned and cursed in a low voice. After pondering for a moment in his heart, he finally shook his head helplessly. He forced himself to raise his spirit and dragged his exhausted body to the front of the medicinal cauldron. Looking at the thunderclouds in the sky that were about to disperse, Xiao Yang could not help but sigh in relief in his heart. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Yang looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Looking through the medicinal cauldron, Xiao Yang saw the glazed medicinal pill that was emitting a dazzling golden light within the medicinal cauldron. Xiao Yang swiftly lifted both of his hands. With a thought, the Do Qi within his body swiftly surged out. Following the movement of Xiao Yang's fingers, numerous mysterious seals were swiftly formed. It was the Dan transformation divine skill. This time around, facing the medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron, Xiao Yang did not have the slightest hesitation. He forcefully endured the waves of weakness that were emitted from his body. Xiao Yang's teeth fiercely bit the tip of his tongue. At the same time that fresh blood sputtered out, Xiao Yang's body violently trembled. Only then did the world in front of him become much more stable. At the same time, the beautiful heavenly flame agglomerated into a palm-sized fire ring between Xiao Yang's hands. Following a thought from Xiao Yang, it turned into a ray of light that shot into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Buzz buzz buzz, feeling the fire ring approaching, the medicinal pill suddenly trembled intensely at this critical moment. Immediately, a golden ray of light wildly surged out from the medicinal pill and agglomerated into a layer of golden energy shield around the medicinal pill. Kai Kai, with the protection of the shield, Xiao Yang's Dan transformation ring was unable to break through to the front of the medicinal pill. Xiao Yang's expression became increasingly pale in this short moment. It was unexpected that the medicinal pill was still unwilling to settle down even at this moment. If it were not for the fact that Xiao Yang's spiritual strength was too weak at this moment, this thing would definitely not be able to endure for so long. Damn it! When he thought of how Murong Qianqian was currently seriously injured and how such a thing had happened, Xiao Yang's heart immediately became anxious. If it was something else, it would have been fine. However, this girl was injured because she was stalling for time for Xiao Yang. Even though that little bit of time was not important, this girl still ended up making a move. Whether it was due to emotion or reason, Xiao Yang could not ignore it. Sigh asterisk. Xiao Yang helplessly sighed in his heart. With a thought, a dazzling golden light suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows. A mysterious symbol appeared between Xiao Yang's eyebrows. It was the Xiao clan tattoo. When the clan tattoo appeared, Xiao Yang's aura also rapidly rose. His condition also temporarily recovered. Taking advantage of this short moment, Xiao Yang's eyes suddenly became awe-inspiring. With a low cry in his heart, Xiao Yang swiftly lifted his hands. Seals were quickly formed between his hands. At the same time, the aura of the Dan transformation ring also rapidly rose. Suddenly, Xiao Yang's hands waved forcefully. The palm-sized Dan transformation ring also abruptly expanded by more than 10 times. With a thought from Xiao Yang, the energy shield on the medicinal pill was forcefully burst open like a balloon. With a bang, it was forcefully burst open. Dan transformation ring, collect. Chapter 458. In the blink of an eye, Night once again descended. A young man in black robes was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes tightly shut in a certain open space within a dark black mountain forest. His face was slightly pale. In front of this man was a delicate lady who was similarly covered in a black robe. Her pretty face was completely pale. From the looks of the latter's current expression, it was clear that she had suffered quite a serious injury. These two people were Xiao Yang and Murong Qianqian. At this moment, Xiao Yang's eyes were tightly shut. His aura was withdrawn. Following his inhalation and exhalation, waves of mottled natural energy swiftly gathered from the surrounding space. They followed Xiao Yang's pores and entered Xiao Yang's body. After which, they were refined by the flame art chi method and finally merged into the vortex within Xiao Yang's body. As for the current Murong Qianqian, after Xiao Yang had fed her the DI-tier medicinal pill, he could clearly sense an extremely powerful medicinal strength within her body. However, due to Murong Qianqian's injuries being too serious, the medicinal strength was unable to completely merge with the injuries within her body. Hence, even at this moment, the medicinal strength of the medicinal pill could only linger within her body and was ultimately unable to heal her injuries. A moment later, Xiao Yang slowly opened his eyes. At a glance, he saw Murong Qianqian in front of him, whose face was still pale. Immediately, Xiao Yang involuntarily frowned. If the medicinal strength of the medicinal pill was unable to completely merge with Murong Qianqian's body, it would ultimately be useless even if she swallowed the medicinal pill. At this moment, if he wanted to use the most gentle method to merge this medicinal strength into her body, he could only rely on Do Qi to activate it. Given Murong Qianqian's current condition, it was clearly impossible. Hence, this heavy burden could only be placed on Xiao Yang's shoulders. The corner of Xiao Yang's eyes involuntarily twitched when he thought of this. At this moment, even he himself was in a weakened state. At this moment, he actually had to help this girl activate the medicinal strength within her body. This was undoubtedly a huge problem for the current Xiao Yang. TSK, Xiao Yang snorted softly and helplessly curled his lips. Who asked him to be more or less responsible for the serious injuries of this great lady in front of him? Now, in order to not feel guilty in his heart, he could only save this annoying fellow in front of him first. It had to be said that if it was possible, Xiao Yang really didn't want to have any relationship with this Murong Qianqian. However, fate made fools of people. He was afraid that he would have to bring this trouble along with him for the rest of the journey. Xiao Yang involuntarily let out a bitter sigh when he thought of this. After which, he gently lifted this delicate and boneless lovely body. With a flip of his hand, he poured the Do Qi in his body into the young lady's body in order to help her activate the medicinal strength that was unable to spread within her body. However, Ji Yu's voice suddenly sounded in Xiao Yang's heart at this moment. "Temph, kid, are you sure you're saving people and not killing them?" "Huh." Xiao Yang involuntarily felt a little startled in his heart when he heard this sudden voice. After which, he swiftly reacted and let out a long sigh of relief. After which, his tone was filled with doubt as he spoke to Ji Yu within his body. What is it? Am I not saving her? If I do not act, it is likely that this girl will not be able to survive this calamity today. From the looks of the young lady's injuries, if she was unable to recover from her injuries within a day, it was likely that her life would really be in danger. At that time, Xiao Yang would likely have to bear the guilt for the rest of his life. "Mitch, what you say might be right, but if you really act, it is likely that this girl will not even be able to live past a day." Xiao Yang's pale face suddenly changed after Ji Yu's words sounded. He did not understand the meaning behind Ji Yu's words, but Xiao Yang had always trusted Ji Yu. Naturally, he would not doubt his words. Hence, Xiao Yang's extended hand was swiftly withdrawn after Ji Yu's words sounded. "Mitch, after this little girl has gone through so much, the injuries within her body have already become so severe that they can't get any more serious. Now, no matter if it's her internal organs or meridians, they are all extremely weak. Once your strong Do Qi enters her body from the outside, during this process, it's enough to cause her injuries to worsen. At that time, even if the gods come, they won't be able to save her." Cold sweat immediately surfaced on Xiao Yang's pale face when he heard Ji Yu's words. He involuntarily rejoiced in his heart. It was fortunate that he had an old antique like Jiuyu by his side. Otherwise, Murong Chanxian might really have died to his hands. Xiao Yang bitterly sighed in relief. Soon after, he hurriedly opened his mouth and asked Jiuyu, "Old Jiu, since this is the case, is there any other way to help this girl spread the medicinal strength of the medicinal pill within her body?" Jiuyu involuntarily curled his lips when he heard this question. "I say, you are at the very least a Tier 2 alchemist, right? Why do you act like a beginner when faced with such a situation?" Cough cough. Xiao Yang involuntarily coughed in embarrassment when he heard Jiuyu's blunt words. After which, he gently frowned and doubtfully asked Jiuyu in his heart, "Are you saying that I should use a heavenly flame?" Jiuyu was speechless when he heard Xiao Yang's words. It was a long while later before he helplessly curled his lips and said, "Idiot. Don't tell me that a heavenly flame cannot be activated by Do Qi. The old me is talking about acupuncture points. Massage a few of the acupuncture points on this girl's body and activate the Do Qi within her body from the outside. As long as the Do Qi within her body is activated, the medicinal strength of the medicinal pill will naturally spread. At that time, the injuries within this girl's body will be healed." The expression on Xiao Yang's face involuntarily became a little startled when he heard this. Massaging acupuncture points. Why did he feel a sense of déjà vu when he heard these words? At this moment, Xiao Yang lifted his eyes to the sky. The scene from the magical beast mountain range back then involuntarily surfaced in his mind. "Hee, brat, this is a great job. Hee. At this moment, Jiuyu's mocking laughter was vaguely emitted from the bottom of Xiao Yang's heart. Just by hearing this mocking laughter, one could sense the ill intent within it. Xiao Yang's eyes slanted. His heart involuntarily felt a little weak. It was a long while later before he softly asked in his heart, "Old Jiu, according to what you said, the few acupuncture points that I need to massage are, don't tell me you don't know. It's the few meridians that are required for the cultivation method, as well as the few meridians that connect to the internal organs. This little girl's injuries are not light. Remember, every meridian on the internal organs must be carefully massaged." He. Xiao Yang's pale face suddenly flushed red after Jiuyu's mocking laughter was emitted. Chapter 459. Xiao Yang's face was boiling hot as he looked at the unconscious Murong Chanxian in front of him. Xiao Yang naturally understood the meaning behind Jiuyu's words. The main acupuncture points on the qi paths that Jiuyu had mentioned were all the more sensitive spots for a woman. Once Murong Chanxian woke up during the massage, it was likely that the misunderstanding would become a little big. Xiao Yang sighed deeply. His brows were tightly knit together as he thought of a solution in his heart. If it was possible, he did not wish to have anything to do with this young lady in front of him. Unfortunately, even though Xiao Yang had racked his brains, he was still unable to think of a better solution. From the looks of the current situation, what Jiuyu had said was imperative. Xiao Yang shut his eyes tightly and helplessly shook his head. However, he quickly nodded heavily. After which, he inhaled a deep breath of air. Only then did Xiao Yang appear to have made some kind of decision. His hand slowly extended from under his sleeve. He extended 2 fingers. With a twist of his hand, the 2 fingers turned into a sword and suddenly pressed down on a certain spot on the young lady's lower abdomen. "Excuse me. I hope that you can understand. I am doing all of this for your own good." Xiao Yang's finger instantly pressed on the young lady's flat lower abdomen, which was wrapped in a black robe, after his voice sounded. Despite being wrapped by the black robe, the young lady's exquisite and well-proportioned lovely body was still perfectly displayed in front of Xiao Yang's eyes. Moreover, with the contrast of the black robe and the drowsy manner of the young lady at this moment, the allure that she gave others was not suppressed. Instead, it became even more enchanting at this moment. Although Xiao Yang's finger had pressed on the black robe, how could the thin gauze cover the young lady's soft and lovely body? Immediately, an unusual smooth feeling swiftly surged into Xiao Yang's mind. A faint warmth was transmitted to Xiao Yang's thumb through the black gauze, causing that smooth feeling to appear incomparably clear at this moment. When that unusual feeling surged into Xiao Yang's mind, Xiao Yang's face instantly became even redder. Even the 2 fingers, which were pressed on the young lady's lower abdomen, involuntarily trembled. Fortunately, Xiao Yang's mental strength was far from what an ordinary person could compare with. Within a short couple of breaths, Xiao Yang swiftly calmed down. His flushed face also gradually recovered. After exhaling a deep breath, Xiao Yang once again held his breath and concentrated. Immediately, he exerted strength in his arm and gently twisted his wrist. His thumb followed suit and began to gently massage the young lady's flat lower abdomen. Following Xiao Yang's massage, the dou qi within the vortex in the young lady's body actually began to circulate slightly. At the same time, the medicinal effect of the medicinal pill, which had yet to spread within Murong Qianqian's body, also began to move strangely at this moment. Oh! It works! Sensing this, Xiao Yang immediately rejoiced in his heart. Unknowingly, he also increased the strength of his fingers' massage. At the same time, the speed at which the medicinal effect spread within the young lady's body also increased. As time elapsed, Xiao Yang's finger also gradually changed its position from the young lady's lower abdomen. Wherever Xiao Yang's thumb reached, the medicinal effect within the young lady's body would also completely cover it. Murong Qianqian's pale face finally recovered some color. As time gradually elapsed, Xiao Yang's finger also gradually moved from Murong Qianqian's lower abdomen to the position above the young lady's waist, which was not large enough to be grasped with one hand. At this moment, Xiao Yang's pale face involuntarily became even paler. He was originally not in his best condition. Forcefully maintaining a high level of concentration was undoubtedly a great exhaustion to Xiao Yang's mental strength. At this moment, Xiao Yang's black long robe from head to toe had already been completely drenched by perspiration. A scarlet color had also gradually spread within his pair of dark black eyes. Xiao Yang clenched his teeth tightly. His breathing from his nose became increasingly rough. Threads of perspiration continued to slide down from Xiao Yang's forehead, gathering at Xiao Yang's chin and turning into a crystal clear water droplet. After which, with a drip sound, it dripped onto the green rock in front of Xiao Yang. At the same time, under the effects of the medicinal pill, the originally unconscious Murong Qianqian could already vaguely feel a strange feeling at this very moment. As the medicinal effect spread, the injuries within Murong Qianqian's body gradually improved. The young lady's consciousness also unknowingly became increasingly clear. In the midst of her vagueness, that strange feeling had already become increasingly clear within the young lady's consciousness. Until the end, following a low groan, Xiao Yang's originally focused eyes suddenly widened. His grave face rapidly became deathly pale. As his throat rolled, traces of a fishy sweet taste also surged into Xiao Yang's throat. Huff, huff, after violently gasping for breath for a moment, Xiao Yang's pale face finally turned his gaze towards the still unconscious Murong Qianqian. After seeing that the latter did not show any signs of waking up, Xiao Yang finally heaved a long sigh of relief. His gaze was still filled with suspicion as he stared at the latter's tightly shut beautiful eyes for a moment. Soon after, Xiao Yang's face was grave as he once again focused his attention. His finger trembled slightly as it once again landed. This time, Xiao Yang's finger landed near the young lady's chest. That area could be considered as a rather sensitive area for a woman. The instant Xiao Yang's finger landed, Murong Qianqian's seemingly calm pale face involuntarily knitted her brows together. A strange expression flashed by and disappeared. Therefore, Xiao Yang did not discover it. However, following Xiao Yang's massage, the young lady's breathing had unknowingly become somewhat hurried. Her pair of slender jade-like hands that were covered by the black robe also tightly clenched. After a long while, Xiao Yang's massage finally reached the last acupuncture point. At the same time, this acupuncture point had also reached Murong Qianqian's heart. At this moment, Murong Qianqian, who had forcefully closed her eyes, was almost unable to endure any longer. Her entire delicate body could not help but tremble slightly. As for Xiao Yang, due to the excessive exhaustion of his mental energy, his spiritual strength was unable to endure. Everything in front of his eyes had subsequently become blurry. Until a certain moment, Xiao Yang's body relaxed and softly fell onto the delicate body in front of him. Ah! Exclaiming in her heart, The young lady's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. The instant she opened her eyes, she saw an exhausted face of Xiao Yang, who had already fainted. Seeing this scene, the young lady's expression involuntarily became a little sluggish. Only then did she react. Every part of her body that had been massaged by Xiao Yang's finger earlier had already been filled with a gentle medicinal power. A warm feeling filled the young lady's entire body. Immediately, the young lady was finally able to understand Xiao Yang's actions earlier. However, other than this, a different kind of complicated feeling involuntarily rose in the young lady's heart. After all, even though Xiao Yang had saved her, but regardless, Xiao Yang's actions earlier could be considered as touching her entire body from head to toe. When she thought of this, sparkling tears involuntarily surged into the young lady's pair of beautiful eyes. Even though she knew that Xiao Yang did not intend to do this, in her heart, she was still somewhat unable to accept such a thing happening. However, after the young lady saw Xiao Yang's exhausted face, the thoughts in her heart suddenly gradually calmed down. Although her words were as such, Xiao Yang had after all saved her a couple of times. All of this could only be treated as a dream. The young lady lifted her beautiful eyes and looked up at the endless pitch-black night sky. The bright white moonlight scattered over the empty space in the forest, covering the young lady and the unconscious Xiao Yang's body. It was as if a layer of gauze had covered them. At the same time, on a certain tall mountain peak in the depths of the Shalin mountain range, 3 figures were standing. These 3 people were Tian Ying, Yang Shi, and Xiong Gang. At this moment, there were another 3 to 4 figures behind the 3 of them. They were respectfully standing with fearful expressions. Looking at these few people, it was clear that they were the few 5-star half-emperors who had fled from Xiao Yang during the day. Chapter 460. The next day. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. After a night of recovery, Murong Qianqian's overall condition had already recovered significantly. The miraculous nature of an emperor-tier medicinal pill was indeed incomparable. With the aid of an emperor-tier medicinal pill, Murong Qianqian's body's injuries had recovered much faster compared to the 1 month of recovery in the hot spring. At this moment, Murong Qianqian's overall strength had recovered by at least 30%. From this, it was obvious just how frightening the energy of an emperor-tier medicinal pill was. Of course, although the emperor-tier medicinal pill had already completely merged with Murong Qianqian's body, the medicinal strength contained within the medicinal pill had yet to be completely absorbed by Murong Qianqian. Therefore, as long as Murong Qianqian put in a little effort over the next few days to completely activate the medicinal strength within her body, it was likely that Murong Qianqian's injuries would once again recover to their peak in less than a week's time. At that time, Xiao Yang would be able to leave this girl who caused him to feel annoyed. Although the injuries within her body had been healed, Murong Qianqian did not neglect this opportunity. Taking advantage of her current good condition, she hurriedly sat up. Her delicate jade-like hands formed a cultivation seal. As the qi method within her body circulated, waves after waves of natural energy swiftly gathered towards the young lady. On the other side, Xiao Yang was still sleeping soundly at this moment. Even though it was already close to noon, from the looks of Xiao Yang's sleeping appearance, it was likely that he would not wake up for a short period of time. There was nothing that could be done. Continuously exhausting a large amount of spiritual strength was something that even Xiao Yang would not be able to endure. Only in this current state would he be able to recover the spiritual strength that Xiao Yang had exhausted in the shortest time possible. At the same time, at a place near the depths of the Shalin mountain range, 3 human figures were stepping on empty air and flying. Their direction was where Xiao Yang was currently located. In the blink of an eye, a new day had arrived. Xiao Yang's eyelids trembled slightly and his eyebrows knitted together. Finally, he slowly woke up from his deep slumber. The moment he opened his eyes, Xiao Yang saw a beautiful young lady who had changed into a long dress and was sitting cross-legged on a piece of green rock under the sunlight. Her white jade-like hands formed a cultivation seal, and a rosy color once again surged onto her originally pale face. Her weak aura also became stable. Xiao Yang shook his head in a somewhat perplexed manner. Only then did he stand up from the ground. A cool breeze blew past and Xiao Yang immediately felt his entire body shake. The sleepiness in his heart was also completely wiped away in an instant. Raising his head slightly, Xiao Yang closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the refreshing air between heaven and earth. He slowly extended his hands from under his sleeves and then suddenly clenched them tightly. Ha! Xiao Yang let out a low cry in his heart. After which, his entire body suddenly shook. Immediately, a wave of bone-cracking sounds were emitted from all over Xiao Yang's body. Feeling the abundant do qi in his body, Xiao Yang involuntarily let out a long sigh of relief. His gaze turned and once again landed on Murong Qianqian's body. Although the young lady had already entered into a training state at this moment, she had already clearly sensed the gaze that Xiao Yang shot toward her following the recovery of the injuries in her body. Her long beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Immediately, a pair of lively eyes met Xiao Yang's eyes like the stars in the sky. The eyes of the two of them met, but for some unknown reason, Xiao Yang seemed to have recalled something. Their eyes merely met for an instant before Xiao Yang was the first to look away. A complicated expression involuntarily flashed across Murong Qianqian's pretty face. Her bright eyes turned and she also looked away. He, little fellow, why are you hiding? You threw yourself onto me when you were unconscious. I did not see you hide back then. Now that things have already happened, what is there to hide? You should just face your feelings. In any case, there is only the two of you here. No one will disturb you. Jiu-Yu's teasing voice was suddenly transmitted from the bottom of Xiao Yang's heart after Xiao Yang turned his eyes away. Xiao Yang's face swiftly turned bright red when he heard those words. Cough cough. Xiao Yang coughed awkwardly in his heart. Only then did he snappily reply to Jiu-Yu. My consciousness was blurry back then. How can it be compared to now? She clearly woke up before me. If I was still lying on her back then, wouldn't it be? Relax. If she really wanted to kill you because you touched her body, she would have done so long ago. Didn't you realize that this little girl had already woken up while you were massaging her? The expression on Xiao Yang's face suddenly hardened when he heard Jiu-Yu's words. Back then, he had focused all his attention on helping Murong Qianqian resolve the medicinal strength in her body. How could he have the time to bother about whether she was awake or not? However, if it was really as Jiu-Yu had said, wouldn't the matter of him massaging Murong Qianqian have fallen into her eyes? Xiao Yang's face instantly turned bright red when he thought of this. He lifted his eyes and looked at Murong Qianqian, only to discover that the latter was also looking at him. Immediately, Xiao Yang's eyes involuntarily became a little startled. He hurriedly opened his mouth to speak. That matter, there is no need for you to say anything more. Just treat it as a dream and nothing has happened. However, before Xiao Yang could say anything, Murong Qianqian's pretty face turned slightly red as she glanced at Xiao Yang. Her tone was calm as she spoke. As the young lady's words fell, the atmosphere in the square immediately became somewhat oppressive. The gazes of the two of them looked around. Their lips moved slightly, but they did not know what to say to alleviate this oppressive atmosphere. However, a short moment later, the expression on the face of Xiao Yang, who was originally frowning helplessly, suddenly changed. His body, which was standing on the ground, suddenly turned around. He lifted his head and looked at the western sky behind him. Xiao Yang could clearly sense that at this moment, there were three extremely powerful auras flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Yang instantly recognized the owners of these three auras. These three people were surprisingly the three great kings from the depths of the Shalin mountain range. Tian Ying, Flame Lion, and Xiong Gang. Xiao Yang did not expect that these three fellows would actually chase him all the way to this place. However, it was fortunate that Xiao Yang's Sky Absolute Step had already entered the wind movement stage. He naturally had some confidence when facing these three people. However, Xiao Yang involuntarily frowned after thinking about it. He was indeed not afraid of these three people. However, the key was that Xiao Yang still had Murong Qianqian beside him. This was really troublesome. Chapter 461. Once Murong Qianqian's words were spoken, the expressions of the heavenly eagle trio in front of her instantly changed. Their eyes revealed a shocked expression. If something happened to this great aunt in front of them in their territory, they would not be able to keep their head. Seeing this, Murong Qianqian coldly snorted. The expression on her pretty face immediately became displeased. She glanced at the three people in front of her and spoke with a tone filled with complaints. "A month ago, I was chased by a group of people and nearly lost my life in their hands. It was Xiao Yang who saved me. At that time, there was a 9-star half-emperor in that group. In order to save me, Xiao Yang used all his strength to kill them all." When she finished speaking, Murong Chanxian took advantage of the shock on the faces of the three people in front of her to playfully glance at Xiao Yang. With regards to this, Xiao Yang could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of the Heavenly Eagle trio abruptly changed. The three of them looked at each other. In their hearts, they believed 70 to 80% of Murong Chanxian's words. After all, if it was someone else, they might not believe it. However, Xiao Yang had suppressed the three of them by himself. Just based on this point alone, they had no choice but to believe Murong Chanxian's words. However, just as the Heavenly Eagle trio thought that the young lady had stopped speaking, the latter opened her mouth once again. The hearts of the three people in front of her immediately tightened when she spoke. "It's not over yet. I originally thought that it would be fine if those humans were involved. However, I never expected that even the magical beasts of the Shaolin mountain range would dare to touch me. If it was not for Xiao Yang, I'm afraid that you would not have been able to see me," Murong Chanxian angrily rebuked. Her gaze stared at the three people in front of her and coldly said, "They are all your subordinates. I must settle this debt with you." The three of them endlessly complained in their hearts when they heard this. Since the matter had already developed to such a state, regardless of whether it was true or false, it was likely that they could no longer touch Xiao Yang. The reason why Murong Chanxian would say all this was likely because of Xiao Yang. The three of them looked at each other as their hearts were filled with bitter smiles. From the looks of it, not only were they unable to touch Xiao Yang, they even had to be deeply grateful to him. After all, it was just as Murong Chanxian herself had said, regardless of how important the Eastern Wall was, it was still insignificant when compared to her life. Immediately, the three of them faced each other. They looked at each other and immediately understood each other in their hearts. After which, they turned their gazes to Xiao Yang in unison. They cupped their hands to him and said with a smile, "Haha, there were many misunderstandings earlier. I hope that Sir Xiao Yang can disregard the former enmity. The three of us will first apologize to Sir Xiao Yang." As their voices fell, the three of them simultaneously bowed and cupped their hands towards Xiao Yang. Seeing this, the latter also hurriedly cupped his hands. At the same time, Xiao Yang also turned his gaze towards Murong Chanxian and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The young girl also gave a charming smile and immediately retracted her gaze. Her expression once again returned to its previous cold and indifferent appearance. Looking at the three people in front of her, she curled her lips and said, "How should I settle this debt with you?" Hearing the young girl's tone that was filled with ridicule, the three of them could not help but have a bad premonition. "How about this? Xiao Yang has saved my life and is this young Miss Savior. As long as the three of you are able to satisfy one of his requests, this young miss will consider this matter over. How about it? Do all of you agree?" The young girl's tone towards the end of her words gave one the feeling that she could not be refuted. With regards to this, the three of them were even more speechless. They looked at each other and the three of them had an expression that wanted to cry but had no tears. Only then did they hurriedly and respectfully said to Murong Chanxian, "This matter will be arranged by young miss." Seeing this, Murong Chanxian turned her head and looked towards Xiao Yang. Her gaze seemed to be asking Xiao Yang if he was satisfied. The latter involuntarily laughed when he saw this. The young girl also smiled. She turned her head and ordered the three of them, "Let's go to your old nest first. The injuries within this young miss body have yet to recover." The young girl seemed to have suddenly recalled something after her voice sounded. At the same time as she flew towards the west, her pretty face also appeared crimson. After which, Xiao Yang once again cupped his hands together towards Tianying and the other two. He looked at Murong Chanxian's graceful back, shook his head and smiled before following. Tianying only frowned and sighed after he had pulled some distance away from the two of them. His pale face appeared somewhat ugly at this moment. Humph! This fellow destroyed the Eastern Wall and nearly caused a great disaster. Now, he actually found young Miss as a protective talisman. However, there will come a day when this king will make you pay the price. Tian Ying bitterly clenched his teeth and spoke with a pause between each word. However, Xiong Gang once again frowned in response to these words. His rough fingers rubbed his chin as he raised his eyes to look at Xiao Yang's back. It was a long while later before he said in a deep voice, "Boss, from what I see, perhaps we were indeed wrong about Xiao Yang destroying the Eastern Wall. Him destroying the Eastern Wall might not be a bad thing." Oh! Tian Ying and the flame lion by the side immediately frowned after these words were spoken. Their faces were gloomy as they looked at Xiong Gang. The two of them immediately felt uncomfortable in their hearts when they heard Xiong Gang's words. However, Xiong Gang inhaled a deep breath of air in response to this. He mused for a moment before he raised his eyes and opened his mouth to speak to the two beside him. "All of you should know that the Eastern Wall needs to be repaired once every 100 years. However, the both of you should also have a deep understanding during the repair process. After hundreds of years of accumulation, the cold qi has become increasingly severe. At this moment, even if the three of us were to join forces, it would be difficult to completely suppress it." Tian Ying and the flame lion exchanged glances when they heard Xiong Gang's words. Their faces involuntarily revealed a doubtful expression. They were well aware of this information. However, Xiong Gang had once again brought it up. It should not be without reason. Soon after, Xiong Gang continued, "This time around, if we were to really wait for the Eastern Wall to be broken by the cold qi in one go, it is likely that the three of us would no longer be able to suppress it. However, after the collapse of the Eastern Wall this time around, I have discovered that it was precisely because of Xiao Yang that he had unintentionally dug out the crack under the Eastern Wall. The cold qi had also spread quite a bit. This will also prevent us from creating more trouble in the future. Therefore, I believe that on the whole, Xiao Yang destroying the Eastern Wall this time around did not harm us. Instead, it has indeed created an opportunity for us to take the initiative. Perhaps in this way, we will be able to delay the time when the cold qi completely erupts for a while." Tian Ying and the flame lion immediately looked at each other when Xiong Gang's words were spoken. The two of them frowned and pondered for a moment. Only then did they understand the clues within. According to what Xiong Gang had said at this moment, in addition to the words that Murong Qianqian had said earlier, not only could they not blame Xiao Yang, they should instead thank him. The three of them raised their heads and looked at Xiao Yang's blurry back at the end of their sight. The expressions on their faces gradually became more complicated. Chapter 462. Brat, it's too early for you to be happy. Earlier, you were merely lucky. I don't believe that your strength can increase by much in 3 months. Tian Ying's blue eyes were immediately filled with fury when he saw the faint smile on Xiao Yang's face. His mouth let out a stern cry as he waved his large hand. The fingers on both of his hands curled slightly as they transformed into claws. His feet suddenly stepped on empty air and his body suddenly shot forward. The claws on his hands danced and tore through the empty air, carrying a wave of ear-piercing sonic booms. Hearing Sky Eagle's words, the corners of Xiao Yang's mouth curled up slightly. The tip of his foot lightly tapped on the void. His body was like a small boat that gently swayed in the void. His body tilted to the left side of the void. In the next instant, one could only see a claw that carried an unparalleled might close to Xiao Yang's face and brushed past Xiao Yang's right side. 3 months' time is enough to change a lot of things. For example, the difference in strength between you and me. As his indifferent voice drifted out, Xiao Yang's body turned around and he casually used the sky extinction steps. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived behind Sky Eagle. Ah! Sky Eagle was once again shocked. He hurriedly stopped his body that was charging forward. At the same time, his body turned around and he ferociously clawed at Xiao Yang who was behind him. Xiao Yang's emotionless eyes stared at the rapidly expanding claw in front of him. His expression did not change in the slightest. The corners of his mouth curled up and he suddenly raised the hand behind his back. With a thought, a layer of purple-gold dragon scales instantly covered his entire right arm. With a twist of his wrist, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist. With a clang sound, his fist violently collided with Sky Eagle's claw. Bang! When the two collided, the surrounding void immediately collapsed. A formless energy ripple suddenly spread out. Xiao Yang's body violently shook. His body that was standing in the void did not move at all. On the other hand, the anger in Sky Eagle's eyes rapidly receded after this attack. Instead, it was replaced by a deeply solemn expression. Middle 5-star half-martial emperor. How is this possible? One must know that 3 months ago, Xiao Yang's strength had clearly only reached the 5th-star half-martial emperor realm not long ago. How could he have reached the middle stage of the 5th-star half-martial emperor realm in less than half a year? Moreover, with Xiao Yang's frightening agility and speed, even when he was only a 5-star half-martial emperor, he was already able to leave a 9-star half-martial emperor in the dust. It was hard to imagine that in the future, even a Dou Di would not be able to do anything to him. Yang Shi and Xiong Gang involuntarily frowned when they saw that Xiao Yang and Tian Ying were actually evenly matched in the fight. When the two of them heard the shocked words from Tian Ying's mouth, their expressions involuntarily changed. However, when Murong Chanxian, who was in the mountain forest below, saw this scene, she felt disbelief in her heart. This guy. Could it be that he's hiding his strength? Otherwise, how could there be such a monster in this world? Murong Chanxian's face was filled with shock as she watched the scene in the sky. Her mouth involuntarily exclaimed. With the strength of a 5-star half-martial emperor, he was evenly matched with a 9-star half-martial emperor. It was likely that this kind of battle result had never appeared even in the entire continent. Nothing is impossible. It's just that the world in your eyes is too small. Hearing Tian Ying's words of disbelief, Xiao Yang merely smiled. His extended fist violently shook. An enormous force was emitted, causing Tian Ying and Xiao Yang to both take a couple of steps back. The two of them raised their gazes. The expression in their eyes were different. Brat, how arrogant. Let's attack together and take him down. Seeing that Tian Ying was actually unable to suppress Xiao Yang's aura, Xiong Gang immediately took a step forward. His eyes angrily glared at Xiao Yang as the Dou Qi within his body surged out. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, this brat is making me more and more curious. A mere 5-star half-martial emperor is actually able to erupt with a strength that even we don't dare to underestimate. I really want to know exactly where you came from. The flame lion's face revealed a hungry expression as he laughed loudly. Soon after, a stern cry was emitted from his mouth. His body suddenly shook and scarlet-red Dou Qi immediately crazily surged out from all the pores on his body. At the same time, his feet ferociously stomped on the air and violently charged towards Xiao Yang. In the blink of an eye, the flame lion had already arrived in front of Xiao Yang. He waved his enormous fist. Scarlet-red Dou Qi was like a flame that covered the flame lion's fist as it pounced towards Xiao Yang. Facing the flame lion's overbearing attack, Xiao Yang's expression was extremely calm. When the enormous fist arrived in front of Xiao Yang, the latter's body leaned back slightly. At the same time, his feet moved and he instantly used the sky extinction steps. In the next moment, the flame lion's enormous fist penetrated Xiao Yang's body. Only then did the former react. It turned out that the person in front of him was actually an afterimage. Afterimage! The flame lion exclaimed. The expression on his face also changed. His body abruptly turned on the spot and the flame lion violently threw a punch behind him as if it was a conditioned reflex. Bang! With a loud bang, Xiao Yang's body suddenly shook. The two of them both moved back. At the same time, a cold smile appeared on Xiao Yang's face. He waved his large hand and a beautiful heavenly flame immediately surged out, sweeping towards the flame lion from all directions. Bang! The powerful Dou Qi was mixed with a frightening hot flame. It was like a vast ocean as it violently poured down towards the flame lion from all directions. Faced with this sudden heavenly flame wind, the expression on the flame lion's face instantly changed. However, before he could do anything, the heavenly flame wind had already landed on his body. Grug! The frightening heavenly flame violently smashed onto the flame lion's chest, causing the flame lion's face to instantly turn red. The ribs on his chest repeatedly emitted a bone-cracking sound. Soon after, a large mouthful of bright red fresh blood was finally violently spat out by the flame lion. His body also uncontrollably flew backwards and was caught by Xionggang, who was behind him. "Insolent brat! You will definitely pay the price for this." Xionggang raised his head. Fury churned in his eyes as he spoke sternly to Xiao Yang. "I have already heard such words far too many times. However, I am still me." Swoosh, Sky Eagle's body flashed. Its sharp claws directly grabbed at Xiao Yang's throat. "Brat! You have challenged our patience time and time again. Today, even if you earn some extra money, this king will definitely keep you here." With a stern cry, Tianying's body had already appeared in front of Xiao Yang. A pair of azure eyes were dyed with a scarlet red at this moment. A bloody scar gradually appeared within his heart. Blood Eagle Curse. A scarlet blood like fog suddenly surged out from within the heavenly eagle's body after the hoarse cry sounded. It lingered around the heavenly eagle's body. Numerous strange lines surfaced on its pair of white claws and the heavenly eagle's speed instantly soared. Chapter 463. Secret Technique. The expression on Xiao Yang's face involuntarily became a little startled when he sensed the powerful aura being emitted from Tianying's body. His body quickly pulled back while his mouth muttered in a deep voice. Soon after, the heavenly eagle followed close behind like a maggot in one's bones. Blood-red dough qi agglomerated on the tip of its finger, transforming into numerous sharp thorns. At the same time that Xiao Yang's body was withdrawing, the thorns followed close behind and violently slashed at Xiao Yang's chest. Even though Xiao Yang's speed was quite fast, Tianying's secret technique was to change one's sight. Xiao Yang was unable to dodge in time. Hence, he could only watch as Tianying's sharp claws ruthlessly landed on his chest. Sizzle, the black robe on the surface of Xiao Yang's body was instantly torn apart amidst the dazzling sparks, revealing the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor that covered Xiao Yang's entire body. The sharp thorns violently brushed against Xiao Yang's Dragon Phoenix ancient armor. An extremely ear-piercing creaking sound was emitted. The dragon scales in front of Xiao Yang's chest were forcefully torn apart by the sharp thorns, forming 5 scarlet bloody scars. Bright red fresh blood swiftly flowed out from the wounds, appearing quite glaring. Ha! Tianying's heart became even more ferocious after his successful attack. He waved his left arm and the other 5 sharp thorns instantly slashed across Xiao Yang's chest. They were even more vicious as they left behind 5 deep scars on Xiao Yang's chest. Grug, the expression on Xiao Yang's face immediately paled after receiving this heavy blow. He immediately spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. His body also swiftly retreated to the back with even greater speed. Behind Xiao Yang, Xiongang's body suddenly shook when he saw Xiao Yang charging toward him. The brown-yellow dough qi within his body swiftly surged out. His strong body suddenly moved and was just like a small mountain as he violently charged toward the retreating Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's eyes immediately became cold when he saw Tianying and Xionggang, one in front and one behind. The corner of his mouth, which was dyed with blood, was lifted into a mocking cold smile. At a certain moment, Xiao Yang's retreating body suddenly stopped in the air. He raised both of his hands and numerous complicated seals swiftly changed. In the next moment, when the two were only a few dozen feet away from Xiao Yang fiercely shouted in his mind. "Tents of the 6 paths, rise!" At the same time, behind Xiao Yang, a strange pitch-black barrier condensed in an instant. At the moment when the 2 people rushed in front and behind him, Xiao Yang smiled coldly. His body leaned back and disappeared into the barrier behind him. Then, boom! Xiao Yang's figure slowly appeared in the empty sky. His face carried a mocking expression as he looked at the spot where he had been standing earlier. At this moment, Tianying and Xionggang were retreating in a somewhat miserable manner. Xiao Yang's sudden action earlier had caused the 2 of them to appear extremely miserable. The 2 of them paused. Immediately, their eyes that were filled with anger suddenly turned and landed on Xiao Yang. "Brat! You actually dared to trick us." Tianying's heart was filled with anger as he looked at Xiao Yang. He waved his hand and a countless number of sharp thorns immediately gathered around his body. The sharp thorns were pointed at Xiao Yang. "Haha, you are asking for trouble. How can you blame me?" Xiao Yang crossed his arms in front of his chest. His eyes looked at Tianying and Xionggang as he laughed coldly. Raw. Brat. Eat a punch from this king first. Xiao Yang's words had just sounded when Xionggang roared furiously. His strong body suddenly moved and once again charged towards Xiao Yang. At the same time, Tianying also waved his large hand. The countless number of sharp thorns seemed to have grown eyes as they swiftly shot towards Xiao Yang. His body once again stepped on empty air and swiftly charged towards Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang laughed coldly when he saw this. Tianying had used the opportunity to injure him earlier. However, at this moment, the distance between the two of them was over 1,000 feet. It would not be so easy to injure him now. Humph! Xiao Yang snorted coldly. Both of his hands were once again lifted and the seals changed. The dou qi within his body also swiftly flowed out at this moment. At the same time, the distance between Xiao Yang and Tianying swiftly shrunk. In the blink of an eye, there was less than 100 feet of distance between them. Xiao Yang split his attention. On one hand, he swiftly formed the complicated seals in his hands. On the other hand, he repeatedly dodged those sharp thorns. At the same time, he also needed to prepare to deal with these two who were about to arrive. Ha! Brat, prepare to die. A thunder-like stern cry was suddenly emitted. Xiongang's small mountain-like body was the first to charge. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yang. Xiongang's large hand clenched in empty air. Dou qi swiftly gathered in his palm. At the same time that Xiongang's hand was raised high, an enormous stone hammer was also formed in his hand. Xionggang raised the enormous stone hammer in his hand, which was more than half the size of Xiao Yang's body. His face carried a ferocious expression as he smashed it towards Xiao Yang's head. At the same time, Tianying had already arrived behind Xionggang. Compared to Xionggang, his heart was filled with suspicion as he looked at Xiao Yang. There was a faint premonition in his heart. In the next instant, Xiao Yang suddenly opened his mouth wide when the enormous stone hammer in Xiongang's hand descended. At the same time, an earth-shaking cry was emitted from Xiao Yang's mouth. Yellow Spring Divine Fury. Mao Mao Mao. In an instant, the souls of the two in front of Xiao Yang suddenly shook. Their bodies also froze at this moment. The enormous hammer that was descending towards Xiao Yang's head also paused for an instant. Soon after, when the two of them recovered, a beautiful fire wheel was also formed in Xiao Yang's hand. Angry Buddha Reincarnation. A faint voice was slowly emitted. At the same time, the fire wheel in Xiao Yang's hand flickered slightly. In the blink of an eye, a shocking dark black energy light pillar shot out from the wheel. With one strike, it sent Xionggang and Tianying, who were in front of Xiao Yang, flying. The two of them, who were sent flying by the energy light pillar, were directly buried deep into the mountain forest below. Immediately, the sky shook and the entire world began to tremble intensely. Xiao Yang heaved a long sigh of relief after sending the two of them back. Using a dou skill that exhausted a lot of energy in succession was still quite a big burden for the current Xiao Yang. If it was not because he had activated the strength of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline right from the start, it was likely that this battle would not be as easy as it appeared to be. Of course, the attack earlier did not cause them any real harm. Although those attacks appeared to be heavy, the strength of the three of them was still there for all to see. How could it be so easy for Xiao Yang to seriously injure them? Hence, Xiao Yang held back in each of his attacks. He only hoped that they would be able to understand this little bit of his intentions. Xiao Yang was really unwilling to become enemies with the three great kings of the Shalin mountain range. The current Xiao Yang had already made quite a number of enemies. If he were to provoke these magical beasts as well, it would be a huge problem for Xiao Yang. Before he possessed the strength to truly suppress them, Xiao Yang did not wish to go overboard with them. However, the tree wanted to be still, but the wind did not stop. The moment Xiao Yang withdrew the angry Buddha reincarnation, a human figure suddenly appeared in the empty space beside Xiao Yang. As the figure twisted, a terrifying whip kick that could split mountains and split the earth violently smashed towards Xiao Yang's head. Humph! Xiao Yang had already sensed this long ago. Hence, when the latter appeared, a thought passed through Xiao Yang's mind. His entire body was immediately surrounded by a golden light. In the blink of an eye, he had already turned into a giant Vajra god. Get lost. Faced with the latter's fatal attack, Xiao Yang flipped his hand and grabbed the latter's leg. With a wave of his arm, he was about to violently throw the latter away. However, at this moment, Xiao Yang, wait. Chapter 464. In the boundless sky, the young lady's clear voice was unhurriedly transmitted over, causing Xiao Yang's hand movements to instantly become sluggish. His brows, which were covered by the golden light, frowned slightly. His gaze withdrew and looked at where Murong Qianqian was at this moment. At the same time, Murong Qianqian, who was on the ground, also swiftly got up. The tip of her feet lightly tapped on the ground. Her delicate body moved and she quickly flew towards Xiao Yang in the sky. Roar, after being restrained by Xiao Yang, the expression on the flame lion's face changed slightly. However, it immediately saw that Xiao Yang had actually stopped moving. Immediately, it once again circulated the dou qi in its body, intending to forcefully escape from Xiao Yang's hands. Seeing that the flame lion actually still wanted to attack, Xiao Yang immediately snorted angrily. His right hand, which was grabbing onto the flame lion's body, suddenly pulled back forcefully. The flame lion's body was instantly pulled uncontrollably by Xiao Yang into the empty space in front of him. Immediately after, before the flame lion could recover, Xiao Yang's hand, which was grabbing onto the latter, suddenly loosened. The instant it was pulled back, it was tightly clenched into a fist. By the time the flame lion recovered, Xiao Yang's fist had already solidly landed on the flame lion's body. Poochie. Immediately, fresh blood splattered everywhere. The flame lion's body also flew out uncontrollably. Its entire aura also rapidly decreased. After which, the flame lion was just like the previous two and violently smashed into a mountain forest below. After that, Murong Qianqian leaped into the air and arrived in front of Xiao Yang. Seeing that Xiao Yang had actually sent the flame lion flying, Murong Qianqian could not help but frown slightly. She curled her lips and looked at Xiao Yang, saying, "Didn't I tell you to wait? Why did you still attack?" Hearing Murong Qianqian's somewhat complaining words, Xiao Yang frowned slightly. His pitch-black eyes stared at the latter and said in a deep voice, "He has already attacked me and you still want me to wait? Could it be that you want me to wait until he kills me before I make my move?" The young lady was immediately speechless when she heard this. What Xiao Yang said was right. After all, it was the flame lion who had attacked first. At this moment, she was blaming Xiao Yang for no reason. It was likely that no one would be able to endure this. Murong Qianqian curled her lips slightly. While feeling helpless in her heart, Murong Qianqian could only shift her slightly worried gaze towards the mountain forest below. After a few intense clashes between Xiao Yang and Tian Ying's group, several huge pits had already appeared in the mountain forest. The three of them were currently lying within. Rest assured, they are fine. How could a grand 9-star half-martial emperor be so easily dealt with? Seeming to have seen through the apprehension in the young girl's heart, Xiao Yang already understood in his heart that the young girl in front of him was likely related to these three fellows. Otherwise, she would not have remained here even after Xiao Yang's warning. Even more so, she would not have called out to stop Xiao Yang at such a crucial moment. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, the expression on the young girl's pretty face became slightly better. Immediately after, she turned around and sized up Xiao Yang from head to toe. An extraordinary splendor circulated within her beautiful eyes. Seeing the expression that was revealed within the young girl's eyes, Xiao Yang could not help but curl his lips slightly. He could even imagine what Murong Qianqian was going to say next. "Xiao Yang, you're really, only, a 5-star half-martial emperor." Before the young girl's words left her mouth, Xiao Yang interrupted her. Faced with this sort of doubt toward his strength, Xiao Yang did not know how many times he had heard it. Could it be that these people judged people based on their cultivation? Hearing the words spoken by Xiao Yang, the expression on the young girl's pretty face became even more suspicious. However, at the same time, deep astonishment was also revealed in her beautiful eyes. Suppressing 3 9-star half-martial emperors with the strength of a 5-star half-martial emperor, this sort of battle accomplishment could be said to be terrifying. Even with Murong Qianqian's experience, this sort of battle accomplishment was something that she had never heard of from any of the elders in her clan, much less those ancient records. However, right at the moment when the young girl was about to speak again, several voices filled with astonishment suddenly sounded from the mountain forest below. "Eldest Miss, why are you here?" As the voices sounded, Murong Qianqian turned her head around to look. As for Xiao Yang, his eyes were slightly narrowed as he thought in his heart. Immediately after, he smiled and slowly dispersed the Vajra-colored glass body. The oppressive aura that was released from his body was also absorbed back into his body. Since he had confirmed the relationship between the young girl before him and these three people, Xiao Yang believed that there should not be any more conflicts in the future. Of course, if there were, Xiao Yang was also confident that he would be able to calmly deal with these three people. "So the 4-star half-martial emperor that we investigated was you, eldest miss. After not seeing you for a few years, eldest Miss's strength has actually reached such a level. TSK, you truly make the three of us blush with shame." Xiao Yang's eyes turned and saw the current Tianying trio. After receiving a heavy blow from Xiao Yang, the three of them were injured. This was especially the case for Xionggang. He had directly received a Buddha's angry reincarnation from Xiao Yang. That frightening strength directly broke the layer of rock armor on the surface of his body. His entire body was dyed with fresh blood. The injuries within his body were sufficient for him to rest for a period of time. The three of them stepped forward. When they saw Murong Qianqian in front of Xiao Yang, they first sighed with their mouths. Soon after, they frowned. Their gazes swept towards Xiao Yang behind from time to time. Their eyes ultimately contained a cautious expression. "Eldest Miss, why are you together with him?" A moment later, Tian Ying, who had recovered to his normal state, finally could not resist turning his eyes to Murong Qianqian in front of him and softly asked. His mouth revealed a pale white expression. Murong Qianqian glanced at Xiao Yang, who was standing behind her, after hearing the words from Tian Ying's mouth. Her mouth parted into a smile as she said, "Why, do you have a grudge with him?" Tian Ying was immediately stunned when he heard this. He immediately laughed and said, "This can't be considered a grudge." However, he destroyed the eastern wall and nearly caused the cold current to sweep across the entire Shalin mountain range. This matter is closely related to him, eldest miss. "Oh." The expression on Murong Qianqian's small face involuntarily became a little stunned when she heard this. She immediately turned her head to look at Xiao Yang. The eastern wall had been destroyed. Even she did not dare to casually ignore this matter. However, what Murong Qianqian did not expect was that with Xiao Yang's strength, he was actually able to destroy the wall that was created by the combined strength of 3 9-star half-emperors. However, the young lady thought about it again. Earlier, she had personally witnessed Xiao Yang suppressing 3 9-star half-emperors with the strength of a 5-star half-emperor. Naturally, he possessed the ability to destroy the wall. Therefore, Murong Qianqian's heart felt relieved. Xiao Yang also frowned when he heard the words from Tian Ying's mouth. He was extremely helpless in his heart with regards to that deep gorge. He could only blame the cold current for being too frightening. Back then, Xiao Yang had only shattered the glacier in a fit of anger. Who could have imagined that things would end up in such a manner? Xiao Yang could only helplessly spread out his hands when he saw Murong Qianqian's gaze shooting over. The latter involuntarily rolled her eyes at Xiao Yang upon seeing this. Only then did she turn her gaze back and once again looked at Tian Ying's group. She pursed her lips and laughed. Indeed, him destroying the eastern wall is indeed a major matter. You all also have a reason to attack him. However, what about this eldest miss? Xiao Yang had saved this eldest miss's life several times. Although the eastern wall is extremely important, could it be more important than this eldest miss's life? Chapter 465. Once Murong Qianqian's words were spoken, the expressions of the heavenly eagle trio in front of her instantly changed. Their eyes revealed a shocked expression. If something happened to this great aunt in front of them in their territory, they would not be able to keep their head. Seeing this, Murong Qianqian coldly snorted. The expression on her pretty face immediately became displeased. She glanced at the three people in front of her and spoke with a tone filled with complaints. "A month ago, I was chased by a group of people and nearly lost my life in their hands. It was Xiao Yang who saved me. At that time, There was a 9-star half-emperor in that group. In order to save me, Xiao Yang used all his strength to kill them all. When she finished speaking, Murong Chanxian took advantage of the shock on the faces of the 3 people in front of her to playfully glance at Xiao Yang. In response, Xiao Yang could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of the Heavenly Eagle trio abruptly changed. The 3 of them looked at each other. In their hearts, they believed 70 to 80% of Murong Chanxian's words. After all, if it was someone else, they might not believe it. However, Xiao Yang had just suppressed the 3 of them by himself. Just based on this point alone, they had no choice but to believe Murong Chanxian's words. However, just as the Heavenly Eagle trio thought that the young lady had stopped speaking, the latter opened her mouth once again. The hearts of the 3 people in front of her immediately tightened when she spoke. "It's not over yet. I originally thought that it would be fine if it was those humans. However, I never expected that even the magical beasts of the Shalin mountain range would dare to touch me. If it was not for Xiao Yang, I'm afraid that you would not have been able to see me," Murong Chanxian angrily rebuked. Immediately, her gaze stared at the 3 people in front of her and coldly said, "They are all your subordinates. I must settle this debt with all of you." The 3 of them cried incessantly in their hearts when they heard this. Since the matter had already developed to such a state, regardless of whether it was true or false, it was likely that they could no longer touch Xiao Yang. The reason why Murong Chanxian would say all this was likely because of Xiao Yang. The 3 of them looked at each other as their hearts were filled with bitter smiles. From the looks of it, not only were they unable to touch Xiao Yang, they even had to be deeply grateful to him. After all, it was just as Murong Chanxian had said herself. Regardless of how important the Eastern Wall was, it was still insignificant when compared to her life. Immediately, the 3 of them Murong Chanxian looked at each other and immediately understood each other in their hearts of them simultaneously turned their gazes towards Xiao Yang. Haha, there were many misunderstandings before. I hope that Sir Xiao Yang can disregard the former enmity. The 3 of us will first apologize to Sir Xiao Yang. As their voices fell, the 3 of them simultaneously bowed and cupped their hands towards Xiao Yang. Seeing this, the latter also hurriedly cupped his hands. At the same time, Xiao Yang also turned his gaze towards Murong Chanxian. A slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The young girl also charmingly smiled. Soon after, she withdrew her gaze. Her expression once again returned to its previous cold and indifferent appearance. Looking at the 3 people in front of her, she curled her lips and said, How should I settle this debt with all of you?" Hearing the young girl's tone that was filled with ridicule, the 3 of them could not help but have a bad premonition in their hearts. "How about this? Xiao Yang has saved my life and is this young Miss Savior. As long as the 3 of you are able to satisfy one of his requests, this young miss will consider this matter over. How about it? Do you agree?" The young girl's tone towards the end of her words gave one the feeling that she could not be refuted. In this regard, the 3 of them were even more speechless. They looked at each other. The 3 of them had an expression that wanted to cry but had no tears. Only then did they hurriedly and respectfully say to Murong Chanxian, "This matter will be arranged by young miss." Seeing this, Murong Chanxian finally turned her head and looked towards Xiao Yang. Her gaze seemed to be asking Xiao Yang if he was satisfied. The latter involuntarily laughed when he saw this. The young girl also smiled. She turned her head and ordered the 3 of them, "Let's go to your old nest first. The injuries within this young miss body have yet to recover." The young girl seemed to have suddenly recalled something after her voice sounded. At the same time, she flew towards the west. Her pretty face also appeared crimson. After which, Xiao Yang once again cupped his hands together towards Tianying and the other 2. He looked at Murong Chanxian's graceful back, shook his head and smiled. After which, he followed. Tianying only frowned and sighed after he had pulled some distance away from the 2 of them. His pale face appeared somewhat ugly at this moment. Humph! This fellow destroyed the Eastern Wall and nearly caused a great disaster. Now, he actually found young miss to act as a protective talisman. However, there will come a day when this king will make you pay the price. Tianying bitterly clenched his teeth and spoke with a pause between each word. However, Xiong Gang once again frowned in response to these words. His rough fingers rubbed his chin as he raised his eyes to look at Xiao Yang's back. It was a long while later before he said in a deep voice, "Boss, from what I see, perhaps we were indeed wrong about Xiao Yang destroying the Eastern Wall. Him destroying the Eastern Wall might not be a bad thing."
Oh!
Tian Ying and the Flame Lion by the side immediately frowned after these words were spoken. Their faces were gloomy as they looked at Xiong Gang. The two of them immediately felt uncomfortable in their hearts when they heard Xiong Gang's words. However, Xiong Gang inhaled a deep breath of air in response to this. He mused for a moment before he raised his eyes and opened his mouth to speak to the two beside him. "All of you should know that the Eastern Wall needs to be repaired once every 100 years. However, the both of you should also have a deep understanding during the repair process. After hundreds of years of accumulation, the cold qi has become increasingly severe. At this moment, even if the three of us were to join forces, it would be difficult to completely suppress it." Tian Ying and the Flame Lion exchanged glances when they heard Xiong Gang's words. Their faces involuntarily revealed a doubtful expression. They were well aware of this information. However, Xiong Gang had once again brought it up. It should not be without reason. Soon after, Xiong Gang continued, "This time around, if we were to really wait for the Eastern Wall to be broken by the cold qi in one go, it is likely that the three of us would no longer be able to suppress it. However, after the collapse of the Eastern Wall this time around, I have discovered that it was precisely because of Xiao Yang that he had unintentionally dug out the crack under the Eastern Wall. The cold qi had also spread quite a bit. This will also prevent us from creating more trouble in the future. Therefore, I believe that on the whole, Xiao Yang destroying the Eastern Wall this time around did not harm us. Instead, it has indeed created an opportunity for us to take the initiative. Perhaps this way, we will be able to delay the time when the cold qi completely erupts for a period of time." Tian Ying and the Flame Lion immediately looked at each other when Xiong Gang's words were spoken. The two of them frowned and pondered for a moment. Only then did they understand the clues within. According to what Xiong Gang had said at this moment, in addition to the words that Murong Qianqian had said earlier, not only could they not blame Xiao Yang, they should instead thank him. The three of them raised their heads and looked at Xiao Yang's blurry back at the edge of their sight. The expressions on their faces gradually became more complicated. Chapter 466. Moreover, according to what I know, in addition to Shangren Tianjue's Genesis Qi inheritance, there is also Shangren Tianjue's spirit source power in the three great halls. Xiao Yang's expression changed the moment Tian Ying's words sounded. At this moment, Tian Ying lifted his eyes. A pair of azure eyes stared at Xiao Yang. His face was filled with a smile. "You mean, spirit source power?" Although very surprised by this news, Xiao Yang could not help but ask. Relatively speaking, there would more or less be a strength inheritance in the cave dwelling of some experts. However, spirit source power that Tian Ying mentioned was extremely rare. After all, the soul was the foundation of a living being. It was already considered a great favor for an ordinary expert to leave behind the inheritance of their strength at the end of their life. However, it was almost impossible for them to leave behind the power of their soul. When a person died, their soul would be extinguished. However, when a mortal died, their soul would follow them. This could be considered as the last thing that the deceased had left behind. However, he had actually left his soul origin energy in this world. This was clearly a deliberate act of giving away everything he had. Generally speaking, people who could do such a thing were generally seniors in some forces. Before they died, they would leave everything to their juniors so that they could improve the overall strength of their juniors. It could also be considered as a contribution to the future of the whole force. However, in the entire continent, the number of times that Tianju did such a thing was very few. That's right, it is spirit source power. Hehe, I know that Mr. Xiao Yang is an alchemist, and your grade is definitely not low. Ordinary things naturally won't catch your eye, but if it's related to spirit source power, Mr. Xiao Yang will definitely not let it go so easily. Xiao Yang stared at the space in front of him. His fingertips under his sleeves gently rubbed the storage ring on his finger. A moment later, a glint flashed in his eyes and he nodded slightly at Tian Ying. He was indeed quite concerned about spirit source power. However, the main point was not for himself, but for Xiao Xian, who was still in the jade bottle and was only left with a remnant spirit. Tianying could not help but raise his brows when he saw Xiao Yang's appearance. Soon after, he smiled again and did not think too much about it. Besides this, there is also the most precious thing in Tianju's tomb. The value of this thing can be said to be completely above Shangren Tianjue's inheritance. As his voice sounded, the expression on Xiao Yang's face suddenly changed. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were wide open. His dark black eyes revealed a deep shock. The expression on his entire face appeared extremely interesting at this moment. Xiao Yang originally thought that Tianying would only give him this information after he had heard about what had happened. He never imagined that Tianying would throw another heavy bomb at this moment. An item that was worth more than the lifetime legacy of a returnance expert could truly be regarded as a shocking treasure. Tianying could not help but smile when he saw the shock on Xiao Yang's face again. In reality, his expression was even more exaggerated than Xiao Yang's when he first received the news. I wonder what kind of accessory it is. It's actually worth more than Shangren Tianjue's inheritance. It was a long while later before Xiao Yang finally withdrew the emotions within his heart. He cupped his hands to Tianying and asked in a serious voice. Tianying casually waved his hand when he saw that. He frowned slightly and thought for a moment before saying, "I don't really know what it is. I don't remember exactly what that thing is, but I am certain that it is a cultivation method. That cultivation method is the source of Lord Tianju's strength." Xiao Yang could not help but pout inside when he heard that. If it was some other treasure, he really might be tempted. However, no matter how heaven-defying it was, Xiao Yang would not be tempted by it if it was only a cultivation method. After all, having practiced the flame mantra, Xiao Yang was unable to raise the slightest interest in other qi methods. Tianying naturally did not discover the thoughts in Xiao Yang's heart. Hence, he merely paused for a moment before continuing to speak. "Yeah, I remember the name of the cultivation method. It seems to be called the B-the returnance technique, and its grade doesn't seem to be low either. It's already at the level of an intent tier cultivation method. This is what I learnt from the jade slip that I received the information from back then. However, I'm not sure how much of it is true, but I do hope it's true." Xiao Yang nodded. He did not seem to care about this. No matter how precious the cultivation method was, it could not be compared to his blaze mantra. However, just as Xiao Yang was about to ignore it, Jiyu, who was in his body, suddenly spoke. "Brat, you have to ask more clearly whether that cultivation method is the returnance technique." Xiao Yang's expression suddenly changed after Jiyu's words sounded. He frowned and a surprise involuntarily rose in his heart. He hurriedly asked Jiyu in his heart. "Old Jiyu, do you know what the returnance technique is? Don't ask too much. When the time comes, you will naturally know. For you, there are only benefits and no disadvantages. But for now, it's best that you ask more about that cultivation method and confirm whether that cultivation method is the returnance art or not." Xiao Yang immediately felt a great curiosity towards this so-called returnance technique when he heard Jiyu's somewhat serious tone. This returnance technique was likely extraordinary if it was treated so seriously by someone like Jiyu. At the same time, Tianying also saw the change in expression on Xiao Yang's face. Tianying could not help but feel suspicious when he saw the huge contrast in Xiao Yang's expression. At this moment, Xiao Yang once again asked Tianying, "Brother Tianying, can you confirm what the name of that cultivation method is?" Tianying could not help but be stunned when he heard this. He frowned slightly and looked at Xiao Yang with a strange gaze. Xiao Yang's eyes flickered when he saw this. He paused for a moment before he laughed dryly and said, "Hey, it is just that I suddenly recalled that my master once had a friend. The cultivation method that he practiced seemed to be called the returnance technique. Now that I think about it, I feel curious." Tianying's eyes flickered when he heard Xiao Yang's words. He smiled but did not hide anything. He frowned and thought for a moment before he nodded and said with certainty, "That's right. That's right. If the news is true, Then this cultivation technique should be the origin returning technique. Tianying's words had just sounded when he seemed to have recalled something. He hurriedly opened his mouth and said to Xiao Yang, "That's right. That's right." In addition, the jade slip I obtained at that time also mentioned that this cultivation method can allow people below the half-step emperor realm to cultivate without any bottlenecks. Although I don't know if this can be confirmed, this is the most information I know. As for the other information, I'm afraid you can only wait until the ancient tomb opens before you can understand it yourself. Xiao Yang slowly nodded when he heard Tianying's words. At the same time, he confirmed with Ji Yuyu in his heart. A moment later, a soft yes was emitted from Xiao Yang's body. Xiao Yang sighed in relief. Although he was still unclear about the so-called returnance technique, Xiao Yang would never doubt Ji Yuyu's words. Chapter 467. After understanding this point, Tianying's heart involuntarily felt aghast at Murong Qianqian's thoughts. Everyone said that this little witch of his was brainless and only knew how to cause trouble. However, from the looks of it now, this was not the case. Of course, while Tianying thought of this point, he did not expect that even though he had already roughly guessed Murong Qianqian's thoughts, there was still another layer that he did not expect. A beauty loves a hero. Xiao Yang's rescue a couple of times as well as his earlier performance had unknowingly caused an unknown complicated emotion to rise in Murong Qianqian's heart. Perhaps she herself was unaware of this. Xiao Yang's face was calm during the boring journey. His gaze would occasionally look towards the distant sky as he pondered over something in his heart. As for this young lady, she was completely unaware of just how many times she had looked at Xiao Yang as she turned back time and time again. After recovering, Xiao Yang's expression did not change in the face of Tianying's words. However, he was extremely surprised in his heart. However, Xiao Yang's eyes rotated in the next moment. Before Xiao Yang could open his mouth, Murong Qianqian, who was in front, suddenly fell swiftly towards the mountain range below. The expressions on the faces of the few of them involuntarily became slightly startled when they saw this. After which, Xiao Yang immediately recovered. The expression on his face changed as his body moved. He instantly used the absolute sky steps under his feet. Following a wave of sharp rushing wind sound, Xiao Yang's body was like an arrow that pierced through the clouds as he swiftly flashed and arrived in front of the young lady. Only at this moment did Tianying's trio in the sky recover. They saw the familiar mountain forest below as well as Xiao Yang, who had already flashed in front of the young lady. The words that were about to reach their mouths were forcefully swallowed back in the next moment. Xiao Yang frowned tightly when he saw the young lady's lovely body falling rapidly. He could not help but feel some doubt in his heart. The young lady in front of him had clearly refined the medicinal pill. Why would she fall from the sky at this moment? Xiao Yang shook his head helplessly in his heart. He immediately stepped forward and caught the young lady, who was falling rapidly, in his embrace. This scene caused the corners of the mouths of the three people in the sky to twitch wildly. Ah! Feeling the warm and tender lovely body in his embrace, Xiao Yang did not have the time to check the injuries within the young lady's body when the young lady in his embrace suddenly let out a cry. Her tender lovely body struggled in Xiao Yang's embrace before she hurriedly escaped. After which, she furiously stared at Xiao Yang with her shapely eyebrows and a bright red color. "Rogue, what are you trying to do?" The young lady's face. From the young lady's body to fall. Why was it that her body to fall from the sky? In the blink of an eye, she had to fall to fall to fall to. Xiao Yang took a look at this cave. It was actually built halfway up a towering mountain. Just in front of this cave, one would be able to see the sun rise and set for an entire day. It was enough to overlook half of the deep regions of the Shalin mountain range. With such a grand and imposing cave dwelling, it was not difficult to guess that among the three people, this cave dwelling definitely belonged to Sky Eagle. Haha, welcome Mr. Xiao Yang to my cave. While Xiao Yang was feeling surprised in his heart, Tianying's figure had unknowingly appeared on a stone platform not far away from Xiao Yang. At this moment, he was looking at Xiao Yang and Murong Qianqian with a smile. However, that smile appeared a little wretched in Xiao Yang's eyes. Behind him, the Flame Lion and Xiong Gang also descended. When Xiao Yang looked at them, he discovered that even the usually stern Xiong Gang had revealed a wretched smile that was exactly the same as the Tianying duo. Cough cough. Seeing this, Xiao Yang could only let out 2 awkward coughs. He turned his gaze only to discover that Murong Chanxian was still staring at Xiao Yang with a devouring look on her small face. This caused Xiao Yang to feel incomparably embarrassed in his heart. Humph, stinking rogue, the young lady spat softly. Her eyes viciously cut at Xiao Yang. After which, she shifted her gaze away from him. Immediately, she shot towards Tianying. Tianying, who had a wretched smile on his face a moment ago, instantly changed his expression when he sensed Murong Chanxian's dark and stern gaze. He smiled at the young lady in a fawning manner and rubbed his hands together. Only then did he awkwardly say, "Young miss, if you don't open the door, I will get someone to stew you." The young lady's words had just sounded when not only Tianying, but even the Flame Lion and Xiong Gang by the side had a change in expression. They exchanged glances with each other and involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In their hearts, they knew that this great aunt in front of them was really angry. Tianying hurriedly took a couple of steps forward. He raised both of his hands and formed a couple of complicated seals. Only then did the thick and heavy stone door in front of them slowly open amidst a series of grinding sounds. When the stone door opened, what appeared in front of Xiao Yang's group was a deep tunnel. This tunnel was so large that it could allow dozens of people to walk side by side. Its height was also hundreds of feet high, causing one to feel intimidated at first glance. "Haha, Mr. Xiao Yang, please. Our residence is simple and crude. I wonder if my cave dwelling will be able to catch Mr. Xiao Yang's eye when compared to those palaces of yours." Tianying smiled and made an inviting gesture towards Xiao Yang. As for Murong Chanxian, she had already taken the lead to enter the cave dwelling when it opened. Xiao Yang shook his head and smiled when he heard Tianying's words. Such a majestic cave dwelling was actually described as simple and crude. How could these buildings, which were majestic in the eyes of humans, endure this? Haha, I don't really know much about these things. I have been outside for a long time, eating and sleeping in the open. It is fine as long as I have a place to stay. Why do I need to delve into whether it is grand or not? Xiao Yang smiled. Both of his eyes flickered slightly. Immediately, he stepped into the tunnel. Behind him, Tianying and the Flame Lion exchanged glances and smiled. Soon after, they also quickly stepped into the tunnel. The stone door was shut, but the tunnel was not dark. Instead, the entire tunnel was brightly lit under the gentle glow of numerous night pearls. After Tianying and the other 2 entered the tunnel, they immediately walked on either side of Xiao Yang. At this moment, Tianying and the other 2 had already viewed Xiao Yang as an expert of the same level as them. Even though his cultivation appeared to only be that of a 5-star half-martial emperor, the strength that he possessed was sufficient to make a 9-star half-martial emperor lower their head before him. The 4 of them walked side by side in the tunnel. In this majestic tunnel, a human's body was as tiny as an ant. As they walked forward, Xiao Yang secretly thought of something in his heart. Only after a long while did Xiao Yang raise his gaze. As he walked, he turned his gaze towards Tianying and asked, "Brother Tianying, can I start with you for my first request?" Chapter 468. In the deep tunnel, the footsteps of the 4 people paused as Xiao Yang's words were emitted. Tianying involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard Xiao Yang's words. He felt a little surprised in his heart. He originally thought that Xiao Yang would consider these 3 requests for a long time. However, he did not expect that Xiao Yang had already decided in such a short period of time. Tianying mused for a moment before he frowned slightly. He lifted his eyes to look at Xiao Yang and asked, "Mr. Xiao Yang, are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" Xiao Yang's face revealed a slight smile when he heard this. He nodded slightly before his eyes landed on Tianying's body. His pitch-black pupils were like a deep pool with a glint flickering deep within them. After which, Xiao Yang smiled and asked Tianying instead, "Haha, brother Tianying, you have yet to listen to me. Why are you advising me to reconsider first?" Haha, this is only my personal guess. Mr. Xiao Yang, please do not doubt me." The expression on Tianying's face immediately hardened when he heard Xiao Yang's words. He swiftly cupped his hands together towards Xiao Yang and laughed. From the previous scene, Tianying could already tell that the relationship between Xiao Yang and his little grandaunt was not ordinary. After all, if it was someone else who dared to hug her body, that person would definitely be torn to pieces by her. Why would she turn around and flee with a flushed face? A different thought involuntarily rose in Tianying's heart as he looked at Xiao Yang in front of him. If his little miss had not only taken a fancy to Xiao Yang's future potential but had also taken a fancy to him as a person, the identity of this black-robed young man in front of him would likely be extraordinary in the future. Hence, if he could build a good relationship with him now, perhaps he would be able to speak with him when they met in the future. Of course, Xiao Yang was naturally unaware of Tianying's thoughts at this moment. When he heard the latter's words, Xiao Yang smiled faintly and waved his hand gently, indicating that he did not mind. Soon after, he opened his mouth and laughed. Haha, actually, I've already explained this matter to the three of you 3 months ago. The moment Xiao Yang's words left his mouth, Sky Eagle could not help but frown. He exchanged glances with Yang Shi and immediately understood. Mr. Xiao Yang, you mean, I hope that the three of you can make way for me to pass through the Shalin mountain range. Tianying's trio knit their brows tightly in the face of this. Minute Sheng revealed a troubled expression. The three of them exchanged glances and quietly communicated with each other. After which, they looked at Xiao Yang. When he saw the expression on Tianying's face, Xiao Yang could not help but have a bad premonition in his heart. The expression on his face also changed slightly. Mr. Xiao Yang, it is not that the three of us are unwilling to make way for you. However, the Shalin mountain range has its own rules. No one is allowed to step into the hinterland of the Shalin mountain range. This rule is something that even the three of us cannot break. Xiao Yang's originally frowning brows became even more twisted after Tianying's words sounded. Only then did he recall that Gu Yu had once told him 3 months ago that there was likely a Do Di class expert in the hinterland of the Shalin mountain range. Although Gu Yu did not say it clearly back then, Xiao Yang was certain that there was definitely an expert above the Do Di class in the hinterland of the Shalin mountain range. Otherwise, the so-called rules of this place would not restrict the three of them. While Xiao Yang was thinking of this in his heart, Tianying once again opened his mouth to Xiao Yang. The words from his mouth caused Xiao Yang to feel helpless. Moreover, Mr. Xiao Yang should have already discovered just how frightening the cold wind is after the collapse of the eastern wall. That thing is something that even the three of us brothers do not dare to guarantee that we will be able to enter the hinterland of the mountain range. Of course, it is not that we do not believe in your strength. However, that cold wind is not something that an ordinary thing can compare with. Mr. Xiao Yang must believe in this point. Xiao Yang did not doubt Tianying's words. After all, the frightening cold wind from 3 months ago was just like yesterday when he thought about it now. It was still fresh in his memory. Xiao Yang did not doubt that even if he used all his strength, it was likely that he would not be able to reach the middle of the hinterland of the Shalin mountain range, much less pass through it. Xiao Yang involuntarily knitted his brows tightly when he thought of this. He sighed helplessly in his heart. If he was unable to pass through the Shalin mountain range, wouldn't he be unable to reach the Western Wastelands region? Tianying and Yang Shi exchanged glances when they saw the worried expression on Xiao Yang's face. Their gazes shifted before they once again opened their mouths to speak to Xiao Yang. Mr. Xiao Yang, actually, it is not that there is no way to solve this matter. Before the words from Tianying's mouth sounded, the expression on Xiao Yang's face suddenly became one of joy. This kind of joy after being disappointed was something that one would find hard to come by. May I know if Brother Tianying has any ideas? If this matter is successful, Xiao Yang will definitely come and thank the three of you when I return in the future. Xiao Yang's face was filled with joy as he spoke in a serious voice with a smile as he ferociously cupped his hands together towards the three people in front of him. Haha, there is no need for Mr. Xiao Yang to do this. We are merely following young Mrs. wishes. Of course, I'm afraid that we are unable to contribute much in this matter. Tianying also understood in his heart when he saw Xiao Yang actually reveal such an expression. This matter was likely quite important to Xiao Yang. Otherwise, it would not cause this usually calm black-robed, young man in front of him to reveal such an expression. Xiao Yang involuntarily frowned when he heard Tianying's words. The three of them were the only experts in the depths of the Shalin mountain range. If this matter was not related to them, who else could it be? Hiss! In the next instant, Xiao Yang suddenly inhaled a breath of cool air. There was a startled expression on his face. Immediately, he seemed to have thought of something in his heart. A pair of pitch-black eyes were instantly lifted. Both of his eyes were widened as he stared at Tianying in front of him. His face was filled with surprise. Tianying immediately nodded and smiled when he saw this. In his heart, he knew that Xiao Yang had already guessed the answer. Hence, he did not beat around the bush and directly said, "That's right. This method is my young miss." Even though he already knew the answer in his heart, the corner of Xiao Yang's mouth still involuntarily twitched when he heard Tianying personally say it. He originally thought that it would be fine as long as he brought this little girl here and the two of them would no longer have anything to do with each other. However, who would have thought that the most troublesome matter for him would ultimately still have to rely on this little girl? Xiao Yang felt helpless in his heart when he thought of this. His face involuntarily revealed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He really did not know whether he was lucky or unlucky to have met this little girl. Xiao Yang smiled helplessly. His heart immediately felt relieved. No matter how one put it, this matter could finally come to an end. Xiao Yang smiled in his heart. He lifted his eyes and looked towards the end of the tunnel. His feet moved and he once again walked forward. Behind him, Tianying and the other two exchanged glances with each other. A glint flashed across each of their eyes. Their bodies moved and followed behind. Chapter 469. At the end of the tunnel was a misty world. The entire space was filled with white fog. Following the arrival of Xiao Yang's group, the fog in front of the four of them automatically spread to the sides. A path that was built from stone platforms floating in the air appeared in front of Xiao Yang's group. "Haha, Mr. Xiao Yang, please." Xiao Yang involuntarily raised his eyebrows as he watched the scene in front of him with a surprised expression. At this moment, a faint laughter was emitted from Sky Eagle's mouth by the side. Xiao Yang smiled courteously upon hearing this. After which, he moved his feet and slowly walked forward. A moment later, as the fog scattered, a huge palace appeared in the depths of this space. The entire palace appeared grand and majestic, causing one to involuntarily exclaim in admiration upon seeing it. After the few of them entered the large hall, they still did not see Murong Qianqian's figure. It was likely that she had gone somewhere else. The few of them helplessly smiled at this. Due to the injuries within the flame lion's body, he had temporarily left this place with Xionggang. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Yang and Sky Eagle remained in the spacious large hall. "Haha, may I ask Mr. Xiao Yang, the reason why you want to pass through the Shalin mountain range is to head to the Western Wastelands region?" The two of them had just taken their seats when Sky Eagle once again smiled and asked Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang smiled upon hearing this. However, he did not deny it. He nodded his head and replied, "Indeed. The reason why I want to pass through the Shalin mountain range is to head to the Western Wastelands region." Sky Eagle nodded his head and continued speaking. "I heard that the Western Wastelands region is the most chaotic place in the Western region. Of course, it is also a treasure ground." Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. He could not help but feel a little surprised. He only knew that it was a training ground. However, from Sky Eagle's gaze, it seemed that it was not just for this. From these words, it seems that Brother Sky Eagle is quite familiar with the Western Wastelands region. "Haha, I've been to the Western Desolation region in my early years as well. I must say that it is indeed a cultivation treasure land. Although it is a bit dangerous, it is precisely because of this that it is even more attractive. After all, a true expert is tempered through flesh and blood, and not something that can be achieved through peaceful cultivation." Xiao Yang nodded his head in response to Sky Eagle's words. Ever since he started cultivating, it had always been the same. He had seen too many disciples of aristocratic families. Even if they were successful in their cultivation, it would still be difficult for them to achieve greatness if they did not go through the tempering of battle. After all, No matter how good a piece of jade was, if it was not polished, it would be difficult for it to become a perfect piece of jewelry. It was even more so for people. Haha, Mr. Xiao Yang is young and promising. There is naturally no need for me to say more about this. However, there is something that I do not know if Mr. Xiao Yang understands. The reason why I said that the Western Desolation region is a treasure ground is not only because it is a cultivation treasure ground. At this point, Xiao Yang's body involuntarily straightened slightly. Xiao Yang did not know much about the Western Desolation region. If he could learn a little from Sky Eagle's mouth, it would naturally be good. I will not say too much about other matters. After all, the Western Desolation region is a place where good and bad people are mixed together. I am unable to say anything with certainty. Therefore, I am unable to explain too much to Mr. Xiao Yang. However, Mr. Xiao Yang should also know about the ancient tomb of Heaven's End. Upon hearing a topic that was related to him, Xiao Yang's expression involuntarily paused for a moment. However, he felt a little disappointed in his heart. If it was only this kind of matter, it was likely that there was no need for him to understand. After all, ever since the ancient tomb of Heaven's End was discovered, no one knew anything about it. Therefore, even if Sky Eagle told Xiao Yang about it now, it was likely that it would merely be some information that was already known about from the outside world. Ancient tomb of Heaven's End. Who in the Western region does not know about this? Gently shaking his head, the thread of interest that had just been ignited in Xiao Yang's heart was immediately extinguished. Haha, Mr. Xiao Yang does not seem to think that I am able to give you any different information. Haha, at this moment, Sky Eagle, who was seated opposite Xiao Yang, smiled slightly. His face was filled with a smile as he stared at Xiao Yang. There was a different color that continuously flowed within his eyes. Oh! Don't tell me that Brother Sky Eagle knows something else. Xiao Yang immediately raised his eyes when he heard Sky Eagle's laughter. Instantly, he looked at the other party. At the same time, a ripple involuntarily appeared in his emotionless eyes. If that was really the case, Xiao Yang would definitely not let go of even the smallest matter. Haha, I have indeed obtained some information regarding the ancient tomb of Heaven's End by chance. Of course, I am unable to confirm whether it is true or false. However, I believe that anyone who knows about this matter would rather believe it than not, so I have remembered it. Sky Eagle lowered his head slightly as he frowned slightly and pondered. Xiao Yang nodded slightly when he heard this. His ears carefully listened to every single word that Sky Eagle said, not daring to overlook anything at all. After all, this was related to the dwelling of a returnance expert. How could Xiao Yang be careless and not listen to it? According to my understanding at that time, after Tianju created the cave mansion, before he died, he turned his life's cultivation into inheritance and sealed it. Then, he divided it into 3 parts and placed them in the 3 halls of Tianju's ancient tomb. Xiao Yang's eyes immediately shone brightly when he heard this. He immediately became spirited. Xiao Yang had no doubt that he would be able to break through to the level of a Do Di in an extremely short amount of time if he could obtain the legacy of a returnance expert. This temptation was just too great. Sky Eagle smiled when he saw the joy on Xiao Yang's face. He gently shook his head and continued, "There are 3 halls within the ancient tomb of Heaven's End. Outside the 3 halls, there is a layer of seal. Moreover, this seal is very special. It must be opened by Tianju's 3 famous skills. Once someone tries to use external force to break the seal, the result will be that the inheritance and other treasures inside will be destroyed along with it." Xiao Yang did not smile at all when he heard this. Instead, he could not help but frown. If that really was the case, he would definitely become the target of everyone. After all, 2 of the 3 great skills that made Tianju Shangren famous were in the hands of those 2 sects. Those ordinary experts would naturally not dare to easily become enemies with them. Once this was the case, Xiao Yang would need to be present if he wanted to undo the seal. At that time, even without the 4 great sects, Xiao Yang would still have a countless number of enemies standing in front of him. Xiao Yang helplessly sighed when he thought of this. He was just about to shake his head when Tianying once again opened his mouth. This time around, the expression on Xiao Yang's face once again changed after Tianying's words sounded. Chapter 470. Moreover, according to what I know, in addition to Shangren Tianjue's Genesis Qi inheritance, there is also Shangren Tianjue's spirit source power in the three great halls. Xiao Yang's expression changed the moment Tian Ying's words sounded. At this moment, Tian Ying lifted his eyes. A pair of azure eyes stared at Xiao Yang. His face was filled with a smile. You mean, spirit source power? Although very surprised by this news, Xiao Yang could not help but ask. Relatively speaking, there would more or less be some strength inheritance within the cave dwelling of some experts. However, the spiritual source energy that Sky Eagle had mentioned was extremely rare. After all, the soul was the foundation of a living being. It was already considered a great favor for an ordinary expert to leave behind the inheritance of their strength at the end of their life. However, it was almost impossible for them to leave behind the power of their soul. When a person died, their soul would be extinguished. However, when a mortal died, their soul would follow them. This could be considered as the last thing that the deceased had left behind. Yet, he had actually left his soul origin energy in this world. This was clearly a deliberate act of giving away everything he had. Generally speaking, people who could do such a thing were generally seniors in some forces. Before they died, they would leave everything to their juniors so that they could improve the overall strength of their juniors. It could also be considered as a contribution to the future of the whole force. However, in the entire continent, the number of times that Tianju did such a thing was very few. That's right, it is spirit source power. Hehe, I know that Mr. Xiao Yang is an alchemist, and your grade is definitely not low. Ordinary things naturally won't catch your eye, but if it's related to spirit source power, Mr. Xiao Yang will definitely not let it go so easily. Xiao Yang stared at the space in front of him. His fingertips under his sleeves gently rubbed the storage ring on his finger. A moment later, a glint flashed in his eyes and he nodded slightly at Tian Ying. He was indeed quite concerned about spirit source power. However, the main point was not for himself, but for Xiao Xian, who was still in the jade bottle and was only left with a remnant spirit. Tian Ying could not help raising his brows when he saw Xiao Yang's appearance. Soon after, he smiled again and did not think too much about it. Besides this, there is also the most precious thing in the tomb. The value of this thing can be said to be completely above Shangren Tianjue's inheritance. As his voice sounded, the expression on Xiao Yang's face suddenly changed. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were wide open. His dark black eyes revealed a deep shock. The expression on his entire face appeared extremely interesting at this moment. Originally, Xiao Yang thought that this was all the information that Tian Ying had given him after hearing about what had happened earlier. It was unexpected that Tian Ying had actually thrown another heavy bomb at this moment. An item that was worth more than the lifetime legacy of a returnance expert could truly be regarded as a shocking treasure. Tian Ying could not help but smile when he saw the shock on Xiao Yang's face again. In reality, his expression was even more exaggerated than Xiao Yang's when he first received the news. I wonder what kind of accessory it is. How can it be worth more than Shangren Tianjue's inheritance? It was a long while later before Xiao Yang finally withdrew the emotions within his heart. He cupped his hands to Tian Ying and asked in a serious voice. Tian Ying casually waved his hand when he saw that. He frowned slightly and thought for a moment before saying, I don't know what it is. I don't remember exactly what that thing is, but I am certain that it is a cultivation method. That cultivation method is the source of Lord Tianju's strength. Xiao Yang could not help but pout inside when he heard that. If it was some other treasure, he really might be tempted. However, no matter how heaven-defying it was, Xiao Yang would not be tempted by it if it was only a cultivation method. After all, having practiced the flame mantra, Xiao Yang was unable to raise the slightest interest in other qi methods. Tian Ying naturally did not discover the thoughts in Xiao Yang's heart. Hence, he merely paused for a moment before continuing to speak. Yeah, I remember the name of the cultivation method. It seems to be called the B- the returnance technique, and its grade seems to be quite high as well. It has reached the level of an intent tier cultivation method. This is what I learnt from the jade slip that I obtained the information from back then. However, I'm not sure how much of the information is true, but I do hope it's true. Hee. Xiao Yang nodded. He did not seem to care about this. No matter how precious the cultivation method was, it could not be compared to his blaze mantra. However, just as Xiao Yang was about to ignore it, Jiuyu, who was in his body, suddenly spoke. Brat, you have to ask more clearly whether that cultivation method is the returnance technique. Huh? Xiao Yang's expression suddenly changed after Jiuyu's words sounded. He frowned and a surprise involuntarily rose in his heart. He hurriedly asked Jiuyu in his heart. Old Jiu, do you know what the returnance technique is? Don't ask too much. When the time comes, you will naturally know. For you, there are only benefits and no disadvantages. But for now, it's best if you ask more about that cultivation method and confirm whether that cultivation method is the returnance art or not. Xiao Yang immediately felt a great curiosity towards this so-called returnance technique when he heard Jiuyu's solemn tone. This returnance technique was likely extraordinary if it was treated so seriously by someone like Jiuyu. At the same time, Tianying also saw the change in expression on Xiao Yang's face. Tianying could not help but feel suspicious when he saw the huge contrast in Xiao Yang's expression. At this moment, Xiao Yang once again asked Tianying, Brother Tianying, can you confirm what the name of that cultivation method is? Tianying was stunned when he heard this. He frowned slightly and looked at Xiao Yang with a strange expression. Xiao Yang's eyes flickered when he saw this. He paused for a moment before he laughed dryly and said, Hey. It is just that I suddenly recalled that my master once had a friend. The cultivation method that he practiced seemed to be called the returnance technique. Now that I think about it, I feel curious. Tianying's eyes flickered when he heard Xiao Yang's words. He smiled and did not hide anything. He frowned and thought for a moment before he nodded and said with certainty, That's right. That's right. If the news is true, then this cultivation technique should be the origin returning technique. Tianying's words had just sounded when he seemed to have recalled something. He hurriedly opened his mouth and said to Xiao Yang, That's right. That's right. In addition, the jade slip I obtained at that time also mentioned that this cultivation method can allow people below the half-step emperor realm to cultivate without any bottlenecks. Although I don't know if this can be confirmed, this is the most information I know. As for the other information, I'm afraid you can only wait until the ancient tomb opens before you can understand it yourself. Xiao Yang slowly nodded when he heard Tianying's words. At the same time, he confirmed with Jiuyu in his heart. A moment later, a soft yes was emitted from Xiao Yang's body. Xiao Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was still unclear about the so-called returnance technique, Xiao Yang never doubted Jiuyu's words. Chapter 471. During the next few days, Xiao Yang continued to stay within Tianying's cave dwelling. Murong Chanxian and the Tianying trio had also temporarily undertaken a retreat due to their injuries. Only Xiao Yang remained within this extravagant cave dwelling. There was a stone platform suspended within the misty fog. Xiao Yang was seated cross-legged on it. Both of his hands formed a training seal. The flame art chi method within his body was swiftly circulating. Wave after wave of powerful natural energy swiftly gathered towards Xiao Yang. This stone platform was originally the stone platform that Tianying usually used for training. Since it had been chosen by him, the natural energy gathered around this stone platform was naturally extremely dense. Following Tianying's retreat, this place was taken advantage of by Xiao Yang. After a period of training, Xiao Yang once again opened his eyes. His aura had also reached its peak condition. Xiao Yang's seated body moved slightly. He could even sense a faint energy ripple spreading from the empty space around him. Xiao Yang inhaled a deep breath of air. He stretched his body a little. Immediately, he began to measure his battle with the Tianying trio. The Sky Absolute Step had reached the advanced wind movement stage. It must be said that this was a great help to the current Xiao Yang. With the Sky Absolute Step, there was definitely no one below the Do Di class who could compare with Xiao Yang's speed. Additionally, Xiao Yang's frightening fighting strength had surpassed his own. Just like how the big battle with the Tianying trio had reflected, Xiao Yang no longer feared anyone below the Do Di class. This time around, He could completely rely on his own strength. There was even no need for the Northern King to intervene. It must be said that the current Xiao Yang was already not inferior to a 9-star bandai just by relying on his own fighting strength. Of course, even though this was the case, Xiao Yang's heart still contained an incomparable pressure. After all, what he was about to face was not as simple as a mere bandai. Within the 4 great sects, there were many 9-star bandai and there was no lack of genuine elite do di. If he was unable to raise his strength as soon as possible, relying on his fighting strength alone would not be a long-term solution. Hence, only true strength would be able to help Xiao Yang avoid a calamity. If he wanted to obtain strength as quickly as possible, there was only one path he could take. The Ice Spirit Pill. Although Xiao Yang did not wish to lose Jiyu, who had accompanied him for many years like a teacher and friend, it was just as Jiyu had said. This was his responsibility. Even Xiao Yang could not shirk it. Xiao Yang sighed softly with a complicated emotion. Only then did he stand up. He thought for a moment in his heart before his body moved and flew out of the Sky Eagle's mansion. A short moment later, Xiao Yang's body had already appeared in front of a volcano. The height of this volcano was not any lower than Tianying's mountain. The area within a few hundred kilometers of this volcano was bright red in color. Magma flowed out from the cracks around the volcano, turning into a magma river that slowly flowed into the distance. Occasionally, there would be a cluster of huge bubbles surging out from the magma. After which, they would explode and release a hot gas, causing the temperature of this place to become increasingly frightening. Standing above the mouth of the volcano, Xiao Yang was still able to sense the frightening temperature and wild and violent energy contained within the magma despite being 1,000 feet away. Of course, this was naturally not worth mentioning to Xiao Yang. He, who possessed a heavenly flame, was completely indifferent to this little bit of magma placed in front of him. Even the bottom of the magma, which appeared impossible for others to enter, was like an uninhabited place to Xiao Yang. That's right. The objective of Xiao Yang's trip this time around was to reach the bottom of this volcano. More accurately speaking, it should be the flame lion at the bottom of this volcano. The corners of Xiao Yang's mouth slowly revealed a smile as he looked at the volcano below. After which, his body moved and he had already appeared above the hot magma in a lightning-like manner. Xiao Yang once again smiled as he looked at the hot magma under his feet. He waved his large hand and the heavenly flame in his palm emitted a puff sound as it rose. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flame also began to churn. At the same time, the hot magma under Xiao Yang's feet swiftly parted, opening a straight path for Xiao Yang to head downwards. Xiao Yang ceased hesitating. His body moved and the sky extinction step was instantly used. His body swiftly rushed down towards the bottom of the magma. A long while later, Xiao Yang directly flew a distance of nearly 10,000 feet towards the bottom of the magma. Only then did a glaring Do-Chi light barrier appear in front of Xiao Yang's eyes. "I've arrived." With a smile in his heart, Xiao Yang's descending speed suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared outside of the light barrier. At this moment, the flame lion, who was training cross-legged at a certain spot within the light barrier, also sensed Xiao Yang's aura. Immediately, he involuntarily frowned slightly and withdrew from his training state. Only then did a thought pass through his mind. At the same time, the Do-Chi light barrier in front of Xiao Yang automatically parted to form a path that only one person could pass through. Xiao Yang took a step forward and entered it. It is unexpected that brother Xiao Yang would actually come to this boring and vexed place of mine. May I know what advice you have for me? The flame lion's deep and bold laughter was immediately transmitted over like thunder the moment they met. The flame lion was a straightforward person. After a couple of clashes, he had not only treated Xiao Yang as an expert of the same level but also as a friend. Hence, he was naturally not as restrained as he was at the beginning when he spoke to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang did not dislike the flame lion's tone. Instead, he felt that this would allow him to get along better with the latter. After laughing a few times in response to the latter, Xiao Yang finally inhaled a deep breath of air. He lifted his gaze to look at the flame lion in front of him and said with a smile, "That's right. As the saying goes, one does not visit a temple without a reason." The reason why I have come this time is indeed because I need old brother Flame Lion's help." Hearing Xiao Yang call him old brother, the Flame Lion immediately felt a wave of comfort in his heart. He laughed loudly and said, "Since there is something, brother Xiao Yang can just say it. Moreover, young miss has also said that as long as you can bring it up and we can do it, we will definitely help. Ha 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 ha." Seeing this, Xiao Yang could not help but laugh once again. However, the expression on his face quickly recovered. After musing for a moment, Xiao Yang inhaled a deep breath of air and said, "From what I can see, old brother Flame Lion's flame energy is blessed by nature. I think that this volcano should have quite a long history." Xiao Yang's words paused for a moment. The Flame Lion nodded his head and indicated for Xiao Yang to continue. "Therefore, I want to ask if old brother Flame Lion has the few things that I need." Hearing this, the Flame Lion's eyebrows involuntarily twitched. Immediately, he smiled in relief. His hands were placed on his waist as he laughed loudly at Xiao Yang. "Haha, I have almost forgotten. Brother Xiao Yang is an alchemist. Since that is the case, brother Xiao Yang can just say whatever you want. I don't have anything else here, but as long as it is of the fire attribute, whether it is medicinal ingredients that are over 1,000 years old or flame crystals that are a few hundred years old, I can easily find a few of them for you. He, it is not that I am boasting to you. As long as you can name it, I guarantee that I can basically take it out for you. In terms of medicinal ingredient storage, even if Tianying and Xionggang were to add up, they would not necessarily have as much as me." Haha. After boasting, the Flame Lion's face actually revealed a proud expression. Seeing this, Xiao Yang immediately sighed in relief. Although he had come with a goal this time around, he did not dare to guarantee that the few things that he was looking for would really be found here by the Flame Lion. However, hearing the latter's words at this moment, a little excitement surged in Xiao Yang's heart. After organizing his words in his heart, Xiao Yang looked at the Flame Lion in front of him with a surprised expression. He cupped his hands together and opened his mouth to speak with a smile. "In that case, I will first thank old brother Flame Lion here." After expressing his thanks, Xiao Yang no longer hesitated. He told the Flame Lion about the medicinal ingredients that he needed, as well as the few special flame crystals that he needed to refine the incarnation. Lava fruit, blazing flame essence vine. However, as Xiao Yang continued to speak one after another, the expression on the Flame Lion's face changed from the relaxed and pleased expression in the beginning to a dull and stupefied expression in the end. Chapter 472. At the bottom of a volcano in the depths of the Shaolin mountain range, the Flame Lion's mouth was wide open as he stared blankly at Xiao Yang in front of him. The expression on his face looked rather interesting at this moment. Xiao Yang, who was in front of him, continuously spat out the names of various medicinal ingredients. There were nearly 100 of them. Even though the Flame Lion had an indifferent attitude towards most of the medicinal ingredients, as Xiao Yang continued speaking, the Flame Lion's expression involuntarily began to change. The medicinal ingredients that Xiao Yang spat out had a value and medicinal properties. At first, they were the lowest grade medicinal ingredients that were 100 years old. At this moment, they had even extended to 1,000 years old or even several thousand years old. A medicinal ingredient of this age was something that even the Flame Lion treated as his life. Yet, Xiao Yang in front of him had forcefully taken away half of all the precious medicinal ingredients that he had gathered over the years the moment he opened his mouth. It was likely that no one would be able to accept such a thing regardless of who it was that was to be the one to do it. It was only because the person standing in front of the Flame Lion at this moment was Xiao Yang. If it was anyone else, the Flame Lion would have long since gone berserk. When Xiao Yang spat out the last word from his mouth, the Flame Lion's face no longer had any expression. He only nodded stiffly at Xiao Yang. A trace of despair was revealed in his reddish-brown eyes. Helplessly, how could he be happy when he saw his family's property being taken away by someone else? When he saw the expression on the Flame Lion's face, Xiao Yang's expression could not help but be slightly startled. However, he immediately laughed softly and said to the Flame Lion, "Don't worry. Brother Flame Lion, don't worry. I won't take your things for free. You've only promised me one thing, so I'll only take one thing from you. How about this? I'll use emperor-grade pills to exchange for the other things. What do you think? When he heard Xiao Yang's words, the flame lion's expression was immediately startled. Immediately, his entire mood immediately turned for the better. A joyous smile also swiftly surged onto his rough face. Although those medicinal ingredients were extremely precious and were regarded as treasures by him, what made the flame lion feel helpless at the same time was that the wild and violent energy contained within those medicinal ingredients prevented him from refining them for his own use. Hence, although these medicinal ingredients were precious, they were ultimately like poisonous mushrooms in the flame lion's hands. He could only look at them, but could not eat them. Hence, when he heard that Xiao Yang was willing to use medicinal pills to exchange, the flame lion was naturally very happy. After laughing, the flame lion's expression changed. He immediately waved his sleeves and led the way for Xiao Yang. At the same time, he also laughed as he said, "Brother Xiao Yang, please follow me." After his voice sounded, the flame lion took the lead and led the way for Xiao Yang. Behind him, Xiao Yang also smiled and nodded. He took a step forward and followed closely behind. It was also because of this that Xiao Yang had the opportunity to admire the unique space at the bottom of the magma. Unlike what he had imagined, the space in front of him did not become desolate because of the magma outside of the Do Chi light barrier. On the contrary, this place appeared to be filled with life. There was a small forest in Xiao Yang's sight. That's right, it was a forest. Every tree in the forest appeared to be at least a few hundred years old. Their crimson-red branches and crimson-red leaves caused these trees to appear like a large fire that burned all year round. It was quite imposing. Moreover, this was merely a small forest. It was difficult to imagine just what kind of awe-inspiring scene it would be if such a large forest was occupied by it. Xiao Yang's eyes strangely paused on the forest below for a moment. After which, he followed the flame lion and passed through the sky above the forest. After flying for a moment, they immediately appeared outside of a mountain cave. Ha ha, this place of mine cannot be compared to the residence of that fellow Tian Ying. Brother Xiao Yang, please don't dislike it. Ha ha. Xiao Yang smiled when he heard this. He shook his head in an unconcerned manner. After which, he quickly entered the mountain cave. The interior of the mountain cave was a flight of stairs that led deep into the ground. Although it was deep underground, the rock walls that emitted a crimson fluorescent light caused the cave to appear not so dark. Although the mountain cave was simple and crude, when Xiao Yang first stepped into it, he was greeted by an extremely hot gust of wind. The sudden gust of wind caused Xiao Yang's expression to change slightly. Even his breathing became a little sluggish. However, Xiao Yang quickly recovered. Feeling the gust of wind that came towards him, Xiao Yang could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. This gust of wind was so frightening that it could easily incinerate some ordinary things. The fire affinity energy that it contained caused even Xiao Yang to involuntarily exclaim in amazement. Haha, although the design of old Brother Flame Lion's cave is not as good as Brother Tian Ying's, if one were to train here, it is likely that the results one would obtain would be even better than at Tian Ying's place. Heh, this is only relative to fire affinity cultivators like us. However, I really feel lucky. Although I cannot swallow and refine those medicinal ingredients, the energy that those things attract is of great help to me. Therefore, I did not place those medicinal ingredients into my storage ring. Instead, I transplanted those medicinal ingredients into this mountain cave. The flame lion could not help but smile when he heard Xiao Yang's words. Immediately, he lifted his foot and walked into the interior of the mountain cave. A short moment later, Xiao Yang and the flame lion had already reached the deepest part of the mountain cave. After passing through a few stone doors, the flame lion's hands formed a seal and opened the last stone door. The expression on Xiao Yang's face finally gradually stiffened. Standing in front of the stone door, what pounced on his face was not only an even more intense gust of wind, but also an extremely rich medicinal fragrance. The medicinal fragrance was so rich that it caused Xiao Yang to involuntarily sneeze on the spot. This scene caused the flame lion to involuntarily laugh out loud. The flame lion, who was already used to the environment here, did not care about this little thing. Xiao Yang glanced over. All he could see was a dazzling array of medicinal ingredients, as well as piles of rare ingredients and flame crystals that caused him to involuntarily be moved. At this moment, all of the medicinal ingredients in front of Xiao Yang were fire affinity medicinal ingredients. Most of the medicinal ingredients were so rare that they could be considered priceless in the outside world. Other than a few unimportant ones, the rest of the medicinal ingredients that Xiao Yang needed were basically all gathered here. Blazing flame flower, dragon fire fruit, and fire chiline stem. Xiao Yang's eyes were dull as he stared at the medicinal ingredients in front of him. Each time he read out a name, his heart would involuntarily be violently shaken. Moreover, the thing that caused him to be most shocked was that even though this was the case, there were still a few medicinal ingredients that even he could not identify among these medicinal ingredients. Moreover, from the rich medicinal fragrance that they contained, these few medicinal ingredients were definitely the most precious ones among the medicinal ingredients in this area. Ha ha. Brother Xiao Yang, there is no need to stand on ceremony. In any case, I am keeping these medicinal ingredients and they do not have much use. As long as Brother Xiao Yang does not mind, feel free to take as many as you want. The flame lion immediately laughed out loud when he saw the shocked expression on Xiao Yang's face. His face was filled with pride as he looked at Xiao Yang. His large hand pointed at the medicinal ingredients in the stone cave in front of him as he laughed out loud. Xiao Yang's heart became increasingly excited when he heard the flame lion's words. However, he ultimately suppressed the excitement in his heart and cupped his hands together towards the flame lion in front of him. Old brother flame lion. The words had just left Xiao Yang's mouth when the flame lion once again laughed out loud. He forcefully patted Xiao Yang's shoulder and laughed out loud. Heh, there is no need to stand on ceremony. Feel free to take as many as you want. However, you must remember that when you refine an emperor-tier medicinal pill, don't forget about me. Ha ha. Xiao Yang nodded heavily when he heard this. Immediately, he cupped his hands together towards the flame lion and said, Old brother flame lion, don't worry. I, Xiao Yang, guarantee you that before I leave the western region in the future, I will definitely refine an emperor tribulation pill and gift it to old brother flame lion. The expression on the flame lion's face suddenly paused when he heard these words. Soon after, a wild joy swiftly surged into his brownish-red eyes. He had said so much and was willing to gift all of his belongings to Xiao Yang. One of the reasons was naturally to get closer to Xiao Yang. However, the other reason was the Emperor Tribulation Pill. The Flame Lion's strength had already reached the 9th Starban DI level for hundreds of years. The reason why his strength had not broken through was because he was worried about this so-called Emperor Tribulation. The terror of an Emperor Tribulation was far from as easy as they had imagined. Back then, the three of them had personally witnessed an expert of the same level die miserably under the Emperor Tribulation in order to break through to the Do DI class. In the end, not even a trace of aura was left behind. It could be said that he had died completely. With the former as an example, Tianying and the other two naturally did not dare to easily attempt to break through. Hence, the Emperor Tribulation Pill had become something that they yearned for in their hearts. The Emperor Tribulation Pill was a miraculous medicinal pill that was said to be able to increase the chances of breaking through to the Do DI class. Its effect was sought after by all the living things in the entire continent. Tianying and the other two were naturally no exception. However, as magical beasts, alchemy wasn't their forte. In addition, they didn't have a good relationship with humans. They were even at war with the 4 major sects of the human race. Therefore, they could only think about the Emperor Tribulation Pill, but they couldn't find it. At this moment, after spending so much effort, Xiao Yang had finally opened his mouth and said the thing that they wanted the most. In this way, their efforts would not be in vain. Ha 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 ha. Good. In that case, I shall first thank Brother Xiao Yang here. As for these medicinal ingredients, I will gift them all to Brother Xiao Yang. Ha 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 ha. After a loud laugh, the flame lion finally stood by the side with a joyous expression. Xiao Yang's gaze once again landed on the medicinal ingredients. His eyes revealed a rich joy. Chapter 473. Within the stone cave, Xiao Yang carefully placed the last blood flame flower into an exquisitely crafted jade box. Only then did he store it into his storage ring. After which, He stored the flame crystals into his storage ring. He lifted his eyes to look at the empty stone cave in front of him. Only then did Xiao Yang turn around and look at the flame lion. He cupped his hands together towards the flame lion. The latter smiled faintly. Immediately, the two of them left the stone cave one after another. As for the thick and heavy stone door, since there was no longer anything guarding it, there was naturally no need to purposely close it. For a time, an indescribable desolate feeling was unknowingly emitted from within the stone cave, which was still filled with hot gales. After exiting the stone cave, Xiao Yang and the flame lion chatted for a long time. The relationship between the two of them had also improved. Compared to a few months ago, the two of them were now like old friends who had known each other for many years. The next day, when a ray of white appeared at the edge of one's sight in the east, Xiao Yang, who had been sitting cross-legged for an entire night, slowly opened his eyes on a mountain peak. His eyelids trembled slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, Xiao Yang casually waved his hand. 5 rays of light immediately shot out. Following Xiao Yang's thought, they were suspended in the empty space in front of Xiao Yang. The 5 rays of light were 5 blazing flame crystals. The blazing flame crystal was the most precious type of flame crystal that Xiao Yang had obtained from the flame lion's cave. The fire-type energy it contained was not only the strongest amongst all the flame crystals, but its purity had also reached a stage where it could be swallowed and refined. Even within the flame lion's cave, there were only 7 of these blazing flame crystals. It was unlike the other crystals which were piled up. Looking at the 5 blazing flame crystals in front of him, Xiao Yang involuntarily took a deep breath. As long as he was able to completely refine these 5 blazing flame crystals in front of him, he would be able to gather all the 9 incarnations required for the 9 transformation body skill. At this moment, Xiao Yang's heart actually felt a little excited when he thought of this. He wondered just how much strength his actual body would possess when the 9 avatars agglomerated into one. Xiao Yang ceased hesitating the moment this thought appeared in his heart. A thought passed through his mind and the 5 blazing flame crystals immediately moved as he wished, lingering around Xiao Yang's body. At the same time, the soul bead in Xiao Yang's mind that contained all of Xiao Yang's soul strength began to tremble violently. Immediately, a terrifying soul strength surged out from between Xiao Yang's eyebrows. With Xiao Yang's body as the center, it rapidly spread in all directions. Buzz buzz buzz, the formless soul strength condensed into a terrifying soul storm in the void and rapidly swept across the horizon. At the same time, a frightening pressure instantly descended upon the area. In the next moment, with a thought from Xiao Yang, the formless soul strength instantly condensed into numerous formless sharp blades. With a thought from Xiao Yang, the formless sharp blades immediately tore through the void and ruthlessly slashed towards the 5 blazing flame crystals. Clang, clang, clang. With a loud sound, waves of frightening and vast soul strength swept across the area like a tidal wave. Everywhere it passed, the world trembled. All living things within a radius of a few thousand miles were filled with fear at this moment. Clang. At the same time, in 3 different cave dwellings, the Sky Eagle, the Flame Lion and Xiong Gang all lifted their heads at this moment. Their gazes were grave as they looked towards the direction where the spiritual pressure was coming from. At this moment, even Murong Qianqian's pretty face finally revealed a solemn expression. This aura is indeed Xiao Yang. However, from the looks of it, could it be that something has happened to him? Sky Eagle frowned tightly within the cave dwelling. His heart was pondering the situation outside the cave at this moment. Murong Qianqian also flew over from the distance by his side. A worried expression surfaced on her pretty face. That fellow will be fine, right? Sky Eagle smiled slightly and comforted Murong Qianqian when he heard her words that were filled with worry. Young miss, please rest assured that nothing will happen to Xiao Yang. He is not an ordinary person. Even the 3 of us are unable to easily capture him. It is naturally impossible for others to do so as well. Unless the person who has come is an elite Do Di. Murong Qianqian viciously glared at him when she heard this. After which, she curled her mouth in a displeased manner. Her lovely body moved in front of his embarrassed eyes and swiftly flew out of Sky Eagle's cave dwelling. Behind her, Sky Eagle did not dare to slight her. His body moved and he swiftly gave chase. At the same time, the Flame Lion and Xionggang also appeared outside of their respective cave dwellings in 2 other places. Their feet stepped on the empty air and they swiftly rushed in the direction where the spiritual pressure was transmitted from. In the blink of an eye, the 4 human figures had already arrived outside of the mountain where Xiao Yang was located. The few of them stood in the empty air 1,000 feet away and saw Xiao Yang, who was controlling numerous spiritual blades from a distance. The expressions of the 4 people, who had swiftly hurried over, were involuntarily stunned when they saw this scene. Murong Qianqian also involuntarily frowned slightly. Her small mouth pouted and she was just about to step forward when she was hurriedly stopped by Sky Eagle at the critical moment. "Young miss, from the looks of Mr. Xiao Yang's current appearance, it is best not to disturb him. Otherwise, if his spiritual strength were to suffer a backlash, the result would not be a small matter." Murong Qianqian's young miss temper was finally suppressed when she heard Sky Eagle's words. She thought in her heart that if Xiao Yang were to really suffer a backlash from his spiritual strength and leave behind irreversible sequelae, she would really become a sinner. Murong Qianqian carried helplessness and curiosity. In the end, she could only stand in the empty air 1,000 feet away from Xiao Yang. She sensed the frightening spiritual strength that was transmitted each time they collided. A shocked expression also surfaced on her pink pretty face. Sky Eagle and the other 2 joined hands. They formed an enormous Do-Chi light barrier 1,000 feet away from Xiao Yang, covering Xiao Yang and the entire empty space within it. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Half a month later, the sound of the spiritual collisions gradually disappeared. At a certain moment, Xiao Yang's body, which had been seated for half a month, finally trembled slightly. Immediately, the frightening spiritual strength pressure that had covered the entire place for half a month suddenly disappeared at this moment. Everything in the world seemed to have become much lighter at this moment. 4 human figures swiftly flashed across the sky when the pressure disappeared. In the blink of an eye, they stood in front of Xiao Yang. However, just as the few of them were about to open their mouths to speak, the scene that appeared in front of them caused the expressions on the faces of the 4 of them to instantly stiffen. The 4 human figures were just like 4 ice sculptures. Their faces were dull as they stood where they were. Both of their eyes were wide open and their mouths were wide open. The expressions on their faces were filled with disbelief. At this moment, as Xiao Yang stood up, a group of people stood in front of Murong Qianqian's group. There were a total of 10 human figures. Each of them had the same face. Even the clothes they were wearing, the expressions on their faces, and their eyes were all exactly the same. These 10 people appeared to be transformed from the same person. Among these 10 people, other than Xiao Yang, who was right in the middle of the mountain peak, the rest were naturally the incarnations of the 9 transformation body skill. Chapter 474. On the mountain top, Xiao Yang's eyes looked at the 4 people in front of him. His face involuntarily revealed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He smiled softly and shook his head. A thought passed through Xiao Yang's mind. Immediately, the bodies of the 9 surrounding avatars became distorted. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from this empty space. Murong Qianqian and the rest only withdrew their eyes, which were filled with shock, after seeing that more than half of this group of Xiao Yang had disappeared. The 4 of them faced each other. It was still possible to see a shocked expression in each of their eyes. At the same time, Xiao Yang also cupped his hands together towards the Sky Eagle trio in front of him. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your protection during this half a month." Although Xiao Yang's eyes were shut, given his powerful spiritual strength, nothing that happened in this place could escape Xiao Yang's detection. Hence, Xiao Yang was already aware of the Do-Chi light barrier that the Sky Eagle trio had created together. The Sky Eagle trio immediately smiled and waved their hands towards Xiao Yang when they heard this. The Flame Lion immediately stepped forward and violently patted Xiao Yang's shoulder. His tone was filled with ridicule as he laughed. "Hee, you don't know. When we sensed your spiritual ripple that day, the expression on young Miss's face immediately changed. Her face was filled with anxiety, afraid that something had happened to you. Fortunately, Sky Eagle was there. All right. Shut up. Young Miss is beside us. If she were to hear you, A lion like you would turn into a bald dog. The flame lion's words had yet to fade when Sky Eagle stepped forward and pulled the flame lion, who was in front of Xiao Yang, to the back. The three brothers exchanged glances with each other. Immediately, they tactfully took a couple of steps back, leaving the empty space in front of them to Xiao Yang and Murong Qianqian. Cough cough. Xiao Yang involuntarily coughed twice when he heard the flame lion's words. The expression on his old face also appeared a little unnatural. How could Xiao Yang not understand the meaning behind the flame lion's words? However, to Xiao Yang, he already owed too much emotional debt, so he really didn't have the heart to think about it anymore. Therefore, Xiao Yang could only complain helplessly in his heart. When Murong Qianqian, who was opposite him, saw Skyhawk's group of three take the initiative to retreat, a crimson blush swiftly surged onto her beautiful face. At the same time she turned her head, her gaze fiercely cut at Skyhawk's group of three behind her. When the three of them saw this, they hurriedly smiled embarrassedly. Their footsteps were almost undetectable as they continued to retreat. In their hearts, they were afraid that this young lady would suddenly attack them. Angrily withdrawing her gaze, the young lady raised her eyes and met Xiao Yang's gaze head-on. Immediately, the expressions of the two involuntarily became a little awkward. The crimson blush on Murong Qianqian's pretty face became even denser. Xiao Yang did not know what to say in his heart. The Skyhawks group by the side looked at the two of them with a gloating expression. It was a long while later before Xiao Yang finally sighed helplessly in his heart. After deliberating for a moment in his heart, he raised his gaze to look at the young lady in front of him and opened his mouth to ask Murong Qianqian. Has Murong Xiajie's injury healed? Although his words sounded flat, anyone could hear the estrangement in them. The expression on Murong Qianqian's pretty face involuntarily became a little stunned when she heard Xiao Yang's words. A sad expression involuntarily flashed across her pretty eyes. At the same time, even the Skyhawks group involuntarily frowned. In an instant, even the flowing air had become somewhat stagnant. Only a moment later did Murong Qianqian softly acknowledge. Unknowingly, the slender jade-like hands that were hidden under the sleeves also tightly clenched together. From the sound of Xiao Yang's words, it was likely that he was preparing to leave. As Murong Qianqian thought in this manner in her heart, the expression in her pretty eyes also became increasingly complicated. Haha, that's good. Coincidentally, I also have a matter that I wish to ask Murong Xiajie for help. I hope that Murong Xiajie will be able to help. Xiao Yang once again smiled. His expression was calm. At the same time his voice sounded, he also cupped his hands together towards Murong Qianqian. Even though Murong Qianqian was a little unwilling in her heart when she saw Xiao Yang's manner, she ultimately nodded her head with a dull expression. Her tone was similarly calm as she spoke to Xiao Yang. You are my savior. If you need any help, just say so. Additionally, Xiong Gang has yet to fulfill one of your requests. You can just mention it. I will help him complete your request. The Sky Eagle trio exchanged glances with each other when they saw this. Immediately, they helplessly shook their heads. They knew that the reason why Murong Qianqian had revealed such an indifferent manner was not because her heart was calm and unperturbed. Instead, it was because she was unwilling to reveal her weakness. Xiao Yang also felt a wave of helplessness in his heart with regards to this. He mused for a moment before opening his mouth once again. The purpose of my trip this time around is to pass through the hinterland of the Shalin mountain range. Unfortunately, the terrain there is special and the cold air is extremely oppressive. I am unable to enter, much less pass through it. Therefore, you wish for me to help you pass through the hinterland of the Shalin mountain range? After Murong Qianqian's words sounded, a pair of indifferent eyes instantly shot towards the Sky Eagle. The only one who could tell Xiao Yang these things was him. The Sky Eagle immediately shrunk his head when he sensed Murong Qianqian's eyes that seemed to want to devour him. His throat rolled as he emitted a timid gurgling sound. Xiao Yang was still expressionless when he heard Murong Qianqian's words. The latter immediately snorted coldly and sternly said, Xiao Yang, if it was any other matter, this young miss would agree to it without any hesitation. However, this matter is an exception. They should have told you that no one is allowed to enter the hinterland of the Shalin mountain range. This is the rule and no one can change it. But you can. Before the young lady's words sounded, Xiao Yang interrupted her. The young lady immediately snorted coldly when she heard this. She lifted her pretty eyes and once again exchanged glances with the calm face of Xiao Yang. The two gazes faced each other from a distance. The space where their gazes met involuntarily became distorted at this moment. Humph. Yes, even if I can enter the hinterland of the Shalin mountain range, I can only do so by myself. I cannot bring another person with me. Therefore, you should raise another request. A long while later, Murong Qianqian finally snorted softly and spoke in an indifferent tone. Xiao Yang involuntarily frowned when he heard the young lady's words. How was this a question of whether or not he could bring her along? It was simply that Murong Qianqian was unwilling. However, since things had already developed to this point, it was useless for Xiao Yang to say anything more. After sighing helplessly, Xiao Yang frowned slightly and was about to turn around. However, the next moment, rumble. An intense rumbling sound was suddenly transmitted. It was just like thunder as it resounded over the horizon. At the same time, the ground beneath Xiao Yang's group also began to tremble intensely at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the few of them lifted their heads and looked over. Within their sight, countless magical beasts rose into the air like frightened birds and fled in all directions. That is, the Eastern Wall. Something has happened again. Just as the five of them lifted their heads, the expressions on the faces of the Sky Eagle trio behind them suddenly changed drastically. Their mouths involuntarily exclaimed, "The Eastern Wall? Don't tell me that it has collapsed again." The expression on Xiao Yang's face involuntarily changed slightly when he heard the exclamations of the three of them. He involuntarily exclaimed in his heart. At the same time, the Sky Eagle trio also hurriedly moved. Each of them unleashed their fastest speed and swiftly rushed towards the eastern horizon. Chapter 475. This place was a vast expanse of snow. A bone-chilling cold wind blew in this world. Goose feather-like snow drifted in all directions. There was a row of sky-reaching snowy peaks in this place. They appeared to be the guards of this world. They stood firmly in this place and did not allow anyone to pass through. At the same time, some things were also blocked behind these snowy peaks. Until a certain moment, an enormous crack suddenly appeared in this row of indestructible snowy peaks. The crack extended from bottom to top and penetrated deep into the ground. It forcefully split one of the snowy peaks apart from the middle until it was completely torn apart. The entire snowy peak also collapsed. At the same time that the snowy peak collapsed, a frightening crack that was 1,000 feet wide appeared between the snowy peaks like a valley. It connected the world within the snowy peaks with the world outside. The appearance of the crack brought with it waves of icy cold wind. A frightening cold current swiftly spread across this snowy land. In merely a moment, it had already spread beyond the snowy land into the vast mountain forest. Immediately, wherever the cold current passed, everything in the world would be instantly sealed in ice. The entire mountain forest and the land had turned pale white in the blink of an eye. The tree branches that were swaying with the wind before the cold current arrived were instantly sealed in ice by the cold wind. The tree branches within the layer of ice were also permanently frozen in the moment before they were swept by the cold wind. Countless magical beasts were swiftly fleeing within the mountain forest at this moment. Even so, there were still quite a number of magical beasts that were unable to escape the claws of the cold wind. In the end, all the magical beasts, regardless of whether they were in the sky or on the ground, were completely sealed in ice by the cold wind. This was not merely their bodies that were sealed in ice. Even the do-chi within their bodies and their souls were instantly sealed in ice. Under this cold wind, it was impossible for anyone below the strength of a half-martial emperor to survive. Within a short moment, the mountain forest within a radius of several hundred miles was covered by a thick layer of ice. Wherever the cold wind passed, all life was extinguished. Goose feather-like snow also began to drift in the sky. Swoosh! At a certain moment, a sharp sound of rushing wind suddenly sounded in the sky. Following which, a couple of rays of light shot across the sky with lightning-like speed. Soon after, a frightening wind pressure descended on the frozen mountain forest below. Bang bang bang! The frightening wind pressure instantly crushed those ice sculpture-like trees. The layer of ice on the surface of the ground was also violently lifted, leaving behind numerous gullies of varying depths. A moment later, Xiao Yang's group appeared in front of the huge crack. Rather than calling it a crack, it looked more like a valley at this moment. This time around, the valley was many times wider than the deep stream from before. Similarly, the cold current that gushing out from it was even more frightening. As he sensed the frightening cold wind that pounced towards him, Xiao Yang felt that the muscles on his face had already been frozen until they felt numb. Of course, the few people beside him were no exception. However, at this moment, the thing that caused Xiao Yang to feel surprised was that Murong Qianxian, who was standing beside the Sky Eagle, actually did not have the slightest change in her pretty face. That biting cold wind also automatically scattered when it was 10 feet from Murong Qianxian's body. Xiao Yang could not help but gently lift his eyebrows when he saw this scene. He could not help but feel astonished in his heart. However, he quickly linked this matter to the reason why Murong Qianxian was able to enter the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. No wonder. No wonder Sky Eagle said that she was able to enter the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. There is actually something protecting her outside of her body. After understanding this point in his heart, Xiao Yang could not help but exclaim quietly in his heart. His heavenly flame was the most violent energy in the world. Yet, it was actually unable to easily block this cold wind. However, this Murong Qianxian was actually able to remain unaffected by this cold wind. The thing on her body was likely extraordinary. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of Sky Eagle's group had become grave. Indeed, this time around, the strength of this cold wind is many times stronger than before. Sky Eagle's eyes were extremely grave as he looked at the valley in front of him. The cold wind that surged out from within caused even him to feel incomparably strenuous. Let's go all out. Otherwise, if this cold wind really spreads, it is likely that the entire mountain range will be frozen by this thing. At this moment, even the flame lion had withdrawn his usual smiling expression. As the words from his mouth sounded, the do qi within his body emitted a bang sound as it surged out of his body. It transformed into a cluster of hot flames that fiercely burned on the surface of the flame lion's body. Roar! Xiong Gang, who had always been a man of few words, abruptly shook his strong body. Do qi wildly surged out of his body and agglomerated into a rock armor on the surface of his body, protecting his strong body within it. Let's go. If we succeed, we will still be able to live and train for a few hundred years. If we fail, we must use our lives to seal it for 100 or even 1,000 years. Sky Eagle violently clenched his teeth and roared with a sharp pause between each word. Helplessly, the situation this time around was really much more serious than in the past. Even they did not have complete confidence. In order to successfully block this cold wind, they would definitely not hesitate to use their lives as the price. Sky Eagle was the first to charge after his words sounded. Its body moved and it suddenly flew towards the sky. With a shake of its body, it revealed its original form. Sky Eagle's enormous body appeared exceptionally overbearing in this empty space. As his wings were flapped, Xiao Yang and the others below could clearly see numerous glaring spatial crack lines appear in the empty space around him. Behind him, the Flame Lion and Xiong Gang also transformed into their original forms. Each of them roared at the sky and displayed their strength, preparing to seal the valley below. Mr. Xiao Yang, if we are unable to hold on, I hope that you will be able to bring our young miss out of the Shilin mountain range. Please. Sky Eagle's voice was quietly transmitted into Xiao Yang's ears while he was observing Sky Eagle's trio in the sky. Xiao Yang involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard these words. His gaze immediately glanced at Murong Qianxian by the side. After which, he nodded in a manner that was undetectable. Roar, roar, roar. In the next moment, the three enormous beasts in the sky suddenly emitted an earth-shaking furious roar from their mouths. Their bodies immediately moved and the do qi within their bodies surged wildly. A powerful do skill was also unleashed at this moment. Blood Eagle Curse. Thousand Li Wind Evil. Flame Lion Waterfall. Lion Break. Mountain River Slaughter. Starfall. Chapter 476. The three enormous beasts in the sky each displayed their might. They unleashed their powerful man-class Do skills one after another. Immediately, a frightening aura and pressure swiftly descended on this place like an enormous mountain. The frightening aura and pressure descended from the sky, instantly suppressing the repeatedly gushing cold flow. The powerful strength was like a hot knife through butter. The cold wind that came into contact with it was completely suppressed. From the looks of it, it seemed that they intended to completely suppress the cold wind in one go. However, the hearts of the Sky Eagle trio, who had transformed into their actual bodies, did not dare to underestimate all of this. Given their understanding of this cold wind, they were naturally aware that what they saw in front of their eyes was merely an illusion. The true strength of this cold wind was buried in the deepest part of this canyon. At this moment, what they had touched was merely a superficial part of it. Roar! The three enormous beasts let out a low roar in unison. Their enormous bodies suddenly shook and a frightening pressure once again swept out. Three incomparably frightening pressures swiftly merged together. Under the joint control of the Sky Eagle trio, they linked up with the three-man class Do skills and formed a triangle in the sky. It carried an even more frightening aura and pressure as it violently pressed down on the canyon below. On the other side, Xiao Yang sensed the frightening pressure that was transmitted from the three Do skills. The expression on his face involuntarily changed. It must be said that he had ultimately underestimated the true strength of the Sky Eagle trio. The Do skills that the three of them displayed when they joined hands were far, far stronger than the fighting strength that they possessed. If they were able to cooperate in such a manner during the big battle with Xiao Yang earlier, Xiao Yang acknowledged in his heart that he would definitely not be able to fight them head-on other than fleeing. However, it was in this manner that an even colder aura surged out from the canyon below while Xiao Yang was feeling terrified by the combined strength of the three of them. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding ice layer of the canyon was once again covered by a thick layer of ice. At the same time, a countless number of icicles were swiftly formed in the air above the canyon. Once the three Do skills landed, these countless number of icicles would carry a frightening penetrating force as they violently met the three Do skills. In the blink of an eye, the three powerful Do skills carried a frightening pressure as they landed. The countless number of icicles also followed and met them. Clang 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 clang, the clear sound of metal striking metal repeatedly sounded. Numerous ice spikes pierced through the empty space. In the blink of an eye, they violently collided with the wind that was created when the three Do techniques landed. The moment the ice spikes shattered, circular spatial crack lines also appeared in the surrounding empty space. The raindrop-like spatial crack lines continued to appear. Every second, there would be an uncountable number of icicles violently smashing onto the wind wall that was agglomerated from the wind. However, the final result was that they were still blocked by the wind. However, as the countless number of icicles continued to explode, the expression on the face of Xiao Yang, who was quietly observing everything from the side, gradually became solemn. This was because as the icicles continued to explode, he realized that the temperature in the surrounding space of the three Do skills was also frighteningly low. Moreover, until this moment, the temperature in that space was still continuously decreasing at an extremely frightening speed. At the same time, Xiao Yang was also able to clearly see that the speed at which the three Do skills were descending was also becoming increasingly slower. The wind that was originally blocking those icicles had also gradually decreased. At this moment, the countless number of icicles finally landed on the three Do skills. Bang bang bang. Although the strength of those icicles did not appear to be enough to reach the apex, waves of cold air agglomerated as those icicles exploded, causing the temperature in the surrounding empty space of the three Do skills to become increasingly lower. The strength that the three Do skills possessed just so happened to be the most wild and violent kind of strength. This was especially the case for the Flame Lion's Lion Break. It was filled with an incomparably overbearing fierce flame strength. The result of the collision between extreme cold and extreme heat was something that Xiao Yang did not dare to easily imagine. Xiao Yang frowned intently. His heart felt incomparably solemn. His gaze would occasionally drift towards Murong Qianqian by the side. At this moment, the expression on the latter's pretty face had also become somewhat ugly. She had also sensed the frighteningly low temperature in the empty space. Immediately, the delicate hands under her sleeves were repeatedly relaxed and tightly clenched. Some hesitation was revealed between her eyebrows. In the Sky Eagle trio had similarly sensed the frighteningly low temperature. Their hearts immediately felt incomparably solemn. It was unexpected that the cold wind this time around would actually be so much stronger than before. Just from the beginning, the Do skills of the three of them had already been forced into a passive state. At this moment, it was impossible for them to withdraw even if they wanted to. However, the next moment, before the three of them could do anything, the cold air that covered the three frightening Do skills suddenly began to tremble intensely. Along with it, the entire space also trembled. Hum hum hum. Soon after, the three Do skills that were covered by the cold air also began to tremble at this moment. Wave after wave of Do Chi uncontrollably spread in all directions, filling the area covered by the cold air. The entire space also began to tremble even more intensely. Within a short couple of breaths' time, the Sky Eagle trio in the sky were surprised to discover that their connection with the Do skills had actually gradually become blurry. In the end, it was completely severed. The energy contained within the three types of man-class Do skills swiftly became wild and violent the moment their connection with the Sky Eagle trio was severed. Adding this to the frighteningly low temperature that covered the surrounding space, the strength of the three types of man-class Do skills were actually forcefully kneaded together at the same time as they spread. The three types of energy swiftly merged within the extremely cold space. The energy within them, which had already become incomparably wild and violent, had become incomparably powerful after this merger. Following the merger of the three Do skills, an enormous bright red energy light cluster was suspended in the sky like a small planet. In the sight of Xiao Yang's group, the size of the enormous light cluster was actually swiftly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye following the merger of the three Do skills. Of course, despite its size appearing smaller, the strength contained within it caused the expressions of the Sky Eagle trio to swiftly become incomparably solemn. That strength was likely not something that they could easily block. The hearts of the three of them immediately tightened when they sensed this. They exchanged glances with each other and were just about to act when the true storm suddenly descended in the next moment. At the same time, the solemn-faced Xiao Yang also moved his feet and instantly used the Sky Extinction Step. Bang! Chapter 477. A low and deep rumbling sound had just sounded when the entire place was suddenly covered by a glaring golden light. Soon after, buzz, a 1,000-foot-large Do Chi wave suddenly swept out from the middle of the light with a bang sound. The surrounding empty space was swiftly covered by a layer of hard ice the instant the Do Chi wave swept out. A frightening icy aura was able to seal even the endless empty space with ice. Withdraw. The frightening Do Chi wave swept over the place. The Sky Eagle trio in the sky were so shocked that they hurriedly pulled back. Even they did not have the ability to retaliate under this Do Chi wave. At the same time, Xiao Yang in the empty space also pulled Murong Chantian by the side. His feet moved and the Sky Extinction Step was instantly unleashed. He had already led them and appeared 1,000 feet away in the empty space when the Do Chi wave came attacking. Although they managed to escape, that frightening storm instantly destroyed everything in this place. At the same time, the frightening strength once again tore apart the valley below and expanded it. Even the few surrounding snow mountains were cut apart. Numerous wide crack lines swiftly spread over the entire mountain. The originally turbulent torrent-like cold wind also became even more ferocious. Buzz buzz buzz. The frightening energy storm continued for a long time. The expressions of the Sky Eagle trio involuntarily became a little pale under the repeated attacks. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, was pulling Murong Chantian, whose mouth was wide open, away from the dangerous situation time and time again. At this moment, the expression on Murong Chantian's pretty face had turned completely pale because of the frightening scene in front of her. She had never imagined that this mountain ridge, which she could freely enter and exit, actually contained such a frightening destructive strength. She did not even dare to imagine who would protect her if this strength were to descend on her head one day. Murong Chantian finally reacted while the young lady was thinking of this in her heart. Due to the urgency of the situation earlier, The Doqi wave had already swept over the space where they were standing. The person who had intervened and pulled her away from the storm was actually Xiao Yang by the side. As she thought of this, a bright redness immediately swarmed onto the young lady's pale pretty face. She followed her right side and saw that at this moment, Xiao Yang's large hand was tightly holding her white hand. His face was solemn as he eyed the canyon below. He did not notice the gaze that Murong Qianqian shot over at this moment. Although her attitude toward Xiao Yang had changed greatly earlier, the resentment in the young lady's heart swiftly disappeared after she saw that the person who had intervened to save her when she was in danger was actually Xiao Yang. All that remained was a delicate little girl's attitude. At this moment, Xiao Yang's heart increasingly felt just how frightening that thing was when he looked at the valley below. The strength of the cold air had actually forcefully merged with a man-class Do skill. Moreover, this was merely the external strength of the cold air. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening the strength would be if this cold air were to completely erupt. Let's try again. No matter what, we must suppress this cold wind. Roar. Suddenly, a stern cry was emitted from the mouth of the sky eagle in the sky. The cry had just sounded when the flame lion duo called out to each other. Immediately, their bodies shook and the majestic Do-chi within their bodies once again surged out. High up in the sky, the enormous wings of the sky eagle were flapped. Immediately, a countless number of blue-colored feathers broke through the air. They carried a powerful Do-chi and emitted waves of sharp rushing wind sounds. In an instant, they cut through the empty air and violently shot toward the canyon below. Bang bang bang. However, this attack of the sky eagle, which an ordinary bandai would not dare to underestimate, was forcefully broken by the cold wind that had charged out of the valley in the empty space a couple of 100 feet from the valley. However, at the same time, the cold wind, which had transformed into an invisible wind wall, was gradually suppressed by the endless attacks of the sky eagle. Roar. Seeing that there seemed to still be a chance, the expression of the flame lion quickly changed. He let out a low roar and his enormous head immediately let out a long roar to the sky. After which, his enormous body suddenly shook the instant he lowered his head. An extremely frightening bright red Do-chi light pillar suddenly shot out from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in the sky above the valley. Puff puff puff. This time around, the cold wind that came head-on was penetrated by this Do-chi light pillar the instant it came into contact with it. At the same time, it also emitted a low, deep rushing wind sound in the empty space. Faced with the combined attack of two 9-star bandai emperors, the wind wall that was agglomerated from the cold wind was swiftly broken. On the other side, Xiongang's enormous body, which was like a towering mountain, suddenly shook. Immediately, the entire place shook. Xiongang's enormous bare claws violently inserted into the ground behind him. A thought passed through his mind and Do-chi agglomerated on his palm. Immediately, a suction force surged and the ground behind him began to shake intensely at this moment. Roar. In the next moment, Xionggang once again let out an explosive roar as if he was somewhat dissatisfied. His huge feet fiercely stomped on the ground, and immediately, huge cracks rapidly spread out on the ground. At the same time, in Xiongang's eyes, tiny streams of earthen yellow light gradually condensed at this moment. At the same time as the light gathered in Xiongang's eyes, the bare claws that he had inserted into the ground abruptly exerted force. Immediately, the muscles on his entire arm that were harder than metal began to bulge. The frightening power caused the space around his body to tremble uncontrollably. However, Xiao Yang was not in the mood to care about this at this moment. Just a moment ago, he had sensed a rather familiar aura from Xiongang's body. That power did not belong to Do-chi or Genesis Chi. It was one of the powers in this world that was most difficult to control. Great Tao power. Xiao Yang involuntarily let out an exclamation in his heart when his eyes looked at Xiongang's pair of enormous beast eyes. It was unexpected that after such a long time, he would actually meet a second person who could control the Great Tao like him. Of course, Xiongang's control of Great Tao power was merely the tip of the iceberg. However, Xiao Yang was well aware of how powerful Great Tao power was. He knew that even if Xionggang could only control a tiny bit of it, it was enough to make his battle power far superior to other experts of the same level who could not control Great Tao power. At this moment, the power of Xiongang's claws proved this point. Rumble, as heavy soil and gravel fell to the ground began to crumble. Spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread across the frozen ground. At this moment, Xionggang was struggling to lift up his bare claws from the ground. Together with his bare claws, he was using all his strength to lift up a huge rock that was more than twice his size from the ground. At the same time that Xionggang lifted the rock, the originally white sky above their heads suddenly lost all light. It was as if they had suddenly fallen from day to night. Only the huge canyon below was beautifully blooming with aquablue light like before. However, no one knew what terrifying dangers were hidden under that beauty. The entire boulder was so big that it could only be described as covering the sky at this very moment. If the boulder fell, it would definitely be enough to completely fill up the canyon between the three of them. At the same time, it would be enough to erect a tall mountain and fill the gap between the snowy peaks. This was naturally Xiongang's idea. Roar. An earth-shattering roar was emitted. Xionggang raised both of his arms and used all of his strength to lift the huge rock high above his head. At the same time, his enormous body suddenly turned around. Bang! Just as Xionggang turned around, his originally steady footsteps could not help but stagger due to the frightening weight on his back. His enormous body knelt on the ground with a loud bang. The frightening weight of the boulder was such that even Xiongang's body had difficulty supporting it. Of course, under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for him to control such a large boulder. However, he did not expect that he would be able to agglomerate the great Dao strength when he used all his strength earlier. However, from the looks of it, he did not know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Tianying's and the Flame Lion's expressions involuntarily changed when they saw Xionggang fall to the ground. The matter of blocking the gap had always required Xionggang to take action. If anything happened to him, no one would be able to take care of this gap. Xionggang, can you hold on? Tianying hurriedly asked. At the same time, his attacks became increasingly sharp in order to prevent the cold wind from erupting again. Roar, no problem. Leave it to me. Upon hearing Sky Eagle's question, even though Xionggang was having a hard time, he still managed to reply with much difficulty. Although Sky Eagle was still a little worried after hearing this, it still withdrew its thoughts and focused all its attention on the canyon below. Buzz buzz buzz, a short moment later, while Xionggang was panting, a light suddenly flickered deep within the valley below. Soon after, an even more frightening cold wind arrived. In the blink of an eye, it had once again broken through the combined attacks of Tianying and the Flame Lion. Damn it! This cold wind is about to charge out. Go! Block the cold wind! We must not let it! Tianying's and the Flame Lion's hearts immediately paled when they saw that the cold wind was about to charge out of the bottomless valley. They let out a stern roar and hurriedly swooped down. At the same time, they unleashed all the Do Chi within their bodies. Using their bodies as a foundation, they once again blocked the cold wind that was about to surge out. At the same time, the muscles all over Xiongang's body were about to explode as he forcefully lifted the enormous rock above his head. His enormous body continued to tremble intensely. His mouth also emitted a coarse panting sound. Even the gaps between his teeth were seeping out. It was a long while later before Xionggang finally let out a low roar. The muscles all over his body were tense to the limit as he slowly stood up from the ground. At the same time, his feet had already sunk into the ground. Xiongang's body carried the enormous rock. His eyes were extremely scarlet as he stared at the valley below. His sharp teeth emitted a glaring cold glint in the air. The bright red fresh blood caused this cold glint to appear even more frightening. It was a long while later before Xionggang roared from his mouth and violently smashed the enormous rock above his head down. Shin. Shing. Fall. The enormous rock smashed down and the sky shook. The enormous valley, which looked like a glaring scar from the sky, was also sealed by this enormous rock.